魔法が降る散髪と出会ったエクエストリアの地でダークエネルギーの危機疑念に満ちた王国ゼブラ帝国とポニー悲惨な戦争で迷信に煽られ欲望に消費されます。プリンセスらはとても暗い時代に権力を握りトワイライトと友人たちに導かれて後戻りはしません。戦争の残酷な怒りが大地を貪り尽くし、かつて繁栄していたエクエストリアは今では核の荒れ地となっています。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見よう。シェと呼ばれるバンカー、嵐からの避難所、戦争で引き裂かれたこの世界で活躍するユニコーン、リトルピップ、グランドペガサスエンクレイブ、彼らは空に向かって逃げます。果てしなく続く雲、かつての記憶、ポップスターのベルベット、レネディが忍者のモンモデル、リトルピップはこの荒涼とした世界で追求します。ロックピッキングとハッキング、彼女の芸術を生き延びるウェイストランドの危険を乗り越えながら彼女は自分の役割を果たします。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見こう。大地に刻まれた過去の傷跡、リトルピップは砂の中を進み続けます。廃墟の世界、それでもまだ夢が咲くウェイストランドの心には新しい日が迫っているかもしれない。知らんだ戦争の響きは夜のささやきのようにリトルピップ、光を放つピーコー、ウェイストランドの影に希望が舞い上がり始めます。彼らを一緒に再建し新しい扉を開きます。
Chapter 17. The Villain of the Piece. Bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Answers. For weeks, I've been holding on to the illusion that all my questions would be answered if only I could get to Timpani Tower and talk to DJ Pone 3. Sitting across from Homage at her tiny table, talking over ice-cold sparkle colas, I found myself wondering how I had convinced myself. For instance, she hadn't been able to tell me anything about Red Eye. Apparently his operations were in one of the few places she couldn't look. If anything, Homage had more questions than I did. By the time I had finished giving her the inside story on what had really happened at Shattered Hoof, and why I made the choices that I did, the only real revelation was the realization that hanging all your hopes on an assumption was going to get you nothing but hurt. "Thank you, little Pip," Homage said, offering me another slice of watermelon fresh from the tin can. "I always tell it to my listeners as accurately as my resources allow me to. You have no idea how grateful I am to have some pony fill in the gaps." I nodded. "And I'm grateful for the chance to tell my side of the story. My reputation seems to be getting out of control." Homage smiled. "Undeservedly?" She pointed a hoof at me. "You might not think of the things you do as anything special, but they are. Simply by treating the way you risk yourself to help others as something any pony would do, you show the wasteland a way to be better." Homage lifted a slice of centuries-preserved watermelon in her hooves and nibbled at it before continuing, "You're right. That's how ponies should treat each other. But in the equestrian wasteland, it's rare enough for a pony to be willing to expend valuable ammunition from afar to rescue a stranger, especially when they know they might need those bullets tomorrow to save themselves or their families. Putting life and limb in danger?" Homage shook her head sadly. She had a beautiful mane of short blue hair that fell into her face as she did so. I reached up to brush it out of her eyes so she didn't have to put down her watermelon. I'm afraid the equestrian wasteland has no shortage of Monterey Jacks, but faces a crippling lack of little Pips. Why would he do that? I paced in frustration. The mention of Monterey Jack had derailed the previous conversation. I just don't understand it. Homage watched, surprised at my agitation. Pride would be my guess. From what you've said, he doesn't really seem sorry about what he did. It's a stupid law, I asserted with a stomp of my hoof. Homage didn't seem to agree. Timpani Tower has extremely strict laws regarding anything that falls under raider activity to act as a deterrent. Try to remember we're stuck between the raiders of Shattered Hoof and the slavers of the Philadelphia Crater. Timpani doesn't just want to keep undesirables out. They want to send a clear message to any pony from either group that might think of setting hoof near this place. Damn it. I hated to admit it, but that made sense. What still didn't make sense to me was why Monterey Jack had confessed. The hope that Monterey Jack would be set free because he hadn't been a successful bandit wilted. I stopped and looked to Homage. He had to have known about... I felt unsure, like I was grasping at straws. And worse, I felt responsible. As Homage had pointed out early in the conversation, Monterey Jack was the one who tried to rob me, and he was the one who made the damning confession. As far as she saw, I had no reason to feel guilty. But that didn't change how I felt. The moment I had seen Monterey, all the feelings of betrayal flooded back, laced with righteous indignation. And I had thrown a tantrum. Was there any chance he didn't know that they would execute him for... what he admitted? Homage shook her head. Every citizen of Timpani knows the laws here. Getting permanent residence here takes a lot, and knowing the law is one of the easier requirements to meet. I groaned inwardly, confused and upset. Homage added firmly, Monterey Jack's had that cheese shop here for 5 years now, and before that he was a caravan guard for the merchants that the former shop owner got his supplies from. Monterey knows the law. Damn it. Homage and I walked together through Twilight Sparkle's Athenaeum. Every wall was covered with shelves, save for a couple reading nooks and 3 large vaulted windows that allowed cloud-grayed noonday light to spill into the library. Each shelf was filled with tomes, manuals, novels, and collected volumes of written works. Every pillar was ringed with more books. There was a large table in the center, standing not on legs, but a ring of bookshelves. Each chair had spaces under the armrests filled with even more books. Under the windows was a bed with neither books nor shelves, one of the scattered pieces of furniture, along with the table, refrigerator, chairs, and an old phonograph that told me this was where Homage had made her home. That's a lot of books. Homage trotted over to the table, where an ancient terminal sat pouring out its green glow through a haze of dust. The pretty gray unicorn poked at it with a hoof, and an elegant voice floated out. Twilight, darling, we really must get together soon. It's been ages. And may I speak honestly? You need a rest. If any pony knows overworking herself, it would be me. Please, why don't you just take a morning off? Join Fluttershy and myself this week. We'll even make the trip to Manhattan. No need to come back to Canterlot. I'm sure they have lovely spas in Manhattan, too. Now, the reason I'm calling on the restricted line. I've just heard my ministry is about to purge the Ponyville Library of ideologically incompatible books, and I knew right away that you'd want to keep them for yourself. So, I'm having this shipment diverted to you as well. I do hope you have enough room. I know the Ministry of Magic on Ministry Walk has a much bigger library, but we can't get away with diverting these wagons to Canterlot now, can we? If you are running out of space, now don't get mad, but you could ask Pinkie Pie for help. Her ministry has a hub in Manhattan too, after all. And she always seems to find enough space for everything. I don't know how she does it. Anyway, I'm sorry to cut this short, but I've got to run. The designs for the covers of the revised books are ready, and I just can't let them go to the printers without making sure each one is perfect. I looked from Homage to the shelves with new respect. Not only a lot of books, but a lot of preserved original versions of books. Homage glanced up to one of the few walls that were only mostly covered in books. Above the bookshelf was a framed painting, depicting a panoramic view of a desolate valley of dirt and rocks, and sitting on the shelf was a small clock of wood and brass. The big hoof was already halfway between the 8 and the 1, and the small hoof jabbed straight down at the 4. "I'm sorry, but I really have to get back to the radio. There are reports to go through, and I have to check if the screen's caught anything. But please feel free to stay here and browse the books until I get back. I'd love to talk some more. If you don't have any place pressing to be." I did not and said as much, although I knew I should probably let my companions know what I was up to. I excused myself, promising to be right back. As I started to leave the Athenaeum, I remembered the records. Turning to Homage, I pulled them out and floated them towards her. She stared with wide eyes, like a birthday pony, realizing that one of her presents was just the right size for that toy she had been begging for. "I found these in one of the stables," I said, trying not to break into a huge grin at her expression. "I thought you might find a good use for them." She bounced up and down, letting out a squeak of delight. For the first time since the cheese shop, I felt happy with myself. Homage's horn glowed as she took possession of the records. "You have no idea how much this means, not just to me, but to Equestria." I was smiling brightly as I rode the elevator back down to my floor. I was still feeling happy as I trotted up to the door of our suite, but the voices inside stopped me cold. "Doctor here says he has a treatment that can remedy addictions," Velvet Remedy was claiming. I felt the happiness drain from me, replaced with crossness. Seriously? They were talking about this? Behind my back? They'd even talked to a doctor about it. A stranger, no less. "What, like just giving little Pip a pill?" Calamity's dubious voice erased any question that they were indeed talking about me. "Swallow this and all your problems go away?" "Oh no," Velvet Remedy replied. "First, it's more involved than that, and will take the better part of the day. Second, Dr. Helpinghoof was clear that the treatment only cleaned the patient's body of the drug and reversed physical addiction. The psychological elements of addiction will probably be with little Pip for the rest of her life, but this will make it a lot easier for her." I raised my hoof to stomp it in fury, but then set it down, not wanting them to hear. There were so many things wrong with this. First, how dare they? Second, what addiction? Easier how? I was perfectly fine. I hadn't had a party time menthol in, what, 2 days? What kind of addict can say that? And 3, Helpinghoof? Really? "I'm not so sure about this." "Thank you, Calamity. Now tell her to fuck off." Instead, he neighed, "Lil Pip don't exactly handle feelings of betrayal well. I've seen her reactions to the stables we've been in." "Oh, yes. And that's nothing compared to the way she flew off at the cheese shop owner." Velvet Remedy agreed. Perfect. So was that what she was doing when I asked her to look into the laws in Monterey Jack's impending execution? Talking to doctors about problems they're both pretending I have? "We'll have to be very careful in how we approach this." Velvet Remedy was continuing with her absurdity. "Even if we can get little Pip treated, it won't do any good if we lose her because of it. Without friends who will help her from just taking—" That was enough. I was headed back to the library. If Velvet, Remedy, and Calamity didn't know where I was and got worried, well, they deserved it. Homage was a gracious hostess, which I was especially grateful for since I had no urge to see Velvet Remedy or Calamity anytime soon. The pretty gray unicorn helped me find a few books I was interested in, then left me to read as she disappeared up into the broadcast station. For the next few hours, I pored over the original editions of the Big Book of Arcane Sciences and Today's Locksmith, doing comparative readings with the copies I already owned, making notes and learning quite a lot about both subjects. Apparently, making books ideologically compatible also involved removing the sorts of advanced information that could inspire troublemakers. I smiled a little, realizing that the cutie mark questing activities of my youth would have definitely put me in the troublemaker category. Homage trotted into the Twilight Sparkle Athenaeum a little over 2 hours later. Floating alongside her, were the records and an old phonograph that I had spotted before. While I read, she sat and listened to the music, her head bobbing softly to the beats. Only once was my study interrupted. Homage got about halfway through a rather energetic song, about mending friendships notably. The assertion in the chorus that life without friends quite bluntly sucked struck home pointedly enough that I wasn't able to focus on my reading anyway. Suddenly, Homage stopped the song and restarted it from the beginning. The thought crossed my mind that maybe she was feeling a connection to the lyrics as well, but it was erased with her proclamation. Okay. I can't just listen to this song. I have to dance to it. I looked up and nodded politely, then started reading again. Oh no, she stomped. I'm not going to dance in front of a guest who isn't dancing herself. That would be way too awkward. The whisper of a thought had barely begun to form in my head when she obliterated it with, "So get up." My head shot up, startled. The song didn't really make me feel like dancing, no matter how bizarrely upbeat the music was in connection to the lyrics. And I felt awkwardly shy about displaying my complete lack of dancing skills in front of Homage. But I didn't have it in me to say no to her, especially considering that this library was her home and I had given her this gift. So we danced. And while it was awkward at first, Homage wasn't much of a dancer either, making up for lack of skill with creative vigor. Her smile and energy were infectious, and I found myself letting go. By the end of the song, I was really enjoying myself, and I felt a twinge of sadness when the song ended. The next song was much slower, and for a moment, I felt awkward, but I distracted both of us by asking about the painting above the clock. That's a painting of Splendid Valley, Homage stated, wiping her hair out of her face. I lifted an eyebrow. It doesn't look splendid. Oh, it isn't. It's a terrible place. Makes camping in the Everfree Forest look as inviting as a day at the spa. Homage put a hoof on my shoulder. Stay well away. I had never heard of Splendid Valley, much less had any desire to go there. But that made me wonder, why would Twilight Sparkle have a painting of such a place in her library? I felt marginally foolish for asking. Certainly it wasn't terrible before the war. On the other hoof, it certainly wasn't splendid or even pretty. It was barren and uninviting, and the painting didn't fit with the rest of the Athenaeum. Neither in palette nor in mood, it was like an unwanted visitor. There's a Ministry of Magic facility out there, Homage answered. Not a hub like this, Homage clarified. There's a huge network of caves and caverns under Splendid Valley. Early after the Ministry's inception, the MAS cleared the natives out of those caverns and set up a gem mining operation out there. After they had cleaned the Valley of Gems, they started using the empty caverns as a disposal site for some of the byproducts of the Ministry's magical experiments. My mind conjured up images of monsters and grotesqueries. Homage seemed to sense the direction of my imagination and kindly redirected it. Barrels full of weird magical toxins. In the last months of the war, the Ministry of Magic was apparently retooling the facility for something else, but I don't think they ever finished. Splendid Valley was center of the second megaspell hit. Most ponies, well, those who bothered to learn about history at all, believe that Manhattan was the second, but Splendid Valley was hit minutes before. I made a note to avoid. Weird magical toxins and megaspell radiation probably did not mix well. The afternoon was bleeding into evening. Homage had returned to the broadcast station to take on the guise of DJ Pone 3. This time I followed, watching her transform both in voice and mannerisms as she stepped to the mic. And it's time for another DJ Pone 3 Pony survival tip. Today, I want to talk to you about two of the biggest threats you might stumble across in the equestrian wasteland. No, not ratigators, bloodwings, or even hellhounds. No, children, today I want to talk to you about their mothers. That's right, pull up a chair because it's time for DJ Pone 3 to talk to you about the dangers of radiation and taint. There was something amazing about watching this equally little unicorn pony become the voice of the equestrian wasteland. Magical radiation, as we all know, is a side effect of powerful and wicked magics released violently on Equestria. Naturally, the biggest and worst zones of radiation are found in places like the Philadelphia Crater, the Manhattan City Center, Pretty much everywhere the mega spells hit except for Cloudsdale and Canterlot, both of which should be avoided for other reasons. But even a recently exploited Skywagon can be radioactive. Fortunately, so long as you always carry your radiation detectors, kids, these places can be avoided. The more insidious threat of radiation is that it bleeds into food and water. Always drink purified water whenever you can. Make sure you carry several canteens whenever you travel, and fill them at every safe water supply. Keep a healthy supply of Radaway. Most of this I already knew, thanks to the Wasteland Survival Guide, so I was only half listening. I had to admit that, despite Monterey Jack and the stupidity of my friends, this had been one of the better days of my life. But it was getting late, and my anger towards Velvet and Calamity, while still very present, had dulled around the edges. It was time to return to them. Taint, on the other hoof, is a zebra of very different stripes. No pony knows exactly what the taint is or where it comes from, but we know its mutative effects on monsters and the fatally malignant repercussions on ponies. Remember, folks, taint don't care what you're wearing. No protective suit keeps it out, and there's no cure. Only way to safely tell if a place is tainted is by reputation. Discover one by any other means, it's probably too late. Sounded to me like the best way to hide something was to stick it in a cave and hang a sign saying, "Danger, taint," outside. And in the news, one of the smaller settlements in Manhattan ruins, Gutterville, has gone silent. If any pony is traveling through that way, please pop ahead in and see what's going on. Then let your old pal DJ Pone 3 know. Eventually, DJ Pone 3 wrapped up the news with a special announcement. Now, I know what all of you are actually wondering. What about that equestrian heroine from Stable 2? What's she up to? I winced, giving Homage a pleading look. But asking her to tone it down when she was being DJ Pone 3 was like asking Steelhooves to take off his armor. It just wasn't going to happen. Well, I've got incredible news. The Stable Dweller loves you. That's right, all of you. And you know how I know? I was cringing now. Because she sent a little toaster repair pony to me with a special delivery. Starting tomorrow, there will be some new songs added to our broadcast. So keep yourselves tuned in, faithful listeners, because you don't want to be the last pony around to have heard the discs I'll be spinning for you tomorrow. And now, once again, it's Sapphire Shore singing That the Sun Can't Hide Forever. The glow of DJ Pone 3's horn faded, and once again, I was in the room with Homage. Laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Homage smiled brightly. Just telling the truth like I always do. I laughed. Well, except for the whole secret identity gimmick. Homage fixed me with a serious look. Do you think the stuck-up ponies of Timpony Tower like the idea of having a ghoul sympathizer living in their tower? Much less broadcasting from it. If they knew who I was, then I wouldn't have the freedom to tell it like it is. In fact, they would probably ban me from the tower altogether. Sometimes, she said, being honest means knowing when not to be. There were two things left that I wanted to ask Homage, and only one which I could bring myself to voice. So when we returned from the broadcast station, I finally brought it up. This morning you said you needed my help? Homage blushed. Well, was kind of hoping you'd risk your life on an errand for me, but it's a bit ridiculous of me to ask now. I raised an eyebrow, my curiosity piqued. Go ahead. The remarkable gray unicorn with the blue mane that kept falling into her eyes seemed to ponder that, then shook her head. Tell me, I nudged. I'd rather not. It's silly now. Tell me, I pushed, her refusal making me even more curious. Maddeningly, she declined. I stopped a little. Tell me, tell me, tell me! Homage waved a hoof. Okay. Since you really want to know. She took a deep breath, then let it all out in a rush. I want you to get some new songs for me. Specific songs. I know that Sweetie Belle was really close with the other two founders of Stable Tech, one of whom was Scootaloo. And Scootaloo also founded Red Racer, whose office and factory is right here in Manhattan. I came across information a few years ago that told me Scootaloo's office safe should still contain a few demos for music that have never been heard before. I've been wanting to get them and listen to them ever since, but I can't because it's really dangerous. The place is just lousy with manticores. Wow, okay, yes. I could definitely see why Homage would consider that a silly request, considering the records. And she didn't even know about Velvet Remedy yet. Which reminded me that I had to return to Velvet Remedy and Calamity, the friends who had been skulking around behind my back, and tell them I had no better idea what to do next than I had before we got here. I needed a distraction. And really, it was for a good cause. Not to mention, I really wanted to see Homage's face light up again. Okay, I'll do it. Homage was staring at the floor, digging at it with her hoof. At my words, her head shot up, staring at me with disbelief. Why? She stammered. I considered trying to make my reasoning sound more noble, or falsifying it altogether, but a bigger part of me felt that lies had no place in DJ Pone 3's domain. So instead, I told her, because I have no idea what to do next, and my companions are expecting me to come back with a plan, and really because you asked me to. Gilding my words just a little, I added, I would love to do Homage a favor. She blinked. Okay, did you miss the part about the manticores? I chuckled. No, but I've gotten a few new weapons since the last time we fought one. I think we can manage, and don't worry, I added, not wanting her to feel guilty. If it looks too dangerous, we'll back out. Homage nodded firmly, accepting this, which caused her hair to fall into her face again. Okay, but if you're going to do something that risky for me, you're not doing it without a reward, and I know just the thing. I cocked my head, not really looking for a reward, and ready to decline her offer, but too curious to refuse without hearing it. I've heard that your friend Calamity has been asking around for a flux regulator. Well, I just happen to have one. I wasn't sure I really wanted us to have a flux regulator. The idea of traveling around in a Pegasus-pulled bomb had dubious appeal. Before returning to my companions, I made one other stop. I suspected Velvet Remedy had been less than diligent in pursuing the situation with Monterey Jack, considering she'd been seeing doctors about me instead, but I knew I should give her the benefit of the doubt. And from what I had learned myself, Velvet Remedy may have hit a wall very early. On the other hoof, I needed to talk to Monterey Jack myself before making further plans, especially if those plans were going to amount to leaving him to his fate. Unfortunately, the Timpony Tower constables weren't about to let a little non-citizen like me anywhere near him. Not a problem. A blast of mint flavor later, and the world exploded to vivid lucidity. Talking my way past the guard bucks was easy. I was a charming, intelligent mare. Even if I had no interest in them, they naturally had interest in me. I was even able to talk one of them into giving me his pencil and clipboard, which was great because now that my mind was freed from this natural sluggishness, I was having ideas. The flux regulator was going to be an astounding benefit. After finishing up business in Timpani Tower, we would go back and fix up the Sky Bandit. Maybe take a trip back home to Junction R7 for a little equipment maintenance and inventory housekeeping. Then we should be able to go straight to Philadelphia, bypassing all the dangers along the way. What do you want? The sour voice of Monterey Jack cut through my preoccupation with my party time enhanced brilliance. I looked up to find him standing in a bed of moldy hay at the back of an iron-barred cell. I refocused on where I was and why I was here. Staring at the unpleasant beige stallion, I cut to the chase. Why in Celestia's name did you admit what you'd done? You knew you'd be jailed and probably killed for it. Monterey Jack fixed me with a cool stare, and finally, as if speaking to a child, because the Equestrian wasteland demands sacrifices. You haven't been out here long enough to get that. He looked me over. But I'm guessing you've started to. Not the innocent little filly you were just 3 weeks ago, are you? You've killed, and not just monsters, you've killed other ponies. Tell me, when you stepped out of that stable, were you a killer? I stepped back, shocked. I had no idea what this had to do with anything, but I knew what he was saying. I saw it in the way Velvet Remedy looked at me, like I was flank deep in blood. The way I saw myself in dark times and bad dreams. I know you've looted corpses. How about stealing from raiders or other ponies who are so bad, who the wasteland's made so twisted and mean that it's easy to justify pretty much anything you do to them? How about stealing from those who it is harder to justify taking from? Or is it just easy now to take from every pony? Monterey Jack's words stirred up memories of breaking into Silverbell's barn. You betrayed any pony yet? Left any pony to die just to save your own skin? Killed an innocent yet because it was the only way to protect you and your own? He stared at me, reading the revulsion in my eyes. No. How about lesser things? Ever just walked away? My mind flashed to the blue pony being chased down by her rapist. But that didn't count. We'd saved her life. Calamity had even brought her healing potions. It wasn't as if we just left her to her fate. We helped. And then we left her. Velvet Remedy, I realized, with PTM-laced insight, would never have let us walk away without seeing the girl safely home had she not been traumatized by the sight of Calamity slaying the cult. But why didn't I insist that? What was wrong with me? Monterey Jack was waiting. The only response I managed was a nod. I wasn't nodding to any of his questions specifically, but that I followed what he was saying. The equestrian wasteland demands sacrifices. It makes you whittle away bits of yourself until you can't recognize you anymore. So you find a virtue. You find something in yourself that you believe in, that you do not compromise. Ever. And as long as you keep that part of you, that one good thing, then you can bear to look at yourself in the mirror each morning. It becomes your anchor, the thing that lets you live with yourself. My virtue, my anchor, is that I'm an honest pony. I keep to my word. I have never cheated a customer. I do not lie. And as long as I can look at myself and know that I'm still an honest pony, then I can bear everything I've ever had to do to provide a safe place for my filly and colts. But I stared at him, not wanting to understand. You could have said nothing. He glared. For how long? I come back and you're all over the damn radio. My children listen every day for news of your Celestia damned heroism. They idolize the fuck out of you. And every day, I know that I've met their idol and I tried to rob her. And I keep silent. But a lie of omission is still a lie. And that poison has been killing me as surely as any noose. Eyes narrowing, he leaned his muzzle against the bars as close to me as he could get. Don't think I spoke up for you. I spoke up to save me. Even if it kills me. I backed up. I wasn't sure if Monterey Jack was cracked, foolish, or terribly, horribly sane. I turned to go. As I moved out through the door, he called out after me. If you haven't found your own virtue yet, you best hurry up, while there's still anything left of you to save. I was still running on the awesomeness of party time mentals when I finally returned to the others. So convincing them to join me in a hunt for music had been a breeze. I had been concerned about a confrontation, but when I arrived, Velvet Remedy was lost in the Fluttershy orb, giving me a chance to talk to the others first. Calamity was in the moment I mentioned the flux regulator. I phrased it to Velvet Remedy as a chance to impress DJ Pone 3 and maybe get to record some of her own music. She reminded me that she was a medical pony now, not some stable songbird. But it was a half-hearted reluctance that I was able to overcome by suggesting this would allow her beautiful music to fly free. Steelhooves took no persuasion at all, neither eager nor reluctant. The Red Racer factory was nowhere near either the Luna or Celestia lines, so within half an hour, you were walking through the urban blight of the Manhattan ruins. The crash from the Mentals was worse than before, and the only thing that kept me from chomping another one was a promise to myself that I would the moment we got to Red Racer. I couldn't fight like this, stupid and half-blind. I needed that edge. And if I took another one now, I ran the risk of crashing in the middle of combat. I couldn't risk that. I dropped back to walk alongside Steelhooves, noticing how Calamity and Velvet Remedy unconsciously changed their paces to put distance between each other. I rolled my eyes. They were bad enough before. Depression was setting in, and their stupid silent fight wasn't helping. So, why are you still with us? I asked Steelhooves in what I hoped was not a blunt or discouraging tone. You escorted us to Ten Pony Tower already.
Do you want me to leave?
The deep voice spoke from within the Steel Ranger's armor. I waved a hoof. No, I didn't say that. I like to know why a pony like yourself would continue to travel with me.
Maybe I have nothing better to do.
I stared ahead, not believing that at all. Why would he lie, though? It seemed like all my companions were on the edge of turning on me. Was I being paranoid? Or was Steelhooves a threat? Buried in dark contemplation, I didn't notice that the others ahead of me had stopped. I bumped into Calamity's backside, scraping his barding with my horn. Hey, what? I started to ask, annoyed, but the words fell away from my mouth as my eyes were drawn to a large poster on a freestanding crumbled wall. The poster was of a Pegasus, fully encased in sleek black armor. The armor looked fearsome, almost insectoid. The battle saddle looked like an onyx carapace, with 2 antennae jutting out, tips crackling with magical green energy. Like Steelhooves, even the Pegasus's tail was protected by segmented armor, but unlike Steel Ranger armor, this tail also served as a weapon, ending in a vicious glowing spike. I felt I was seeing a nightmare version of Steel Ranger armor. Beneath the Pegasus, who hovered in a most threatening stance, were scattered zebras dead or fleeing. Fear not, Equestria, we will save you. Calamity finally nickered, scoffing. That's right. One day the Grand Pegasus Enclave will come swooping down out of the skies to rescue all y'all little ponies. Maybe after they're done with their naps. He leaned close and whispered loudly, Don't hold your breath. Never gonna happen. Calamity, Velvet Remedy began, seeming to forget she was mad at him. Turning away from the poster in disgust, he began trotting off. Lazy, arrogant. It's like they took the greatest of us, stripped away everything 'twas good and admirable till they were left with nothing but her flaws, and decided, hey, let's go with that.
I think we're being followed.
Steelhooves announced as we passed through a broken courtyard, approaching a towering building, black and half-eaten by the apocalyptic blast. I was staring at my Pip-Buck's auto-mapping spell. The Red Racer factory should be directly in front of us. At the Steel Ranger's words, I turned around, eyes moving to my EFS compass, more confident in it than my own eyesight in the waning light. The courtyard was covered in wind-blown litter. Scraggly grass burst through cracks in the gray stonework. I looked out past the platform that formed the centerpiece of the courtyard, a platform that had once boasted statues of several ponies. The statues had shattered and crumbled. Now only the hooves of the ponies remained, sticking grotesquely up from the surface of the dais. I turned, taking in a full view of our surroundings until I was looking back at Steelhooves and the inferno-torn building that towered above us. But neither I or my eyes forward sparkle detected anything. This time, I was certain Steelhooves was right. Several times earlier, I'd spotted it too, something which was probably a small miracle with how murky all my senses felt. But no, there was some pony or something hovering on the edge of the sparkle's ability to detect. The light on my compass labeled it as non-hostile, leaving me to wonder if it was keeping its distance out of shyness or because it comprehended the limits of my Stable-Tech Arcano technology. As if on cue, a notice flashed across the upper edge of my eyes forward sparkle. I had discovered hoofbeats. I turned back to look at the building again, eyeing it with surprise. I knew what this skyscraper had once been. This was the Ministry of Morale's Manhattan hub. I'd seen it from the roof of Timpony Tower. Yet sure enough, the facade before us proclaimed itself, in sheer audacity of style as well as neon lettering, to be the center of loud, musical urban rebellion. Unlike the Ministry of Magic's local hub, the Ministry of Morale didn't announce itself with signs along the Celestia line or even a name in small font somewhere on the wall. It was a nameless, faceless skyscraper, unassumingly monolithic from the 3rd floor up. The first 2 floors, however, were dedicated to what I had already come to think of as one of Manhattan's most popular dance clubs, remembering Velvet Remedy's passing acknowledgement that Pinkie Pie and Vinyl Scratch had performed music together at Hoofbeats at least once. Even my Pip-Buck didn't label it as a ministry hub, as if it was a secret, but one that every pony already knew. In its time, the Ministry of Magic's hub had been exactly what I expected of a ministry building, down to the insane magical defenses that protected it from the Balefire bomb. From the MOM hub's apparent lack of defenses to its perch atop a public party house, this was assuredly not. I walked forward, drawn to the gaping, shattered glass front of Hoofbeats. I tried to imagine it full of ponies, dancing to that song which Velvet Remedy had started to sing on stage at Shattered Hoof. As I trotted past Calamity and Velvet, a red light appeared on my EFS, and then a second, and a third. I stopped, waving for them to hold back. Crouching down, I moved along the front of Hoofbeats until I reached the corner where the sidewalk was littered with burnt metal husks of magazine vendors. Several more dots appeared as I peeked cautiously around the corner. Did you miss the part about the manticores? The Red Racer factory was literally right across a back alley from Hoofbeats. The red and orange bulks of manticores roamed all over the facility. I watched as several took off from a terrace 12 stories up and began to circle the building before one by one landing on new perches. There were 2 of them in the back alley alone. One had its back to me, its tail inches from my muzzle. The other was digging through a trash bin further down. I cringed back around the corner and shot the others a distressed expression. They all stared back at me expectantly. It was mere luck that there weren't any in the courtyard. I suspected I now knew what happened to the pony statues. Luna, guide me. Now what? Think. What I needed was another party time mental. I was sure that with just a chew, the burst of reasoning and perception would solve the problem. But after the behavior of my companions, I couldn't risk them seeing me take another. They wouldn't understand. I turned away, trying to block their view as I activated my Pitbuck's inventory arrangement spell, and then floated the tin out. I kept my head down and hoped the light from my horn wasn't bright enough for them to notice in the odd gray twilight of dusk. I levitated 1 PTM out and sucked it greedily into my mouth. As expected, the taste was delicious, and I had no more than swallowed, slipping the tin away when the gray film was pulled from my eyes and the world was so much brighter and better. I took another peek around the corner, even more cautiously this time. The manticore had not seemed to move. Even its tail was almost in the same position. His companion dropped down from the trash bin and wandered over to the next. I looked up into the sky. I was smart enough to handle 2 manticores, no problem. But even like this, I couldn't possibly handle the whole herd. I had considered having Calamity fly us up to one of the ledges, but the manticores could fly too. They were heavy, lumbering creatures and never seemed to fly very high, but my eye caught something red in the sky above, something that wasn't a manticore. Not at all. Red Racer was a factory that made, amongst other things, scooters. It was, from what I could tell, best known for its little red scooters. And clearly, Red Racer was quite proud of them, for the factory had once been adorned by a gigantic red scooter over 10 yards long. The giant symbolic scooter was no longer perched on its rooftop scaffolding. The scaffolding had rusted and collapsed. The scooter had fallen and gotten wedged between the Ministry of Morale and the Red Racer factory about 15 stories up, creating a bridge. I knew how to get into Red Racer factory.
You really are crazy.
Steelhooves finally commented after hearing the plan. Velvet Remedy was giving me looks, as if staring at me hard enough would explain to her the change in my mood. That there's a might big and unstable-looking building, Lil Pip. I think maybe we best split into pairs and try to find the best way up. Otherwise, it'll take us forever. I agreed. Not only did I want to move swiftly so that my PTM wouldn't wear off before we got up and across, I really didn't think the floors in the building should be stressed with the weight of more than 2 of us at a time, especially when one of those was Steelhooves.
I'll go with Steelhooves. I'm the lightest, and I can use levitation when necessary.
Velvet Remedy took one look at Calamity and interjected, "No, I should go with you, and Steelhooves should go with Calamity. He flies. No weight at all." Calamity nickered and rolled his eyes. "Whatever you want, princess. So, Ranger, fancy a bit of scavenging?"
Not as long as you're carrying.
Steelhooves stated plainly and followed Calamity through one of the nearly glassless frames of Hoofbeats. Velvet Remedy stuck her nose in the air, pairing up with me as we followed. As we stepped into the darkness, Velvet Remedy focused, lighting up her horn. The first thing I noticed was a gumball machine. The gumballs inside had melted and boiled and were now a solid block inside the warped housing. The center area of Hoofbeats was 3 stories of mezzanines over a dance floor that took up most of the basement. The musician's platform had once been hung from the ceiling by cables. Now it lay at a wild tilt, one end smashed through the dance floor like a ship beginning to sink. Is it bad that I'm jealous of this place and the ponies who got to perform here? Velvet Remedy asked me as we passed under rows of hanging speakers, each larger than a full-grown stallion, or that I feel so upset to see it destroyed like this. I shook my head.
Just because your dream is to be a medical pony doesn't mean you love singing any less.
Somehow, I just knew the words were right. It must have been the insight and social graces that PTMs granted a pony, for I wasn't sure I could have understood what was bothering her on my own.
You're not cheating on your dreams or your freedom to long to sing.
Velvet Remedy paused, then whinnied, smiling. Thank you, little Pip. I smiled back, sidestepping a charred skeleton, then stopped, looking at it. Unlike the streets outside, where the ponies were vaporized in a flash, the ones in here were burned alive. I winced, trying not to imagine rushing flames tearing through the dance club, a flood of fire. I realized that the Ministry of Morale Hub must have had protections of its own, but just not as magically strong as those around the ministry run by Twilight Sparkle. They must have held just a moment, probably for only an eye blink before they failed. The inferno that consumed this place was no less final a holocaust. The balefire bomb the Zebra set off in the heart of Manhattan was detonated in the late morning. The population of hoofbeats was probably at its lowest ebb for the whole day. The same could not be said for the ministry above. I focused my own magic to plow a path through the blackened pony skeletons that covered much of the floors. Red dots speckled my EFS compass. Foolishly, my first thought was of the ghost that the merchant pony with the mechanical owl had told us about. In a way, I wasn't entirely far off. "Ooh," demanded the little robot owl as it soared into the hallway. I froze, not in fear, but utter astonishment. Hostile robot security owls? Really? The mechanical owl opened its beak, and a thin line of pink magical energy sliced the air, striking a smoke-blackened vase on a magazine counter next to me. The vase flew backwards, glowing fiercely pink, and disintegrated into a fine glowing ash before it could hit the floor. So yes, really. I heard Calamity's battle saddle firing somewhere else on the floor. I slid my combat shotgun from its holster, floating the muzzle towards the mechanical bird, and nearly shot Velvet Remedy as she charged in front of me, spearing the metal creature through with her horn. I felt myself trembling, caught between panic, relief, and anger, as Velvet Remedy drew up to a halt. Her eyes locked on the now inert robot impaled on her horn. She shook her head, trying to dislodge it. "Little Pip," she finally said, sounding desperate and looking comical. "A little help, please."
Only if you promise not to run in front of a loaded gun again.
She stopped, looking at me with that dead robot owl on her horn, her eyes wide as her gaze fell on my floating shotgun. "Oh dear." "Oh dear indeed," I said grimly, even though my anger was bleeding away. I wrapped the skewered owl with my magic and pulled it free. I wanted to be mad, but she just looked so cute like that. Fat, fat, fat! The bullet tore through the first owl, setting its internal components on fire as it went. 2 more passed harmlessly through the air, impacting the kitchen wall beyond the flashes of flame. As the mechanical guardian fell, I switched targets with the practiced perfection of SATs. Pulling the trigger again, I sent 3 more bullets at the second owl. A razor line of pink struck my back, burning painfully, but mercifully not turning me into fine pink dust. Without even waiting to see the second mechanical owl fall, I glided the barrel around to point at the one behind me and telekinetically pulled the trigger again. 3 bullets, a foosh of flame, and the third owl fell to the floor ablaze. The air smelled of ozone, burning wiring, and bubbling robotic innards. Exhausted, the targeting spell fell away. I looked around, but I had gotten all of them. I checked the clip on the Zebra rifle. I was quickly using up the armor-piercing ammo that the Zebra rifle could use. The weapon didn't seem to have the ability to shoot just 1 bullet at a time, and it only took 1 to punch through these creatures. I needed to change weapons, but the combat shotgun had already proven too inaccurate at the ranges I preferred to engage these creatures at. They were easy to kill, but their magical energy weapons had a chance, even if slim, of disintegrating anything they hit. I didn't want them to get close enough to have a good shot. I suspected little Macintosh had more than enough power to punch through the metal skin of these things without using armor-piercing ammunition. Which was good, since little Macintosh was the only weapon that I didn't have armor-piercing ammo for, other than the dart gun, which was completely useless against these little things. Switching weapons, I started towards the wall of refrigerators, intent on finding out what goodies the Ministry of Morale had packed with an eternity's worth of preservatives on this floor.
Every other floor of the MOM hub had a kitchen.
Even if it was just a small one, there were more kitchens than bathrooms, which I couldn't imagine was logistically sane. And some floors like this one were nothing but kitchen. The posters on the walls in here were all brown and flaking or burned away entirely, but the ones that were just a little readable had me convinced that Pinkie Pie actually made a government industry out of churning out birthday parties for good little fillies and colts. You were good this year, little Pip. Trust us, we know. So here's your cake sent straight from the Ministry of Morale, with a birthday card signed by Pinkie Pie herself. What I imagined was ridiculous and impossible, but I somehow also believed it was actually true. Velvet Remedy stopped me, insisting on looking at the wound on my back before letting me move another yard.
So I sat onto my haunches and stared longingly at the first refrigerator door.
You and Calamity, Velvet Remedy tut-tutted. When I dreamed of being a medical pony, it was to spend my life helping ponies. Multiple. Not just two over and over again.
You could always just let me... Ow! I flinched as she pressed something that stung onto the burn before pouring a pleasantly cool gel over it.
There, it will be good as new in no time. A little pink, maybe, but it may take a few days for your coat to grow back, but it won't scar. Not like the line left on my neck, she meant. And just trying to get him to take a bath is like trying to shove an apple through the eye of a needle. Once Velvet Remedy had gotten onto the topic of Calamity, she just didn't stop. I wanted to cover my ears with my hooves, but I couldn't do that and walk. At least her voice had dropped now, made more timid by the hallway's decor. We had made it up to one of the many floors that had been dedicated to sifting through the massive amounts of intelligence garnered through having tapped into every private conversation transmitted by arcano technology like the terminals. The Ministry of Morale had been listening. All along the dark corridor were smoke-blackened posters of Pinkie Pie. They were watching us, the eyes seeming to follow us as we moved. The bold word, forever, glared from the bottom of each poster. Creepiest, most disturbing hallway ever. I floated out one of the cupcakes we had found in the fridge and took a bite. It was a little stale, but still surprisingly edible after 2 centuries. Whoever made them was either a goddess of cooking or a very dark enchantress. Shoots without thinking. Like he shot that dragon before we could even try to talk to it. Like how he shot you. I was still ignoring her as we reached the end of the hall. Left, right, or through the doors ahead. I felt myself beginning to come down from the party time mentals. First chance I got, I was taking another. I really couldn't risk crashing in some place so dark and freaky, or for that matter, around Velvet Remedy when she was being such a... Whoa! I'd pushed open the doors and found myself staring into the sky. An office room 3 times the size of a stable atrium spanned out in front of us, filled with rows and rows of desks with terminals, then dropped away into empty space. The sun was just moving down below the cloud cover, painting the sky an apocalyptic orange. I'd somehow forgotten half the building was gone. For the first time in weeks, I was hit by massive, crippling vertigo. I'd become accustomed to the hugeness of outside, but to have it suddenly and unexpectedly thrown in my face awoke the agoraphobic filly inside me. Carefully, shaking slightly, I closed the door. Could actually like a brute like him. Velvet Remedy stopped for a breath. I thanked Celestia for the moment of quiet, viciously praying that she could send Velvet Remedy's voice on a lunar vacation. By my estimation, we were a floor above where the scooter had gotten caught. Collapsed stairwells had forced us to ascend higher, and now we were looking for a way back down. It just makes me so mad. Velvet Remedy burst out with a stomp. So much for the power of prayer. You know, I really think I should reconsider my options. There's plenty of other stallions in the equestrian wasteland. I felt a pang of jealousy. Started digging a hole to bury it in. Or, Velvet Remedy said with a sudden sweetness. I froze. I could feel her breath on my left ear. When had she gotten so close? With a sultry voice as smooth as melted chocolate, she suggested, or maybe a mare. I felt my knees go weak. My heart skipped a beat. My insides became flushed with heat and my stomach filled with butterflies. Then the cold, hard reality crashed over me, dousing the heat and killing the butterflies with frost. I turned on her instantly and coldly furious. No! Velvet Remedy took a surprised step back. No, you are too perceptive to not know I have a crush on you. I stepped forward, my voice cold and sharp. You do not get to play with my heart, offer me what I've yearned for, just to try to get back at Calamity. Velvet Remedy backed up, ears back, stammering. For the goddess's sake, Remedy, I barked. You are a follower of Fluttershy. You don't get to be that evil. Velvet Remedy's eyes were wide. Her ears were pasted back against her skull and she was cringing from me. Good. I turned and walked away, not wanting to look at her again. I left her still standing back there as I turned the corner. Something was tearing apart inside me, and I didn't want to let her see it. You're not supposed to be here, called out a voice that sounded disturbingly like a mechanical Pinkie Pie. You've been a bad pony. A Spritebot's grill glowed an angry reddish pink, and it aimed its magical energy weapon at me. Where are they all coming from? Cried out Velvet Remedy as 5 more Spritebots rounded the doorway and started vaporizing our barricade of tables and refrigerators. I knew the answer, but I didn't have time to explain it aloud. It was obvious, really. Before there was Watcher watching everyone, there was Pinkie Pie. Of course the Spritebots were hers. I imagined them floating along the streets of pre-war Ponyville, Appaloosa, Manhattan, ubiquitous everywhere. Bobbing along, playing cheerful tuba music and all the other happy little nonsense songs that they played. Little ambassadors of good cheer from the Ministry of Morale. Little spies. I fired off shot after shot, ducking down only to reload. The waves were coming faster now, and there were enough of them that my targeting spell was draining before I could finish them all off. Fortunately, they were easy targets. They didn't seem to understand evasion. The clarity of PTMs had faded away, leaving my brain sluggish. Every moment not spent aiming and firing was spent hoping for a chance to eat another menthol. But with Velvet Remedy crouching right next to me, there was no way to do so. I was still coldly angry with her, and the last thing I wanted to do was give her the satisfaction of seeing something she would interpret as proof she was right. I did have to wonder why this floor, though. 4 more swooped in through the shattered window. I threw a refrigerator at them. 3 were crushed by it. The 4th one was knocked away. Beside me, Velvet fired her needler pistol over and over at it. She was a bad shot, but finally hit it. The needle bounced off the armored robot harmlessly. The bot returned fire, slicing through her mane. Fine. She bristled with ladylike resolution. I was surprised to feel the combat shotgun flow out of its holder. Let's try this one. Blam! The Spritebot exploded in a shower of sparks. The office had, at some point, actually been quite nice. A huge window gave what would once have been a panoramic view of Manhattan. The window was shattered inward, the frame ringed with jagged glass teeth. 4 safes, blistered but intact, were built into the wall beside the window. There was a melted desk in front of it. In the far corner was a small half-kitchen. On the counter, a terminal gave off a soft pink glow. I had never seen one before which didn't glow that sickly apple green. The casing was warped and charred, and it took some of the special tools I'd retrieved from Stable 29 just to interface with it, but the screen was still readable. In the other far corner of the room, opposite the kitchen, was another blackened skeleton of a pony. I was just sitting down to try my hoof at hacking the terminal when I noticed it, and something buried within the bones. Curious, I got up and trotted over. What I had glimpsed was a spot of color, clean, unmarred by the balefire that engulfed this place. Looking closer, I could see a statuette amongst the long-dead pony's ribcage. A young purple unicorn with pink and violet stripes in her lavender hair. Twilight sparkle. Gingerly, I floated the statuette out of the ribcage and took a closer look. Immediately, I felt a strange wash of clarity that pushed away the cloud that had settled over my brain. The sensation was nowhere near as powerful as eating a party-time menthol, nor as flavorful. But I couldn't deny that it felt cleaner somehow. On the base of the statuette, "Be smart." Smiling a little, I slipped the statuette away and returned my attention to the terminal. This one was beyond my skill. Not even with the new tricks of the trade that I had learned from comparative reading was I able to crack it. "Little Pip,"
Velvet Remedy started, approaching me gingerly as I gave up in disgust.
"Please, about before." I stared at her warningly.
"Look, just don't talk about it."
Biting back a harsher retort.
"In fact, why don't you go stand outside for a little while? I need some fresh air."
I could see her deflate a little more at that. She nodded, saying no more, and walked into the office outside the strangely cupcake-shaped door. The moment the door swung shut, I floated out my party-time menthols and swallowed one. I went for the safes first, picking each one easily. And to my joy, the contents of the third safe held dozens of tins of party-time menthols. I was actually feeling even happier about the find than the 2 stealth bucks I found in the fourth. Then I turned my attention to the defiant terminal as my mind soared to new heights of intellect. It took 4 more times, forcing me to repeatedly back out of the system before it locked down. But I finally got it. I let out a whoop. "Little Pip." Velvet Remedy's voice sounded through the door, timid, cautious. My shoulders slumped. I sighed. Getting up from the terminal, I walked over to the door and opened it.
"Okay, look, I know you're sorry, and that you didn't mean it. But it doesn't change the fact that you tried to do it, and that's not going to stop hurting anytime soon."
She nodded, tears in her eyes. I felt bad. Why did I feel bad? I closed my eyes and sighed again. I was seeing the situation more clearly now, even though I didn't want to. Party-time menthols were an equal opportunity revealer.
"And for what it's worth, I get it. I know what it's like to put your faith in what you believe something to be rather than what something actually is."
I looked for an example that didn't reveal that I had gained effectively no insight from DJ Pone 3. I didn't want to admit that yet. And fortunately, it didn't take much for me to find an even better example.
When I stepped into the outside, I was completely lost. I didn't understand any of it. The only thing I understood was stables. Or at least, that's what I assumed. In reality, the only thing I understood was stable 2. And when the other stables didn't live up to my expectations, I couldn't handle it well.
I kicked at the floor, stirring up ash.
Hell, it didn't even take all the bizarre and fucked up social experiments. I get upset when the architecture isn't the same. Isn't what I think is right.
Velvet Remedy was staring down at me thoughtfully.
When something or some pony doesn't live up to your assumptions of who he is, then you either have to accept that you didn't know him as well as you thought you did, and strive to get to know the real him better, or you start, well,
"Doing what I'm doing now?" Velvet Remedy offered.
"Yeah,"
I smiled at her, then rolled my eyes.
"And I am totally the wrong pony to be giving this advice when I can't even manage it myself."
"Thank you, little Pip," Velvet said earnestly as I disappeared back through the cupcake door to look at the terminal once again. There was only one retrievable bit of data on the terminal, an audio message.
"Hi, Twilight, it's me. I've tried sending messages to you at both your Canterlot office and the one here. Every pony says that you are in Splendid Valley again, so now I'm trying you there too. I really hope you're not just avoiding me. I wouldn't blame you if you were."
The voice was anxious, sad, and cracked. I knew Pinkie Pie's voice. I'd heard it in Vinyl Scratch's memory. This was almost the same, but much more fragile. Possibly even broken.
"I went to the get-together at Spike's place and brought it just like you asked. All of my friends were there but you. Spike said it was because you couldn't get away from your work, but was it because I was gonna be there? Twilight, I'm so sorry. You were right. Totally right." I've known it for a long time. I can't. I couldn't, but I will. I've made an appointment at the Helping Hoof Clinic for tomorrow. They're supposed to have stuff there. Medicine that can help make addictions go away. Do you think they might be able to bake the medicine into a cake? Or maybe a pie? I like pie.
On the recording, I heard the sound of a knock and a door opening. A second voice interrupted. Miss Pinkie Pie, the Ministry of Wartime Technology has sent us a dozen Steel Rangers. They're in position with our agents. Again, Pinkie Pie spoke, but addressing the intruding pony. She didn't bother to edit the recorder, she just let it keep recording.
Ooh, those 4-star ponies are some bad ponies. They need to be banished, then locked up in the place where they were banished too. But first we need to get the secrets from their bad pony heads to make sure there aren't any more of them. So tell my ponies that we want them alive. Oh, I know! Have them go on one of my Pinkie balloons.
The intruding pony seemed unsure, taken aback by this suggestion. Miss, you want us to raid 4 stars using a giant blimp shaped like your head?
Uh-huh! I want them to know I'm coming for them.
I couldn't keep my mind from envisioning a giant pink balloon with the same staring face as the one on the gigantic billboard. I wasn't sure if that was ingenious or insane. On the audio recording, I heard the click of the door closing. Pinkie Pie returned to addressing her former friend, Twilight Sparkle.
Sorry about that. You wouldn't believe what's been going on. But don't worry. If we get through today, everything will be okay. After today, I can do what you wanted me to do. I can try to be your Pinkie Pie again. I'm sorry I haven't before, but I just couldn't. I know you don't believe me, but try to remember the Parasprites. I've done bad things, Twilight. Awful things. And I've let the ponies in my ministry do even worse things. And I'm really sorry. I don't know if I can be your Pinkie Pie again, but I'll try. That's a Pinkie Pie promise. Party time Mentos are bad. They mess ponies up. I know I'm messed up. More than ever. But I've needed them. Normal old Pinkie Pie is smart and she can sense when things are coming. But party time Mentos make me more. Not better. I know that now. But more. And we need more. Equestria needs more. On party time Mentos, my Pinkie sense is way more sensy. And is the only thing keeping us a hoof ahead of really bad things. My nose has been burning all day. It's like an itchy nose, only way worse. There are bad ponies, Twilight. And they mean to hurt us. To hurt all of Equestria. And just normal Pinkie Pie can't stop them. But after today, it'll all be okay again. I just know it. Just have to get through today. And tomorrow I've got that appointment. And Twilight, do you think maybe you could go with me? I'm kinda scared. And it isn't the sort of scared that goes away with giggling. I mean, I have you with me now, so you'll kind of be with me anyway. But it's not the same. I want the real Twilight Sparkle. I want my friend back. Please, I'll do anything.
The recording ended. I sat there, stunned. There was a whirlwind of thoughts in my head, but none of them quite came into focus. Party time Mentos mess ponies up. Pinkie Pie herself said that, but she also said they made her more. I knew that was true. They were making me more right now. Pinkie Pie had wanted to be rid of them, but she couldn't. Not just because she was addicted, but because she had become reliant on the boost in order to do her job, to try to save the lives of millions of ponies. How could that not be more important than one friendship? The equestrian wasteland requires sacrifices. The audio recording had an attachment. Error. Connection to Mary Pony Terminal number 42 failed. Message not sent. Twilight Sparkle had never received Pinkie Pie's last call. I have you with me now. My eyes fell on the pony skeleton from which I had retrieved the Twilight Sparkle statuette. A sadness welled up in me. I felt tears falling down my cheeks. Celestia and Luna be with you, Pinkie Pie. I said, not knowing what else to say. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the clouds above with streaks of pink and purple, twilight colors. Calamity and Steelhooves were already waiting for us when Velvet Remedy and I reached the floor below and found where the front end of the oversized Red Racer scooter had lodged tightly into what had once been the frame of a huge window, canted slightly. The massive red model groaned in the wind.
Oh yes, this looks safe,
Steelhooves commented. Velvet Remedy pulled up when she saw Calamity, staring at him until he looked back, then averting her gaze.
Okay, I think this time Velvet Remedy and Calamity should go together,
I suggested firmly. They had things they needed to talk about, and the sooner they did, the better for them and for me.
I'll go with Steelhooves and help levitate him across the scooter.
The sky above was growing perceptibly darker. We needed to hurry. I stepped up to the ledge and made the mistake of looking down. Massive, paralyzing vertigo hit me. We were 14 stories above the alley. The tiny red dots of manticore spotted the ground far, far below. Another flew through the alley about halfway between me and them. I felt cold sweat break out across my forehead. I didn't think I could do this.
No offense, but I don't want you levitating me, kid. You look like you're about to pass out.
Change of plan, Calamity announced. Lil Pip, get back from the ledge. Catch your breath. Velvet, you go first. Don't worry, he added, seeing her fearful expression. I'll be here to catch you if y'all fall. Lil Pip, when you're ready, use your levitation to help lighten Steelhooves' load. After that, I'll fly you across. We all agreed. Once away from the ledge, I felt much better. Velvet went first, testing the scooter. It vibrated slightly in the wind. It groaned alarmingly as she made it halfway, but it held. For a moment, I wondered why Calamity didn't just fly her across too. But I realized that there was no way he could carry Steelhooves, and it was better to have some pony lighter cross first, with Calamity waiting to swoop in, than to subject the scooter to Mr. Heavy Pony right off. Velvet Remedy jumped off the back end of the scooter, which stuck up about a pony's height from the Red Racer terrace it had fallen against. She smiled weakly and gave a little wave. I waved back. That's when I first noticed them. I spotted the broken scaffolding that had once held the giant Red Racer scooter several floors above. Nesting within it were the dark, leathery shapes of bloodwings. The sun had sunk fully beneath the horizon. The light was vanishing from the sky, and they were beginning to move. I levitated out the zebra rifle, thinking that if I could shoot them while they were all nested together, the fire might take out the whole nest. But Steelhooves was stepping onto the scooter. It let out a bone-shaking whine of protest, and I turned my focus on wrapping him in a telekinetic cocoon, negating the weight of his packs and armor. He probably weighed less than I did now. The first bloodwing spread out its wings and took to the air, hunting for prey. Calamity shot it. The form lurched in mid-flight, then dropped gracelessly from the sky. The report sent all the other bloodwings fluttering into the air. Calamity swooped, firing again, and another fell. But two more angled towards him, sensing dinner. The Pegasus spun around in the air and flew, drawing them away from us. Fat, fat, fat! I split my focus between firing the zebra rifle and keeping most of Steelhooves' weight off the scooter. Focusing on two different tasks wasn't like lifting two objects, but I could do it. Just not easily. And I couldn't use the targeting spell without losing my grip on the Steel Ranger. Most of my shots missed. I could hear the boom of gunfire from Velvet Remedy's position. She still had my combat shotgun, and with her second shot, one of the bloodwings exploded in gore. I saw another flapping high into the air above her. A curving trail of smoke rushed up to meet it, Steelhooves' missile exploding on impact. The leathery wings fluttered downward. No sign remained of the body they had once been attached to. With a thud, my view of the battle was consumed by the face of a bloodwing as it landed on the tip of the Red Racer scooter and snapped at me with dagger-like fangs. Unable to see him, I lost my grip on Steelhooves. The scooter gave a painful howl of metal scraping concrete. Fat, fat, fat! I missed. It was right in front of my face. I could smell its rancid breath, and I missed. The bloodwing curled in its wings, pushing through the window as it bit at me. I felt the huge bat-like creature collide with me, the foulness of its stench making me choke. Its blood-seeking fangs scraped against my armor, trying to sink in. I heard a shot from Calamity, and the Bloodwing let out an ear-rending screech. It backed out of the window, looking for its attacker, and flowers of blood blossomed from 2 holes in its head as Calamity fired again. "Figured you might be wanting a spot of help there, partner," Calamity called out, tipping his hat as he flew by. Now 4 Bloodwings were chasing him. Steelhooves had just made it across. I stared at the scooter. It had shifted from Steelhooves' weight. It looked even less stable than before. But Calamity was busy. I had to do this myself. "You can do this," I told myself aloud. "It was your plan." I stepped out onto the scooter, my legs shaking weakly. I was halfway across, drenched in sweat, moving an inch at a time when the Bloodwing swooped down at me. I swung the zebra rifle up at my attacker and pulled the trigger. Fat, fat, fat! The Bloodwing screeched, bursting into flame. My eyes widened as the burning bat hurtled right at me. Breaking into a panicked gallop, I raced for the end of the scooter. The burning corpse of the Bloodwing slammed into the scooter behind me, dislodging it from the Ministry of Morale window with a terrifying squeal. I felt the bridge I was racing across lurch away beneath my hooves, leaving me in free fall. Wrapping myself in my own magic, I tried to push myself forward, adding to my momentum. By Luna's grace, I was diving towards a window rather than a concrete wall. And because the equestrian wasteland hated me, it was one of the only windows in the entire Red Racer factory with a still mostly intact pane of glass. Glass slashed at me, my body erupting in points of fresh pain as I crashed through and landed hard, bouncing off a table and crashing through several chairs. Everything went black. When I came to, I was in the remains of a conference room. My whole body ached. I was several floors separated from my friends. Enough time had passed for the party time menthol to wear off. And a manticore was sniffing at me. I moaned. I tried to push myself to my hooves, but it was too hard. I wondered what it would feel like to be eaten, and if the manticore would sting me first. The manticore leaned down and bit into my mane, then lifted me up by it and started carrying me like a kitten. It hurt, the back of my neck and scalp burning, but it was hurting too much everywhere else to protest. The manticore turned and started walking out a hole in the wall. I spotted my zebra rifle amongst the splintered chairs and focused, floating it to me. The manticore either didn't notice or didn't know well enough to care. I realized I could just shoot it, but it was taking me someplace, and I was curious where. I needed to go someplace myself, and with any luck, it would be the same someplace. Either way, as much as being carried by my mane hurt, I didn't want to walk anywhere either. 2 floors later, I found out as the manticore stepped out of a stairwell onto a balcony that overlooked the factory floor. Little, normal-sized red scooters were scattered everywhere in various states of assembly. Between the decayed conveyor belts and ancient, dilapidated machinery, some pony had set up cages. Many of them were filled with ponies. Most were filled with horrifically bloated, twisted, and deformed corpses that used to be ponies. The sight of them twisted my stomach and stabbed through my heart. Manticores moved freely between the cages like guard dogs. My captor leaned over the edge of the balcony and opened its mouth, dropping me through the open ceiling of one of the cages. I landed in a thin layer of hay with a heavy, painful thump. Gingerly, I accessed the inventory sorting spell in my pit buck and floated out the extra strength restoration potion I had pocketed back in Stable 29. I drank greedily and rested as my body began to mend. "No way!" I whispered as I looked at the cell across from me on the other side of a conveyor belt full of scooter wheels. Inside was a familiar-looking sea blue mare. I whimpered. This couldn't be happening. She spotted me, which really wasn't surprising given my entrance. "Hey!" She pushed herself to her hooves and waved at me through the bars of her cage, whispering loudly, "It's you!" I looked up sorrowfully and nodded. "I'm sorry, this is my fault. I should have stayed with you, seen you safely home." The blue pony looked about fearfully. "No, he was waiting for me there." He? He who? "He took every pony in Gutterville," she hissed fearfully.
rounded us up with these monsters of his.
She looked me over.
You still have your guns. When he comes back, you have to kill him.
My mind was fogged from the post-mental depression and stupidity. I raced to catch up. Who? What? And finally,
why? The doctor, he's torturing us to death,
she told me urgently.
He says he's experimenting on us. He takes a pony back into that other room, and then they scream awful, horrible screams. And when he brings them back, most of them are dead. The lucky ones are. Some are still breathing and feeling, but not for long. Their bodies are all twisted and wrong.
Celestia, have mercy. I stood up, looking down the rows of cages. Dozens of pony faces stared back at me, most with expressions of horror and despair. Some looked to me hopefully. Other ponies looked at me with pity and a heartbreaking acceptance that soon they would die, desecrated and screaming, and there was nothing to be done about it. 2 ponies stared at nothing, their minds unable to deal with what was happening in here. Not while I was still breathing. The manticore, this doctor's monster, had put me in a cage. Cages couldn't hold me, and it had left me with my weapons. I focused, lifting first the zebra rifle, and then the poison dart gun, floating one to each side of me. I hadn't been prepared for mechanical owls or swarms of sprite bots or bloodwings, but I had planned for manticores. The bars just made this easier. The only way they could get me was above. I slid into sats. I'd never used 2 weapons like this before, but how hard could it be? The poison from a manticore's tail was paralyzing to ponies, fatal with enough of a dose. I didn't know if the manticores had any immunity to their own sting. If not, the poison should slow them at least. Bullets enchanted with fire should do the rest. I reloaded the clip on the zebra rifle and began to choose targets. Picking the lock to my cell would definitely have been easier without the dead manticore in the cage with me, but I managed. That manticore had been the only one to land inside my cell before I could kill it. The poison darts did no more to the manticores than to the sprite bots and owls, so I had tossed it aside for little Macintosh. The manticore had managed to rake me rather badly, leaving several bloody gashes across my breast before little Macintosh filled it full of noisy death. The dart gun and the zebra rifle were quiet. Little Macintosh was loud. But then, burning manticores were loud too. The factory was now filled with smoke and the smell of cooked manticore meat. My cell door swung open, and I rushed to the sea blue mare's cell, working the lock as fast as I could without breaking a bobby pin.
This time, I'll see you home,
I promised. But first,
where's this so-called doctor's lab?
She pointed the way, but I didn't go until I had opened the lock of every cell that held a living pony. I encouraged those who seemed more mentally fit to help the ponies who didn't have the ability to leave their cells on their own. I stalwartly prevented myself from looking too long or too closely at the dead ones.
Every pony stay here. I'll be right back. And then I'm getting you all out of this place and back to...
I looked to the sea blue pony, and she mouthed the name of her village.
Gutterville.
With that, I crouched down and began to move towards the lab. As soon as I'd left the factory floor, I activated one of the stealth bucks. This doctor wasn't going to see me coming. I slid past another manticore, making a mental note of where it was so I could kill it after dealing with the doctor. I didn't want to make any more noise now than I already had. At the end of the hall, I could see the double doors that led to what had once been the Red Racer factory's on-site emergency clinic. What did that say about the original factory safety levels? Light poured through the little square windows on the doors and between the cracks. Cautiously, I nudged the door open, being as quiet as possible, and slipped inside. The rotting form of a ghoul earth pony in a lab coat was puttering around tables of chemistry sets and medical equipment. Several medical beds lined one wall, stained darkly with what was probably not just blood. On the farthest one, a brown earth pony lay strapped, eyes wide and dead, a huge bubble having malignantly grown out of his chest. In the center of the room were the corpses of flayed open manticores. They looked like they had been dissected. Along one wall hung dozens of manticore tails. In the far corner, barrels were stacked 2 ponies high. Each bore a yellow diamond-shaped label with dark purple warning symbols. Toxic magical byproduct. Property of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. Do not touch, breathe, or stare at. No, no, the ghoul doctor muttered to himself. I'm so close. That last batch almost worked. What am I missing? He trotted over to a terminal, looking over screens of data, then turned towards the pile of dead manticores. Look at you. You look exactly the same as you did before the bombs. Except I was guessing not so dead and autopsied. Radiation doesn't touch you. Taint doesn't harm you. You're the perfect creatures. I floated little Macintosh out. Ghouldoc wasn't a sadistic raider type. He was totally cracked. I hesitated to shoot, letting him finish his disturbed rant. I wanted to know what these ponies had died so horribly for, even if I knew it wouldn't make any sense. The doctor stopped, staring at the end of one of the tables. Amongst the clipboards and hot plates sat a memory orb. He reached out and touched it, rolling it under his hoof, then turned away. I know the secret is in your poison, he announced to the flayed manticore bodies. I just haven't perfected the formula yet. A few more tweaks, a few more tests. But I will crack this. He spun to the dead buck on the medical bed. Trotting up to him, the doctor whispered encouragingly, Won't be long now. Every pony is going to remember you, all of you, and most of all me. We're going to give the ponies of Equestria the cure for taint. I think I'll call it Taint Away. He paused as if the pony corpse had responded. No, you're right. That's a silly name. Stepping back, he waved a hoof at the corpse, smiling. No, not at all. No need to thank me. I was happy to let you do your part. Good goddess Celestia. The doctor paused in a moment of revelation. I'm going to need more ponies. Curiosity got the better of me. I was invisible, and this psychopath wasn't going to hurt any pony else right away. I figured I had time. I moved to the far table, lowered my horn, and focused on the memory orb. The real world fell away from me, replaced by a luxurious office. Trophies lined the shelves. A much smaller, oversized model of a red racer scooter hung from the ceiling. Everything had an odd reddish tint to it, and my view kept bobbing and tilting, making me seasick. Behind a large desk, crafted from dark wood, stood an older mare with an orange coat and purple hair that showed the first solid streaks of gray. Anything yet? The voice was damningly familiar. Just one so far, came a voice not from me, but from near me. I suddenly realized that this memory was distinctly and terrifyingly different. I could see and hear, but I couldn't feel, smell, or taste. I had no sense of body at all. My perspective suddenly tilted crazily, leaving me looking at the ceiling. Then it righted itself again. Much more of this, and I would vomit, possibly giving away my position. But I was locked in the memory until it was over. I realized I had made a grievous tactical error. I was bobbing towards a bookshelf. Then I was staring at the wall above it through the haze of red. Slowly my view pivoted until I was looking into the face of a stern white unicorn with scarlet hair and a matching scarlet glow around her horn. She stared right into me. Then her horn stopped glowing, and the red haze vanished, leaving the room in sharp and perfect color. The unicorn trotted across the room, her horn beginning to glow again as she scanned over the furniture on the far side. When her horn passed near one of the lamps, there was a gleam of brilliant pink from it. The pink gleam flashed with the sound of a popping balloon and was gone. This is the last one, Miss Scootaloo. Your room is clean of any Ministry of Morale snooping, the unicorn said. Shall I send them in now? Scootaloo nodded, grimacing. Please. My friends have been waiting long enough. She watched the unicorn walk out of the office, then looked around with a sigh. Her gaze caught me. Oh, peekaboo, she called out after the unicorn. You left your... Her voice trailed off with a sigh. Sparkle Cola? I was a Sparkle Cola? No, wait. I was a spy device planted inside a bottle of Sparkle Cola. Scootaloo trotted over to me, leaning up and grasping what I now assumed was the top of a cola bottle, lifted it, and carried me over to her wastebasket. My vision twisted weirdly as I fell, landing face up amongst her trash. She stared at me through the circle of the wastebasket, then trotted out of sight. I heard the door open. All I could see was the ceiling. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, it's so good to see you two. I mean, you have no idea, Scootaloo said, sounding relieved. Then a tenseness crept into her voice. You weren't followed, were you? No pony saw you? Good to see you, too, Apple Bloom said with a bit of cheer. And no, we were careful. But do you really think it's a good idea to have a secret meeting a block away from the Ministry of Morale? You know I chose this place thinking they would never expect any pony to plant something right under their noses. But Peekaboo found 2 more Ministry bugs in my office just before you got here. Who's Peekaboo? Asked the sweet voice of Sweetie Belle. Head pony of my personal security, Scootaloo answered, then stomped. I hate this! Scoots! Scootaloo growled with frustration. I hate all this hiding and sneaking around. It's not fun anymore. It never was fun, commented Apple Bloom. No, you're right. It's sick. Scootaloo stomped partially into view, waving her hoof towards her office window. We're having clandestine meetings, creating new types of dual encryption, lurking about in unfinished stables just to be able to talk freely to each other. These are the ponies I respect the most. 2 of them are your sisters, and we have to hide from them to get anything done. Hey now, nothing wrong with Applejack. Rarity's just under pressure. Scootaloo sounded like she spit her bit. Okay, granted. Applejack hasn't really done anything bad. And I'm proud to say that Rainbow Dash is still good too. But the others? Pinkie Pie? And really, Sweetie Belle? The Ministry of Image? What the fuck? Stop talking about my sister like that, Sweetie Belle asked with an edge of warning in her voice. Yeah, we all know the score. No need to rub it, Apple Bloom suggested. Let's talk about something else. Like the Manhattan stables, Sweetie Belle prompted. I hear you started sending ponies into them already? Yeah, or why you keep changing the designs to my stables? Scootaloo sighed. We've been over this, Apple Bloom. We have to sometimes change the stable layout and features to accommodate the experiments. But my designs were perfect, complained Apple Bloom. Exactly, retorted the purple-haired orange pony. Your designs are always perfect. That's why every pony uses them. Your designs have single-hoofedly put terminals in every household. The terminals were an early design. Pip-bugs are much better. But, Scootaloo persisted, every stable can't be perfect. Not for the experiments to work. But why not? Scootaloo groaned, walking out of sight. Apple Bloom followed her, moving into view. I only saw part of her head, but she was a pretty pale yellow pony with a brilliant rose mane. I guessed she was the same age as the orange mare. I know that if we ever have to use the stables, it's important to make sure ponies don't just make the same mistakes after they get out. But it's just as important to make sure they get out right. So why change a design meant to optimize the chances of that? I don't get why. Apple Bloom glanced down at me. Hey, when did you start drinking Sparkle Cola again? I couldn't tell if Scootaloo was annoyed or thankful for the change of topic. I haven't. You know I can't touch the stuff after hearing about that accident at the plant. That was Peekaboo's. Oh, Apple Bloom said, looking away. And what is this about you calling ponies into the Manhattan stables already? The Omega protocols ain't been activated yet. Well, you know how things are headed. Do you really think that we'll get much warning when they do? Enough for an evacuation? Sweetie Belle answered, No. And, okay, I'll be honest. I've begun to have second thoughts about some of the experiments, especially in the Manhattan stables. They're risky. Scootaloo admitted heavily. I'd like to do a dry run, just to make sure there aren't any problems before the real thing. Apple Bloom cocked her head. But won't that tell every pony what we're up to? That will ruin the experiments. She didn't sound like she wanted that any more than Scootaloo did. I know, Scootaloo stomped morosely. So we'll keep the Manhattan ponies in their stables until the threat of this war is over. After that, it won't matter anymore. I don't think I can spin that, said Sweetie Belle cautiously. They'll see us as evil ponies, experimenting on helpless captives. How can we justify that if it turns out it wasn't needed after all? Don't worry, Scootaloo said solemnly. I've arranged things so you two are in the clear. It will all look like my idea. With a humorless chuckle, she noted, Really, it kinda was anyway. Scoots? Yeah, we can't let you do that. A hoof hit the desk with enough force to shake the trash basket. I was now staring at a wrapper from Cupcake Emporium. Yes, you can! Because you have to! Scootaloo's tone was fierce, and I suspected, on the verge of crying. We can't let this happen again! Rainbow Dash, Applejack, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, all of them! I love them too! But this thing they've created is out of control, and it's hurting every pony, and I can't let it happen again, ever! This isn't our Equestria anymore! It's not the happy, safe, pleasant world any of us grew up in! I don't understand how it could have gotten this way! How it could have gotten this bad! Some pony needs to figure it out and fix it. And if I have to become the villain of the piece to do that, then I will. Reality reasserted itself without forewarning, and I immediately knew I was in trouble. The memory had been far longer than the others. The invisibility spell had worn off. At some point, I had simply appeared in the room, transfixed by the memory orb. Now I was on a medical table, bound in chains. My weapons had been removed and stashed, probably nearby, but still out of sight. I was still wearing my armored utility barding. It was soaked in blood from the slashes across my chest, and I was woozy from loss of blood. The ghoul doctor trotted up to me. Oh, hello there. Back with me now? Good. Don't worry, you're going to help a lot of ponies. The doctor leaned out of sight, then returned with a syringe in his mouth. He stared down at me, and continued to stare, and kept staring, frozen in place, until the sea blue mare walked up, my poison dart gun in her mouth, and tipped the paralyzed doctor over with a nudge of her hoof. I gave her a thankful look. She turned, looked down, and started stomping furiously on the ghoul doctor. I heard the skull crack and splinter. The pony seemed to be taking out all her hurt and rage on the ghoul, stomping and stomping and stomping long after he must have been dead. It took me time to float out my screwdriver and a bobby pin and unlock each of my chains. They were easy locks, but I was wounded and alarmingly lightheaded. I broke 3 bobby pins before I was through. All that time, the sea blue pony slammed her hooves down on what was now more paste than a body. She didn't stop until I wrapped her in a hug and held her. I sat on a ledge, overlooking the depressing town of Gutterville, as the early morning sun broke over the city. Below, Velvet Remedy was caring for the ponies we had helped back there. Calamity and Steelhooves had been discussing possible defenses that could be added around the collection of hovels. Calamity was explaining now about the turret array we'd put together back in Junction R7. I had met up with my friends in the Red Racer factory about a half an hour after the death of the ghoul doctor. They had managed to find the safe that DJ Pone 3 was interested in, but had no way of unlocking it. Instead, Steelhooves had blown apart the entire wall around the safe and had been dragging it around behind himself with a harness. Calamity had looted everything else. Inside were 2 demo recordings. Hush Now, Quiet Now, Manhattan Never Sleeps rendition by Sweetie Belle, and a song called Sing It by the Cutie Mark Crusaders. I hoped that Homage liked her prize. Watcher floated silently next to me. After the Ministry of Morale hub, I wasn't sure I would ever see those little sprite bots the same way again.
It's not enough, is it?
I asked, breaking the silence.
Knowing your virtue, I mean.
I remembered Watcher's list of great virtues of pony kind, but those virtues, I'd come to realize, weren't great on their own. I had seen dark, stunted versions of many of them. Pinky/Silverbell's mirthless, sorrow-born laughter. God's loyalty only to contract and coin. Monterey's honesty out of desperate self-image. I'd almost collected a set. No, Watcher replied in that toneless, mechanical voice which Watcher hid behind. There's a spark that's needed. Without it, a virtue isn't anything special. What's the spark? I asked forlornly. I didn't even know my virtue. Now I needed a spark, too? Friendship, Watcher said simply. I looked up at the floating sprite bot, the shifting of position making the bandages on my breast rub.
Friendship?
I turned to watch Velvet Remedy bandage the leg of a pink stallion. I saw Calamity laughing good-naturedly at something Steelhooves had said. Friendship. I had friendship. I felt a pang of joy as the acceptance of that cut through the petty jealousy and creeping paranoia that had threatened to overwhelm me. I had friends. You could say I've made a study of the subject, Watcher admitted. Then, before I could ask, a static pop heralded Watcher's disappearance. The sprite bot floated away on tambourine music. Homage smiled, floating the 2 demos away from me. Thank you, all of you. DJ Pone 3 has been waiting to hear these for a long time. He can't tell you how much he appreciates this.
Well, he could start by telling us himself,
Steelhooves suggested dourly. Sorry, Homage apologized. He's very busy preparing the next news segment. But he sent me to make sure you knew how thrilled he is, and to give you this. Homage's horn glowed as she guided the flux regulator to rest at Calamity's hooves. Oh, intoned Velvet Remedy with clear disappointment. I was hoping to meet him and sing for him. I flinched, realizing I hadn't mentioned that to Homage yet. The pretty gray unicorn shot me a questioning look.
Tomorrow,
I stammered.
I'm sure DJ Pone 3 will have time for us tomorrow. And it has been such a long day. Do any of us really want to meet him without getting some rest first?
I swallowed, looking hopefully to the others.
And a bath?
That sealed it for Velvet Remedy, who nodded primly. Oh, right, whatever was I thinking?
And don't you want to give that thing?
I pointed to the arcane device as I spoke to Calamity.
A good look over before we go anywhere?
Yup. I looked to Steelhooves. I had nothing, but he seemed to get the hint and turned to leave.
Coming with us, little Pip.
I'll catch up,
I offered, needing to hang back at least long enough to pitch the idea of Velvet Remedy's music to Homage. My friends walked into the elevator and turned around. Velvet was smiling to me, letting me know once again how thankful she was for our talk earlier and for my forgiveness. Calamity gave me a tip of his hat. The door slid closed. The elevator began to descend, taking them down towards our suite. Thank you, Stable Dweller, Homage said softly. And not just for the demos. I've already heard from Gutterville. Remembering Watcher's trick when we first met, I felt a pang.
Did you? No?
But Homage's eyes went innocently wide. No, if I did, I would have told you. Because if I had known and had told you, I know you would have gone in just to help them. I nodded and smiled gratefully. I wish every pony treated me like Homage. So, Velvet Remedy, she any good? I grinned.
The best! Direct descendant from Sweetie Belle.
That caught Homage's attention.
And she's not only inherited the skill, I think she's surpassed it.
Well, then this I have got to hear. I poked my hoof at the floor, thoughts of Velvet Remedy filling me with melancholy. There was something I hadn't had the courage to ask before, and now my heart was aching to know.
Homage, can I ask you a favor?
Sure. The gray unicorn smiled brightly. What, have a request? I took a deep breath. This was going to be humiliating, but Homage had eyes almost everywhere. If anyone could find anything for me, it was her.
You watch all over Equestria. The parts you can see. Have you ever spotted a mare out there who might like me?
I closed my eyes, almost drowning in embarrassment.
I mean a mare who likes mares who might like a mare like me?
Every second Homage was quiet felt like an anvil falling on my head, followed by a hay cart, followed by a piano. I might, Homage said cautiously. I sagged, feeling both relieved but mortified. Then, could you point me in the right direction? Tell me where? I felt a hoof gently touch my shoulder. Little Pip, I said, I might. I turned to look at her, not comprehending. Then, looking into her eyes, I felt a spark of understanding. Oh! I blinked. Her expression softened, sensuously. The spark ignited into a fire. Oh! Homage smiled beautifully. Thank you, Celestia. Footnote, level up. Skills note, science has reached 100%. New perk, Action Filly. Level 2. You know your targeting spell like the back of your hoof, making you about 20% cooler in combat. For each level of this perk, you gain plus 15 action points and sats. Chapter 18. Unnatural Causes. That job had strange written all over it. Hope. Finally, I found another mare whom I respected and admired, who respected, and maybe even admired, me in return. One who was attracted to mares, and who I could believe was at least a little physically attracted to me. We weren't in love. We barely knew each other. But there was the possibility of love. There was, in a word, hope. The last 16 hours had made for a very long day. As much as I would have loved to spend the next several hours with Homage, she had realized straight away that I was in no shape for anything but sleep. So she had sent me back off to my suite, where Velvet Remedy had puttered and tisked about my wounds until I had fallen into a dreamless sleep out of sheer exhaustion. I woke up very late in the morning, hungry, and for more than just food. Velvet Remedy had already awoken and disappeared to the shops to get the best caps for everything Calamity had decided to swipe from the ruins of the Red Racer factory and the Ministry of Morale Hub. Most of what Velvet and I had scavenged was intended for our own use. Food and ammo, mostly, as well as the poison glands I cut out of the manticores. After what she had been through, I had decided to allow the sea blue pony to keep my poisoned dart gun. I had everything needed to create another one once we returned home. Calamity had seen to the purchase of a workstation, currently very disassembled, which he would install at Junction R7 when we arrived, which, thanks to the part needed to repair the Sky Bandit, shouldn't be more than a few days. I wasn't about to leave until I had the chance to spend quality time with Homage. Out of more than curiosity, I turned my pit buck to DJ Pone 3's station and listened to the music playing while I cleaned and groomed myself. Homage had already begun to integrate the new music into DJ Pone 3's playlist. That usually upbeat song about mending friendships which Homage and I had danced to was playing while I cleaned my teeth and tried to work all the tangles out of my mane and tail. Hoorah! DJ Pone 3's voice thundered over the airwaves as the song ended. Celestia and Luna bless us, we have new music. And with that new music comes some new news. Ready for this? Last night, our wasteland savior. My telekinesis imploded, dropping everything I was floating. That kid from Stable 2 found and rescued the good folks of Gutterville. And what horror did she save them from, you ask? A psychotic ghoul scientist who was performing experiments with Taint and who had bred himself a small army of manticores. That, folks, is what we mean by crushing 2 radroaches with 1 hoof. She not only saved the lives of over 24 ponies, but she solved Manhattan's manticore problem, too. I dropped my head into the sink, letting out a whimpering sigh. My reputation was totally out of control. I barely heard the door to the suite open as I anguished over what ponies would be thinking and expecting of me now. Part of me swore Homage just liked making me squirm. Hell, you see the kid? Tell her to stop by and visit. Old DJ Pone 3 wants to give her a big kiss for that one. My head shot up, catching my horn painfully on the faucet. Ow! You do know there are more civilized ways to get a drink of water than slurping it out of the sink, right? Velvet Remedy's voice rang out from the other room. Wincing, I touched my horn, looking at myself in the mirror, then turned to Velvet. She was pulling a small red wagon behind her, loaded with supplies and dresses. I stared at the rather fancy and elegant gowns. I thought we would want to look our best for DJ Pone 3, she stated simply. Crap! I'd forgotten about Velvet Remedy's impending audition. Don't worry, I know your size. I've wrapped you in bandages often enough that I ought to. I felt myself blushing. Velvet Remedy flitted a pair of dresses, both simple yet graceful, towards me. They'll look perfect on you. Trust me. The one on the right will really bring out your eyes. The one on the left will beautifully complement your mane and tail.
Which one should I wear then?
Up to you. Or if you want to be mysterious, both. Find an excuse to step out and change halfway through the evening. Velvet Remedy smiled brightly. Go on, take them. A girl can never have too many dresses. I nodded, floating them to my bed with care, then jumped and gave Velvet Remedy a hug.
Thank you.
Oh, think nothing of it, dear. She whinnied kindly. Velvet Remedy was expecting to meet DJ Pone 3. I needed to talk with Homage and find out how she wanted to handle this. If Homage was willing to reveal herself to me, trusting me with such a big secret, then it stood to reason she would be equally willing in regard to my friends. Part of me, however, didn't want her to. I wanted it to remain our little secret. Just Homage and I. Something special between us. I wanted her not to want to trust any other pony, not even Velvet Remedy, with such a gift. It was a selfish thought. I knew I should be ashamed of myself for having it. But I consoled myself that this was Homage's secret to tell or keep, so the fact that I was keeping it from my friends was an act of virtue. On the way to the elevator, I passed a poster. Pinkie Pie, it insisted, was still watching me. Forever! On the opposite wall was a poster of Fluttershy, this time not modeling for Sparkle Cola, but an actual poster for her own ministry. War? Fear? Death? We must do better. Ministry of Peace. We must do better. We should be better. I should be better. I understood why Velvet Remedy loved that yellow Pegasus pony. If only there had been more like her, then the Equestrian Wasteland may never have been. I was still contemplating the poster when Homage stepped out of the elevator. Her face brightened as she spotted me. Ah, just the toaster repair pony I was looking for. I would never live that down.
Homage.
I breathed, feeling my heart flutter a bit as I fully drank in the fact that this pretty gray unicorn with the vibrant blue mane actually had feelings for me. Possibly romantic feelings. Or at least she was willing to entertain the idea of them. That alone was more than I'd ever had from a mare before, and from a mare whom I really liked, and who was cute too. Yes, she said playfully, making me stammer.
That is, we. When and how did you want to do the thing at the place?
The thing at the place? I waved a hoof in flustered exasperation.
You know, Velvet Remedy, DJ Pone 3, recording her music.
Oh, Homage grinned. That thing at that place. You trust her, right? The ponies of Timpani Tower know me as DJ Pone 3's errand girl, but I really can't let it get out that I'm a bit closer to him than that. She can keep a secret? Part of me hated sharing the truth about Homage, but it would be wrong not to.
Forever.
You are DJ Pone 3? Homage smiled, clearly enjoying Velvet Remedy's disbelief. Velvet had made herself up gorgeously and donned one of her new dresses, a stunning purple number, all with the intention of making a breathtaking first impression. Now she was shooting me cross glances. I've got a whole recording studio in here, so the recording will be as good as you are, Homage said, stepping between us as she spoke to Velvet. I found myself staring at Homage's flanks, covered with a silky silver dress that sparkled as it clung so tightly to. Velvet was looking at me. She'd caught me staring, and the little smile on her face made my heart sink. I'd be lucky if the rest of our travels weren't to a soundtrack of Little Pip and Homage sitting in an apple tree. Homage gave Velvet Remedy a much abbreviated tour, skipping the roof and the Athenaeum altogether, but showing off the small recording studio that exited off the MASEBS. Velvet looked like she was in heaven. No matter how much she protested, no matter how much she longed to be a medical pony, the only one Velvet could hope to convince that she didn't get unparalleled joy from singing was Velvet herself. As Velvet Remedy entered the studio chamber, Homage turned her attention to the recording equipment, waving her horn over a desk of switches and dials. Rows of colorful lights lit up in response. I was left to sit in a corner and watch the show. Velvet Remedy approached the microphone. "Sound check. Do you hear me clearly, DJ? What should I call you?" "Homage when we're together," the gray unicorn replied. I felt a completely irrational twinge of jealousy at the mention of them and together. I clopped my forehead. Such feelings were as unbecoming as they were ridiculous.
Stop being a silly pony, little Pip.
I whispered to myself under my breath. "This is an amazing setup, Homage," Velvet admired. Then almost too casually she asked, "Would you happen to have a workbench anywhere around here?" Homage looked up from the recording desk. "Yes, why?" "Oh, good. Little Pip has a project and she needs a private workspace," Velvet Remedy claimed. Now I felt really stupid for having felt that involuntary twinge. Even on the verge of giving a performance that would be heard Equestria-wide, Velvet Remedy was thinking about helping me. "I suspect the project will take her all night," Velvet purred conspiratorially. "It's all right if she spends the night with you, isn't it?" Sore-flaring orgasms of Celestia? "Oh, I'd love the chance to," purred Homage back, "entertain her for a night." I was doomed. "Ready when you are." Velvet Remedy's horn began to glow. The recording chamber filled with colorful light and rich electric music. Homage was struck with awe. I smiled, knowing the impact of a Velvet Remedy performance. "Music is my remedy." 4 hours later, Homage and I strolled the mall of Timpani Tower. Velvet Remedy had been amazing. At her insistence, Homage had let Velvet perform each song multiple times, making sure she had the best possible recording for each. Once her performance was completed, my charcoal-coated companion had been exhausted and had taken her leave of us to take a nap. Homage had been gushing about the performance and the new music since. Thankfully, I felt no repeat pangs of jealousy at this. I was, in fact, rather in awe myself. Homage and I spent over an hour just reliving the performance like a couple of fan fillies after a concert. The first song had been a Stable 2 favorite. If I was to attribute to her a theme song, it would have been that one. And the second also a popular one from her days in the stable. The third was her rendition of a song that she had once told me was originally performed by Pinkie Pie in the original DJ Pone 3 at Hoofbeats. Something she had chosen especially for DJ Pone 3. It was the song she had started to sing at Shattered Hoof, and I was thrilled to finally hear it to completion. The effect on Homage was thrilling. I loved seeing the little gray unicorn squee. The final number was one I heard Velvet Remedy constructing during our travels. The one she had once claimed was about me. I couldn't decide if I wanted to melt or hide. We had reached the edge of a mezzanine staring down into the lower floor of the Timpani Tower Mall, filled with classy shops, including one just for wine, and another across from it had been just for cheese, but was now closed. As we approached the stairs down, I stopped at the sight below. Steelhooves was trotting about, peering into storefront windows and taking in displays of art, casual as you please. All around him, ponies were stopping and staring, some shying away. I saw a mother pull her curious filly behind her protectively. "Your friend is causing quite a stir," Homage noted. I chuckled. I guess the high society of Timpani isn't used to seeing a pony in magical power armor. I wondered if his armored hooves were scuffing their pretentiously polished marble floor. Well, he is a steel ranger. That gives most ponies pause. This was not the first time I had heard some pony I trusted suggest the steel rangers had a less than sterling reputation. Why is that? Homage looked at me with surprise. "You're traveling with a steel ranger," she said slowly. "And you don't know anything about them?" I opened my muzzle to say that I knew they were... What? I knew them from the posters, but those were 200 years old. Truth was, I didn't know the Steel Rangers. I knew steel hooves. At least more than my companions knew the enigmatic pony completely concealed by his armor. I'd seen a memory orb. One of a memory I had assumed, with reason, was his.
No, I suppose I really don't. Tell me.
Homage guided us away from the stairs and towards a table at a small but expensive eatery. A waitress pony brought us menus the moment we sat down, managing to look haughty, as if her customers were beneath her. Looking at the menu, I once again discovered that everything on it was a fancified version of pre-war food. I shook my head, pushing the menu aside.
50 bottle caps for a banana puree that I can find in the refrigerator of a ruined building for free? No thanks. Frying it into strips and weaving it to look like a basket isn't worth that much.
Homage lifted an eyebrow. Try to remember that most ponies here wouldn't last a day on the outside. There are raiders, slavers, renegades, security robots, and possibly even a stray manticore between them and that free food. She looked around at the other patrons, then leaned forward and whispered, "Honestly, I don't think most of these ponies could handle radroaches. They'd stomp one, then the other radroaches would kill them while they were still trying to scrape radroach gunk from their hooves in uncontrolled disgust." I looked around at the elite mares and gentle stallions of Timpani. She was probably right. The stockpiles from Timpani Tower itself ran out generations ago. What they sell now has been acquired from scavenger ponies, specialists in plumbing the ruins of Manhattan for foodstuffs. Fortunately, there were food shops, restaurants, and groceries galore in this city before the bomb, so scavenging has been as fruitful as it is dangerous. But scavenger ponies don't risk their necks for cheap.
And with how irradiated all the water is?
It's hard for a pony family to purify enough for a tiny garden. For a restaurant like this, fresh crops are out of the question. I considered that, then picked up the menu again. I ordered the fried banana puree basket and a bottle of wine. It was surprisingly full of flavor.
The Steel Rangers.
Homage explained over our glasses of wine, are the old guard of the Ministry of Wartime Technology. They see themselves as the knights of the greatness of the past, which they consider to be tied to Equestria's advancements in technology and industry, and custodians of the technology that their ministry helped create. Honestly, most of them would be more interested in saving your pit buck than saving you. After lunch, I treated homage to an early evening at the spa. The last time had been so utterly delightful that I had to share the experience with her. Homage had asked that the small radio in the spa be turned to DJ Pone 3 station. From the expression the spa ponies gave her, they didn't much approve of the ghoul-loving renegade, but were used to this request. With the new music playing, I suspected that the broadcast popularity was peaking. One of the pretty spa ponies was dabbing my face with cleansing and revitalizing mud when the voice of DJ Pone 3 blasted out the little radio. "Good evening, children." I looked to Homage in surprise. She winked back before they covered her eyes with slices of cucumber. "Got a question for all you faithful listeners. Have any of you mares or bucks ever seen a ghost?" Now, DJ Pone 3, I hear you say, there's no such thing as ghost. Been ghost stories about Manhattan ever since my grandmother's grandmother was a filly, and no pony's ever actually seen one. Ghost stories are all made up, you know. Well, now what if DJ Pone 3, your voice in the wasteland, were to tell you that I've seen a ghost? And I don't mean heroic stable dwellers who miraculously survive falling off cliffs and trains, not this time. I groaned aloud. I would have clenched my eyes, but they were already being covered with vegetables. Now, it was several years ago, and I had just gotten myself out of a tight spot with one of those manticores. So I was riding Dash and Stampede at the time. But she was there. Celestia's honest truth. Never seen her again, or found the exact spot I'd stumbled onto. But there are more crazy things in this wild wasteland than you'd believe. Later, as spa ponies gave us a pony petty and horn treatment, I asked Homage,
What is Stampede?
"Oh, a mixture of rage and painkillers," Homage answered. "A friend and I found the recipe in the ruins of a MOP clinic when we were younger." My curiosity took hold.
A friend? Will I get to meet her?
No, I'm afraid my friend didn't survive the efforts to get us into Timpani Tower. I felt amazingly refreshed and relaxed. Our time in the spa had been pleasant and intimate, and I had high hopes for the rest of the evening. As we stepped out of the spa, Homage leaned close and whispered, "Had the last bit pre-recorded. It's a good idea to be seen in public occasionally while DJ Pone 3 is live on the radio." I nodded, staring at her just a little. The mud bath had been the first time I had seen her wearing neither a dress nor a spa robe. Her cutie mark looked like it could be either a speaker or a megaphone. Either way, it was perfectly appropriate to her. And I could see why she chose to keep it private through dressing finely. If anyone suspected she was more than just DJ Pone 3's errand filly, the cutie mark was all but a dead giveaway. 3 little ponies galloped up to us, 2 colts and a younger filly. The 2 youngest had tears in their eyes, the colt trying to hold his back while the filly was blinking hers away with a hopeful expression. I heard Homage moan at their approach. "Miss Homage," the oldest colt called out as they drew close. "DJ Pone 3 says Daddy tried to rob the heroine of the wasteland, and that's why he's in jail. Is it true?"
Did he really do that? Daddy wouldn't.
Oh, fuck me with the moon. Moon, sun, both of them. Rate me hard. Homage looked, if anything, even less comfortable. But she stood by the truth. "Yes, children, I'm afraid he did."
But he's really sorry.
I interjected, even though I knew the only thing Monterey Jack was actually sorry about was that it put him in a bad place.
And I'm sure they'll let him go.
I paused, wincing as I chose my words, speaking more slowly.
I know the stable dweller is really upset to see him in jail. Will she save him?
The filly blurted out with so much hope in her voice it nearly knocked me over. "Why would she do that?" her eldest brother retorted. "He threatened her and tried to rob her." I looked to Homage hopelessly.
"They ain't gonna let him go," said the middle brother. "They're gonna hang him in 2 days."
I paced back and forth in the Athenaeum as Homage watched me sadly. "You can't interfere."
"Oh, yes, I can."
Homage gave a melancholy sigh. "I understand why you feel you should, even if he did lay his own hay. But from what you said, it doesn't really sound like he wants to be helped." I snorted.
"Then I'm not going to leave it up to him. He has 3 children that need looking after. They need to come before his twisted-up code of honor."
"Little Pip," Homage whispered. "We've just met. I don't want to lose you already." I stopped, shocked.
"Lose me?"
In exasperation, Homage pointed out, "If you do anything and survive the guards with their battle saddles, you and your friends will never be allowed to set hoof in Timpani Tower again." I turned and looked into her eyes, and they were glistening, ready to cry. "I'll be with you, always, pretty much wherever you go. Just tune into DJ Pone 3 and I'll be there, but you won't be able to be with me." I fell back on my haunches as the weight of what I would be sacrificing descended fully upon me. Night was falling as I walked slowly along the Celestia line. Velvet Remedy and Steel Hooves walked in line behind me. Calamity was flying scout. All I had told the others was that I was going for a walk. Every one of them insisted on coming with me. Only Velvet Remedy asked if there was a reason why, and she did so in private. She could tell I was distressed, and she was alarmed that I was not spending the evening with Homage. Calamity, I think, was looking for an excuse to stretch his wings. Steelhoof simply fell in behind me without comment. I felt he would go anywhere I did, and I still had no idea why. Truth was, as much as I wanted to spend the night with Homage, I was too messed up inside to enjoy it. I needed fresh air. I needed to clear my head. I needed a distraction. Fortunately, the gray unicorn had not only understood, but had encouraged me. Velvet Remedy's horn provided light. I didn't even need the one from my pit buck. The quiet of the night wrapped us like a blanket, punctured by the occasional distant screams or gunshots. Each time, Calamity swooped away to investigate. Sometimes he came back with reports of scavengers fighting off wild animals. Most of the time, he returned no wiser than before. Once, his disappearance was followed by several little thunder cracks. I knew the sound of his battle saddle by heart. I heard no return fire, but we all stopped and waited and worried all the same. It took him a quarter of an hour to return, and when he did so, he was laden with sacks of pilfered goods. "Raider nest. Bunch of earth pony raiders with spears and sledgehammers," he explained with a grin. "No pony expects a Pegasus." He landed and passed me a sack full of metal apples. "They didn't have any ammo either. but they had these. Steelhooves offered to take the grenades. Of the lot of us, he was the only one who actually had any skill with the things. One of these days, we gotta get you something that don't do splash damage. Calamity passed another sack, this one clearly holding a square box with beveled edges inside, to Velvet Remedy. The medical kit they had was locked, so I just brung the whole thing. Brought, Velvet corrected as she took the sack. That's what I said. Velvet rolled her eyes to me before slinging the sack over her, clasping it to her saddlebag harness. There was no rush in opening it. I could pick the lock when we reached the next 4-star station. Presents delivered, Calamity flew ahead again. The next 4-star station was the site of a massacre. I watched Steelhooves tread between the bodies of over 30 ghouls. Most of them looked like they had been mowed down by heavy minigun fire. Powerful explosions had torn holes in the walls of the station and the homes that had been built into and around it. The place was rank with the wet smell of ghoul corpses. The buzzing of flies was a constant drone that reminded me of the high whine of Stable 2's lights. Velvet Remedy had fled up the line about 300 yards, unable to stomach this. Calamity was looting the bodies.
Rotting Tails group.
Steelhooves finally announced, long after I had come to the same realization. He kept his voice neutral. I wished I could see his expression behind the mask.
Steelhooves?
I asked cautiously.
Are you all right?
Why wouldn't I be?
He asked, again keeping his voice neutral. Too neutral. He was refraining from something. Whether it was laughing in joy or raging in offense, I couldn't guess.
How about you? You are not indulging in the looting, I notice. As Calamity would say, it's not like these creatures are using anything here anymore. Might as well go to our use.
To Steelhooves, looting ghouls was okay, but looting Steel Rangers was not? I didn't like that. Although with consideration, I had to admit to myself that I would probably react considerably worse towards the looting of the bodies of stable dwellers.
I'm going to burn them, I announced. As soon as Calamity is done scavenging. If you want, you should join him in that.
Interesting.
Steelhooves intoned, but remained with me. I found his reaction to my reaction as interesting as he apparently found my reaction to be. As morbid and repulsive as the setting was, I decided to attempt to fathom our new friend.
I heard about the Steel Rangers. They don't exactly have a heroic reputation.
Is that how you see yourself?
He replied.
You're a hero.
I flinched, but quickly suspected he was deflecting. How about you? How do you see yourself?
As a traditionalist.
Okay, what the hell did that mean? I tried again. I'm told that most Steel Rangers are more interested in saving technology than saving ponies. How about you? Steelhooves was quiet. I pressed. Are you following us around to keep my pitbuck safe? Steelhooves snorted a laugh. Then somberly, he revealed a little of himself.
Steel Rangers, each and every one, swear the same oath. But there is some divergence of opinion as to whether our fealty is owed to the mayor of the ministry or to the ministry itself.
He spoke of the ministry as if there was one, or at least only one of any importance.
Are they that different?
I asked. But Calamity returned before I could get an answer, and Steelhooves was not willing to share with an audience. I think I got everything we might want.
You have a strong back for a Pegasus.
Steelhooves ribbed.
Are you sure you don't want to get the furniture as well?
Calamity grunted, flapping his wings. Ignoring the jibe of Steelhooves' comment, I considered the underlying truth.
Calamity, why don't you fly back and unload that stuff back at the suite? You can catch up with us.
We'll still be on the Celestia line. Calamity smiled, tipping back his hat. Will do. Then he was off. I focused, the bodies of the ghouls wrapping in light one by one. I levitated them into a pile. Then, walking out ahead on one of the monorails with Steelhooves following on the other, I reached a safe distance. I turned, floating up the zebra rifle, and sent half a clip into the mound of ghoul cadavers. The pile began to burn. We reached Velvet Remedy, who was staring at the ghoulish pyre with strange fascination. I looked back, trying to figure out why the sight had held her gaze so. A balefire phoenix was circling the bonfire of corpses. Repeating message. Again, this is Blackwing of Blackwing's Talons, sending out a distress call on every friendly frequency. Please send this message on to any Talon companies in the area. My team and I are trapped on the roof of the Horseshoe Tower by enemy forces. We are low on ammo and cannot hold out much longer. Oh no! Here comes more of them! The radio message ended abruptly, then looped, repeating the words of the female griffin. She sounded younger than God, and not as hard. My pitbuck had started receiving the distress signal over a mile away from Horseshoe Tower. The signal was weak, but Horseshoe Tower had been one of the tallest buildings in all of Equestria, and was the largest skyscraper remaining in the Manhattan ruins, easily dwarfing Timpani Tower by over double its height. To anyone receiving this message, this is Blackwing of Blackwing's Talons. Please, we need help. We're pinned on the roof of the Horseshoe Tower by overwhelming enemy forces. We are low on ammo and food, and we've lost 3 of our team already. We are in desperate need of assistance. If anyone can hear this message, please bring help. Please hurry. We can't hold out much longer. This is a repeating message. Again, this is Blackwing. I removed my ear bloom and played the recording aloud as we got within a few blocks. I had hoped Calamity would catch up with us before we reached the skyscraper's 4-star station, but I wasn't willing to wait. Each loop of the message pressed upon me the mounting sense of urgency.
We're going in,
I announced. Then, reconsidering my words,
I'm going in. You two can stay behind if you want. I understand.
I swished my tail.
Besides, some pony should let Calamity know where we are.
Steelhooves nickered.
Personally, I look forward to the chance to meet these noble ghoul slayers.
He looked at me.
And you're going because? Are you being a heroine? You enjoy risking your life for strangers? Or is there something else about Horseshoe Tower?
I glared at my companion, then smirked.
Oh, I just want to know how a bunch of griffins could get trapped on the roof of a building.
Steelhooves chuckled. I turned to Velvet Remedy.
You are not going in alone.
Velvet insisted with a grim smile and a stomp.
And we can leave Calamity a note.
She paused.
He can read, can't he?
I rolled my eyes.
Yes, and you know it.
Then I considered the idea and found myself at a loss. I still had the clipboard and pencil that I had taken from the Timpani Tower constabulary, but a note left under a chunk of crumpled concrete would easily be missed. For Calamity to see it, we'd need to paint the message in big letters on the roof of the station. And even then, he would miss it if we didn't illuminate it somehow. I pointed these problems out to Velvet Remedy.
In case you missed the light show earlier, dear, illumination will not be a problem.
Velvet smiled wryly.
I can cast a spell on the letters that will make them quite eye-catching.
Can you just make glowing words? Velvet Remedy shook her head.
Yes, but only if I stayed here to maintain them. To leave them behind, I would have to enchant existing writing. Paint preferably, unless we can find a really big ink pot.
Steelhooves whinnied as he trotted past us to the station's double doors that led into the Horseshoe Tower.
Then we'll paint it in the blood of the first enemy we encounter.
He turned and bucked the doors hard enough to not only swing them open, but send one of them flying across the waiting room inside. I cringed and thanked the goddesses that the room wasn't full of enemies.
Are you coming?
I helped Velvet Remedy step over the body of the griffin, his bulk nearly doubled by the twin minigun battle saddle that was still strapped to his corpse. It was the first body that we had found which wasn't centuries old. The floor was littered with bullet casings, making walking around it treacherous. I couldn't tell what killed him. That worried me. It worried me even more when Velvet Remedy diagnosed it as natural causes, her voice loaded with disbelief.
At least we know they came this way,
Steelhooves observed.
I was beginning to worry there was no way up.
Much of Horseshoe Tower's interiors had collapsed. Stairwells had crumbled, hallways had caved in. The entire building had become a maze, forcing us to weave in and out of rooms in order to make it from one end of a hallway to the other, making us go down a floor to find stairs that would take us up too. Ahead, we could hear the spray of water. My pitbuck started click-clicking softly. The only way to get to the next set of stairs was through a collapsed section of wall between 2 bathrooms. The building's water talisman was still pumping water through the shattered pipes. The water was alive with low levels of radiation.
The balefire bomb had probably irradiated the talisman itself.
I checked with Velvet Remedy, making sure we had enough Radaway with us. The radioactive shower would be minor, nothing worth getting concerned about. But if this was a sign of bigger problems ahead, I wanted to be sure we were prepared. Holding my breath, I pushed myself through the spray as quickly as I could. I stumbled a little as the wet floorboards on the other side gave an inch. Okie dokie Loki, Steelhooves, I'll be floating you through and setting you down over there, I said, pointing at the far corner of the room near the doorway out. This floor is not stable. Velvet Remedy stayed back. I focused on Steelhooves, wrapping him in a telekinetic blanket. Slowly, I lifted the heavy Steel Ranger up half a yard and brought him through the shower. I took a single step back, feeling the floor wobble alarmingly once again, and glided him past me towards a corner that I was fairly certain would be dry and stable. Steelhooves made it halfway there when something he saw through the open doorway caused him to thrash, trying to find purchase on the floor. Before I could put him down, before I could even ask what he saw, the alicorn stepped into the doorway. My levitation magic imploded as I gasped in shock. Steelhooves dropped hard, turning to fire at the alicorn, and the floor gave way beneath him. Steelhooves dropped out of sight. I heard splashes beneath. The alicorn took a step forward, looking down at the hole, and the rest of the floor collapsed. The alicorn tried to thrust out her wings to fly, but they struck the sides of the door frame and she fell into the floor below with him. I found myself standing on a wet, sagging plank jutting out over the floor below, like a diving board, which was appropriate since the floor below was a swimming pool. My pit-buck started click-click-clicking with great enthusiasm. Scrambling on the floating debris, the alicorn thrashed. Her horn began to glow. Steelhooves was nowhere in sight, having surely sunk to the bottom. I wished for the bag of grenades. I had to act fast, but my mind wasn't thinking fast enough. The alicorn would have her shield up before I had figured out what to do. Kablam! An explosion right next to my head blew out my eardrums. The world became a strained, high buzz. I immediately lost all sense of balance, tumbling from my position. I landed on a floating chunk of flooring that immediately began to capsize. I grasped the chunk of floor telekinetically, letting out a scream I could feel but not hear. Focusing had become excruciating. In front of me, I saw the alicorn floating in debris and blood. Velvet Remedy had blown a large chunk of the creature's neck away with the combat shotgun. It wasn't dead, but it was a race between blood loss and drowning as to which would finish her off first. I watched in horror as it began to heal, the wound slowly closing. They fucking regenerate? That was not fair. That was not okay. With a flash of anger, I started telekinetically grasping jagged floating bits of floor and jabbing at the alicorn's neck until I had crudely sawed it off. The creature began to sink beneath the reddened radioactive water. Velvet Remedy crouched over me, her horn pointing at my left ear. She had already restored hearing to my right. Steelhooves stood next to us on the edge of the swimming pool, dripping with water that was making my pit-buck clickety-click wildly. He was arguing with Velvet over how much Radaway he needed to drink. Velvet was leaning towards every last packet we had. Steelhooves was insisting he didn't need any at all. My left ear began to mend.
We don't have time for this.
Steelhooves stomped, cracking the tiles under his armored hoof.
Those creatures always travel in groups.
Then take the Radaway and stop being a baby.
My shotgun surgeon spat back, glowering.
Seriously, do all my patients have to be so difficult?
I wanted to point out that I was laying there being very non-difficult, thank you. Steelhooves bristled at that. Finally, I spoke up. Steelhooves, tell her. Both of them turned to stare at me. Or at least, I assumed Steelhooves was staring at me. His visor was pointed in my direction.
Tell me what?
Velvet asked me slowly, then turning to Steelhooves.
Tell me what?
Steelhooves was silent. I sighed. Look, if I was able to figure it out, so will she. She's smarter than I am. I could tell Velvet Remedy was forcing herself not to react to the compliment. Steelhooves finally relented.
I'm a ghoul.
Velvet Remedy, to her credit, didn't take a step back. Didn't even gasp. She was just strangely quiet for a while. Long enough that I would have worried I had lost my hearing again if it wasn't for the drip, drip, drip on the tiles beneath the Steel Ranger.
Radiation is regenerative for ghouls.
Steelhooves admitted.
I was more in danger of drowning.
In truth, there had been little danger of that, with the rebreather and his magically powered armor. Of course, I realized, feeling slow and stupid, the alicorn was regenerating because she was in the pool. Radiation must affect them the same way.
Well then, I guess you won't need the Radaway,
Velvet Remedy concluded casually, slipping the packs back into one of her open medical boxes. Knowing I was by far the most capable of stealth, I determined that I should scout ahead. I spotted the alicorn's two sisters in a room on the next floor. Their tails were to me, oblivious to my presence, as they seemed to be focusing on trying to magically rip the door of a safe off its hinges. Their coats were a deep purple, almost black. And that was not all I noticed. They have no cutie marks. I slipped out my sniper rifle and slid into the zen of sats. Blam! The first alicorn went down hard, brain blasting out the front of her skull to paint the safe she had been so focused on. The second began to turn, her shield already starting to form, but I was faster. And these creatures were not that much tougher than the rest of us if caught unawares and without their protective spells cast. Blam! I slipped out of sats as the second alicorn's body slumped to the floor. I looked at the safe, the splatter of blood, brains, and bone reminding me that we never did go back and paint that note for Calamity. Wait. Stop. I'm looking at the gore from some pony. Or at least something that I have just murdered. And I'm thinking that? Am I really becoming that callous to the horrors and violence in the equestrian wasteland? I wondered where this would fit on Monterey Jack's slide of loss of self. I also wondered what the hell the alicorns had been after, so I trotted up to pick the lock. The safe, however, refused to be unlocked. After examination and struggling, I realized that it wasn't jammed or broken by the alicorns. I just wasn't good enough. Well, I knew how to fix that. I found myself smiling as the party time menthol washed me clean of all the stupidity and dullness that was holding me back. I took a deep breath of relief. Finally, I was the real me again. My smile faded as I turned to see Velvet Remedy watching me sadly. 3 more alicorns stood on the other side of a gaping divide. At least 5 internal floors had collapsed, leaving a honeycomb of half-rooms ringing a massive pit. Motes of debris and ash floated in the void between us. Steelhooves opened fire with his grenade machine gun, taking out one of them and all the rooms around her before she could fully erect her shield. The 2 others launched themselves into the air, spreading their wings as their shields bubbled around them. I gave a prayer to Luna and floated out a memory orb, making sure it was the one of Pinkie Pie's last party, and not the one I had retrieved from the safe 7 floors below. I began levitating the orb towards the closer of the 2. The alicorn let out a wicked, bitter, and majestic laugh that echoed off the walls of the pit. Using telekinesis of her own, she knocked it free of my telekinetic sheath with a hurled chair. The orb containing the memory of Pinkie Pie's last party plunged into the depths below, bounced, rolled, and disappeared through a crack, lost forever. The dark purple-coated alicorn's voice rumbled with undeniable superiority. "Do you think we are fools? We remember how you killed us before." Oh, we were so fucked. "Run!" I yelled, turning tail and racing towards the stairs. Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves galloped after me, overtaking me as I charged up out of the stairwell and into a hallway. Turning, I ordered Steelhooves to collapse the entrance behind us. His grenade machine gun was useless against a shielded alicorn, but more than a match for the crumbling structure we were in. Concrete and wood rained down in a thunderous cloud of dust.
What happened?
Steelhooves demanded. Panting, I explained. There's some sort of telepathy involved. My fears had been proven true. Not just between the ones that are together. All of them. Every time we kill one, they learn from it. I wouldn't be able to trick them the same way twice. Our ploy bought us time, but not much. I could hear them on the other side, clearing a path to us. With a flash of light, one of the alicorns appeared right between us. They can teleport too, Velvet Remedy blurted, finally reaching the same level of hateful disbelief I felt towards these creatures. The alicorn herself seemed a little surprised. Apparently, teleporting into someplace you can't see was tricky work, even for these creatures. I don't think she expected to be this close. Too bad she hadn't appeared a yard to either side, struck herself in a wall. But no, we couldn't be that lucky. Or could we? I realized something very peculiar. The alicorn's fear of shielding was up at full strength, but she had appeared literally in the center of us. Parts of each of us were inside the barrier, including Steelhoof's metal rear end. The alicorn began casting a spell. I felt a vice tighten around my heart. My hooves began to tingle. A heart attack spell? Feeling panic well up inside me as my heart struggled to beat, I suddenly knew how these creatures had killed the griffins through natural causes. Move! I yelled as I telekinetically grasped the sack of grenades. Steelhooves dashed forward, leaving the grenades inside the sack. Without opening it to reveal the contents, I focused and tried to pull as many of the pins as I could. Unfortunately, moving objects I couldn't directly see was as difficult for me as teleporting into an unknown space was for the alicorn. I only managed to pull the pins on 3 before I backed out of the shield. The alicorn looked questioningly down at the sack as it fell to her feet. Her shield contained the explosion quite effectively. It was a gory and brilliant sight. Well, that would explain how griffins can get trapped on a roof, I said flatly. We had to fight through 4 more of the creatures before we made it to the roof. The combination of my stealth and Steelhoof's massive firepower kept us alive, but it was getting harder. They were all alert for us now and seemed to be coordinating their defenses. We had to run any time they got their spells up, and we were not fast enough to take out more than 1 or 2 before the others were able to cast their shields. On the roof, there were 4 more alicorns. They were sitting, frozen, at the 4 corners of the building, their attentions focused inward. Instead of surrounding themselves with a sphere of protective magic, they were cooperatively maintaining a hemisphere of magical force that was keeping the 3 griffin mercs caged.
New one on me.
Steelhooves muttered from beside me. "Oh, thank the great egg!" one of them blurted out, seeing us through the glowing shell of force that trapped her and her other 2 surviving griffins. She stopped. "Where are the rest of you?" I looked around, though that Remedy and Steelhooves were flanking me. The goddesses only knew where Calamity was. I suspected he was circling the celestial line, hoping to spot us. I winced at the thought and hoped he wasn't too worried. I could see the faintest suggestion of approaching dawn on the skyline. A chill wind blew at my mane, bringing the salty smell of the harbor. It was almost a shame that we'd reached the roof in the dark of night. The view in the daytime must be amazing. Then again, the view could also paralyze me with vertigo, so probably better we were here now after all. Turning back to the 3 griffins, this is it. Just us. "Well, this isn't much of a rescue," one of the griffins said bitterly. "Gratitude. Look it up." I turned away and looked over the alicorns. They were statuesque in their concentration. I wasn't even sure they realized we were on the roof with them. And they were outside the shield they were creating. We could take 3 of them down in a coordinated attack. Surely the griffins could take out the last one. "What kind of firepower do you guys still have?" I could hear Steelhoof's whistle as the griffin in the back stepped forward. She was wearing what looked like magically powered armor of her own, a griffin design. Nowhere near as complicated or encompassing as Steelhoof's, leaving her talons, legs, and wings bare, as well as most of her face. With a huge, tri-barreled, biggest battle saddle I had ever seen.
Dismounted AA cannon.
Steelhooves said appreciatively. I had no idea what that meant, but this looked like the non-magical energy version of the plasma cannon that Calamity had used against the dragon. Well, we definitely had the firepower. "Only 5 shots left," the griffin said glumly. "Still, 5 shots from that thing should be more than..." "And there are 4 wings of these horny bastards on their way," the first griffin announced. From her voice, I finally identified her as Blackwing. I noted mentally that I would not have chosen the word horny to describe the alicorns. Unless Blackwing knew something I did not. 4 wings? I asked. "You mean 2 more?"
No,
Steelhooves interjected.
she means 12.
Oh, well, moon rocks. Made sense. A wing that must be a group of 3. Explains why there were 3 of them hunting Steelhooves outside Fetlock. "These 4 have just been keeping us pinned here while the reinforcements arrive," Blackwing informed us. Wait. I perked up. We're okay then. I'm pretty sure we took them out on our way up. I mentally counted 1 in the pool, 2 at the safe, 3 in the pit. 1 of those had lived and joined up with 3 more, so we'd killed 9. There were still 3 left. Somehow we'd managed to go right past a whole wing of alicorns without either party realizing it. And they would probably be bursting onto the roof any minute. We had to work fast. I quickly laid out the plan and everyone started taking their positions. As they did so, I couldn't help but voice my suspicions to Blackwing.
What is it you mercenaries were after in this place that these creatures want so badly?
Codes to crack a safe in the Ministry of Image on Ministry Walk, Blackwing said, surprisingly forthcoming. Safe contains an artifact that our employer would really like to take possession of. Turns out, the goddess these monsters serves wants it too.
What kind of artifact?
I asked as I levitated out little Macintosh and checked the load.
I was going to use a magic bullet for this, just to be sure.
The Black Book. Well, the Black Book of something or other. A tome of some of the foulest zebra magics. Stuff that can tear a pony's soul apart, they say. Or raise spirits from the grave. Necromancy. The very thought that such spells and powers actually existed gave me nightmarish chills. To my knowledge, no pony had ever used such dark arts. It was horrifying to imagine that the zebras actually could. Necromancy wasn't even supposed to be real, just a horror story to scare young fillies at slumber parties. If this was the sort of foulness the Ministry of Image was casting their nets to catch, the purging of books took on a whole new and terrifying light. I began to wonder if the purpose behind the confiscation of ideologically incompatible books wasn't, at least in part, a smokescreen for this. Because by the goddesses, you couldn't tell the public that the zebras had necromancy, much less that books on the stuff were slipping into Equestria. The notion of zebra necromancy breathed an uncomfortable new dimension into how being on the fringe of a megaspell event turned ponies into ghoul ponies and zombie ponies. While I was talking to Blackwing and pondering the implications of the Black Book, Steelhooves and Velvet Remedy were discussing our foes. I caught the end of the conversation.
Don't all have the same spells. Only the deep purple-coated ones like the wings below can teleport.
Steelhooves explained to her.
The midnight blue coats...
Invisibility, Velvet Remedy interjected. Oh yes, I remember.
The dark green ones, I haven't seen them do anything the others can't do.
Steelhooves walked up close to one of the statue-like alicorns and took a close look at its coat, a forest green so deep it was nearly black.
Until now.
Butcher, the griffin with the heavy gun, stood at the ready in front of the farthest alicorn. Steelhooves had locked onto the one on my left. Velvet Remedy had her, formerly my, combat shotgun hovering an inch from the temple of the one on my right. I floated little Macintosh between the eyes of the one in front of me.
On the count of 3. 1, 2...
In a thunderous clash of gunshot and explosions, 3 alicorns went down. So went the shield. The last alicorn immediately sprang to life, alert and... The griffin's supergun let out a boom that could be heard on the moon. The 4th alicorn was simply no more. Blackwing swooped forward and took me in her talons as the other lightly encumbered griffin scooped up Velvet, taking off into the air. I threw a telekinetic sheath around Steelhooves, carrying him with us. The last griffin took off, circling to cover our tail. We were a few blocks away when the last 3 alicorns burst onto the roof. Part of me wanted to laugh tauntingly. Then they reminded us that they could fly too. And, unencumbered, they were much faster and more maneuverable. Wrapping themselves in magical shields, they swooped to close the distance. I closed my eyes, trying to force my PTM-enhanced brain to think of something. For the first time, party time mentals were failing me.
Well now, y'all look like y'all could use some help.
Only once before had I ever been so happy to hear Calamity's voice, and that was when I was facing a dragon. I opened my eyes, staring to him thankfully.
I hope you have a plan, 'cause I've got nothing.
Y'all just follow me.
Calamity smiled and shot out ahead of us, dropping altitude. Turns out, the one direction that heavily laden griffins could fly even faster than alicorns was down. They gave chase, but we were pulling ahead.
Unless we're diving for a mattress factory,
Blackwing squawked. "This'll be a really short trip." I glanced back. There was good distance between us and the three creatures, not only visible as glowing bubbles of sickly green energy that zipped through the sky towards us.
"Start pulling up now,"
Calamity called back.
"Does he have any idea,"
The griffin carrying Velvet Remedy grunted,
"how hard it is to pull up at this speed, carrying this much weight?"
I could see the street coming up fast as we began to level. I smiled, thinking of just how much junk Calamity had a habit of scavenging. I had no doubt that the answer was yes. The three griffins finally pulled straight with only yards to spare, skimming over the tops of the taller wagons. I felt a hoof drag along the top of a passenger wagon. The alicorns were beginning to close the gap. Lightning ripped from one of their horns, shooting past us. Up ahead, the street ended in a massive parking lot. Rows upon rows of delivery wagons were lined up before a long building. With the exceptional visual clarity provided by Party Time Mentals, I was able to make out a logo on the roof of the building as we approached it. A filled-in black Omega symbol, with a white earth pony seeming to levitate a package on her back. I suddenly realized the plan, and I blinked before Calamity started shooting. I turned on my eyes forward sparkle, making a quick scan for life down there. I only had a moment, but at least I had Party Time Mentals boosting my keenness and judgment. All I was seeing were red blips scurrying about below. Probably radroaches. I could hear a series of pops as we shot past the delivery wagons and over the rooftop. The alicorns were just reaching the parking lot, moving too fast to stop, when the first delivery wagons exploded like megaspell bombs in extreme miniature. The first explosions instantly set off the rest, and 3 city blocks erupted in a vibrant cascade of insanely colored light. Their shields couldn't protect them against that. The blast of radiation couldn't heal them from the force that ripped them apart beneath a cellular level. They could not even mentally scream. There was no time. The 3 alicorns were simply gone. The building shielded us just enough to save us before it was vaporized. My pitbuck screamed as we were hit with a wash of heat and radiation. My EFS flashed a red warning that I was suffering radiation poisoning before it collapsed altogether, my pitbuck crashing. A moment later, we crashed too. Footnote, level up. New perk, Mighty Telekinesis, level 3. Your telekinesis is Twilight Sparkle tier. You can handle multiple objects with ease, and with enough focus, you could probably carry around an Ursa Minor. Chapter 19. Betrayal. Tell me that my friends are all lying to me and avoiding me because they don't like my parties, and they don't want to be my friends anymore. Addiction. How do you know when you're trapped? When you want something more than anything else? When you find yourself lying to your friends and hiding things from them because you don't want them to know? When you can't go a week without indulging? A day? Or simply when you insisted that because none of the above really applied to you, you were fine? We had crashed and everything went black, like somebody blowing out a candle. I was lying on the street, knocked out and badly hurt. But in the depths of my unconsciousness, I was still crashing. Pinkie Pie's last message plagued my dreams. By the time I regained consciousness, the Party Time mental had worn off, and I was back in the mire of my own feebleness. Even the multicolored pyrotechnic display that consumed 3 city blocks behind us failed to fully pierce through my mental fog with its brilliance. As I peeled myself off the rubble-strewn street, my mind's eye could still see that skeleton, alone in a corner, a clutched figure of a friend having fallen into her ribcage. And still, all I wanted was another Party Time mental, to clear the fog and confusion, to make me brilliant so I could help my friends. In that moment, I realized that even if I didn't meet any of the criteria on my own mental checklist of warning signs, I risked losing control. I still chose whether I took a PTM or not, and I could refuse at any time. But I had reached a point where I didn't feel right, didn't even feel like myself, unless I had that clarifying and enlightening boost from Party Time mentals. Maybe, just maybe, I did have a problem?
Yeehaw!
Calamity cried out triumphantly as he fluttered back to the rest of us.
Now that's how you do it Dashite style.
Steelhooves groaned deeply as the metal-clad Steel Ranger pushed himself to his armored hooves.
For the record,
He grumbled.
no pony here is allowed to complain about my battle tactics being excessive ever again.
Oh! One of the griffins, Butcher, I think, cried out, "My wing! I think it's broken!" Velvet Remedy dragged herself out of the wreckage of the overturned wagon she had landed in, her own body torn and bleeding, particularly a deep gash on her forehead, but she ignored her own wounds, hobbling towards the badly injured griffin. And about halfway to the griffin, she stopped, standing shakily as she gazed at the swirling prismatic fire behind us.
Merciful Celestia, I hope no pony was living in any of those buildings.
Calamity landed proudly next to her.
Of course not. Cleared the raiders out of that pit yesterday evening, remember?
We did what when? Velvet Remedy swayed a bit and reached up to wipe the stream of blood out of her eye.
Oh, you mean when you flew off and left the rest of us worried sick about you?
She put her hoof down and took one more step towards her intended patient, saying,
I'll help. Hold still.
She made it 3 more steps before fainting.
"Whoa there!" Calamity exclaimed as he caught her before she could hit the pavement. He held on to Velvet as she slumped. I tried to trot over to her, only to find I was lying down. That seemed surprising. I tried to get up, and sharp agony lanced through my right foreleg. I lifted it, trying to understand what was wrong. It felt heavy. My eyes took in the spear of rebar jutting through it, just above the dead screen of my pit buck. Oh, that's not good. I looked up to see the dark form of an armored griffin approaching me, then my eyes rolled up, and I lost consciousness again. Had already acquired the codes when they started boxing us in. We thought it was a stroke of luck that they were pushing us towards the roof, but those bitches had turned our escape route into a trap. I woke up for a second time to the sound of Blackwing and Steelhooves deep in discussion. I didn't think I had passed out for more than a few minutes. I felt weaker than I had back when I was sick in Steelhooves' cabin, deeply ill, and my right foreleg throbbed with such pain that I couldn't hold back my tears.
My team noticed alicorns checking out at least one other safe in the building.
Steelhooves pointed out.
Did they know you had the codes already?
Blackwing laughed. Well, we sure didn't advertise it. My attention drifted. The beauty of Velvet Remedy had settled down next to me while I was out. Velvet Remedy was kneeling over me, her healing horn glowing. It was a position that even I was getting tired of seeing her in. Her head was wrapped in magic-laced bandages, a large patch of red seeping into them over her mending wound.
I hope you like the taste of Radaway, little Pip,
she said, smiling and trying to sound casual. I could detect the strain in her voice no matter how well she hid it.
Steelhooves is the only one of us who won't be guzzling a crate full if I can get Dr. Helpinghoof to sell us his stock.
Velvet, are you all right? You fell.
Velvet smiled softly to me.
I have a concussion, but it shouldn't be too serious. I'm more worried about you, little Pip.
I'd be fine. A few healing potions and I'd be good as new. I told her so. Velvet winced. Why did she wince?
Little Pip, you can't take a healing potion. Not while that thing is still in you.
I looked at the bloody-ribbed metal javelin that grotesquely skewered my foreleg. Velvet Remedy continued.
My magic and our medicine can patch you up, yes. But that metal rod has to come out first.
This was going to hurt, wasn't it? Velvet Remedy assured me that it was going to hurt a lot. I floated out the memory orb from Horseshoe Tower, contemplating it a moment. The lock on that safe had been the hardest I'd ever tried to crack. It had been beyond the magical abilities of 2 alicorns. What secrets could it have been hiding? According to Blackwing, the mercenaries had already found the codes they were looking for elsewhere in the building. Of course, the alicorns didn't know that for sure. They were probably just being thorough.
On the count of 3?
I suggested to Velvet Remedy. She nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line.
1, 2...
I reached out with my magic and touched the orb.
Even as Velvet Remedy's horn flared and the shaft of rebar was enveloped with light,
all my senses dropped away into another world. I was sitting before banks of terminals, between 2 other ponies that I paid absolutely no attention to. There was an ear bloom buzzing softly in my ear. The screen on the terminal was nothing but a little balloon icon expanding until it popped, then filling again. The pony I was riding was achy from sitting in the same position for too long. Her mane itched, as did... Yikes, okay, his mane itched, as well as other places. And I suddenly, very, very much wanted to be back in the Manhattan ruins feeling rebar being yanked through my leg instead. The little balloon popped again, and then was replaced by text. Transmission intercepted. Transmission originates. Orange Residence, Horseshoe Tower, Manhattan. Transmission received. Transmission destination encrypted. Logging call. Operation oversight required.
Perfect.
I heard and felt the buck say through my mouth in an utterly bored voice. I felt my hoof punch a button without looking at it. The static in my ear was replaced by voices. Staying with my uncle and Auntie Orange. I immediately recognized Apple Bloom's voice. There was an odd timbre and hoarseness to it, like she had been crying a lot, but was now all cried out. My host picked up a pencil in his mouth and started doodling on a notepad. I could taste the eraser and feel the little bite marks on the wooden shaft. I tried to focus on taste and sight and sound, ignoring other senses sternly. Is there any word? The other voice was that of Sweetie Belle. She sounded nervous. Worried? More words materialized on the screen before me. Illegal encryption broken. Transmission received. Pony perfection. Canterlot. Proceed with voice analysis? The buck I was riding sighed loudly and hit another button, then went back to doodling, only half watching the screen. Voice analysis in progress. No, Apple Bloom claimed dourly. The doctor ponies say Sis will pull through, but... But... Sweetie Belle sounded like she was afraid to hear the answer. I mean, that's wonderful news, right? Why don't you sound happy? Apple Bloom's voice dropped low. I felt myself sitting up a little. Apparently ponies who were trying to be quiet warranted at least a little attention. There's a rumor, Apple Bloom confided to her friend. Some folks are saying that maybe 'twasn't so much of an accident. What? Sweetie Belle gasped, her voice dropping to a whisper even in her shock. Who would want to hurt Applejack? The screen flashed as new information spilled out rapidly. Somewhere, a mainframe had just figured out who was talking and about what. Now the screen and the ear bloom had my host full attention. They say that maybe 'twas some pony within her own ministry. Sweetie Belle was silent on the other end. In the background, I could hear some pony crying, a soft, heartbreaking weeping. But I couldn't tell whether it was from the unicorn's end or the earth ponies. I didn't have to wonder long. What the hey's going on over there? Sweetie Belle, where are you calling from? Is everything all right? And then, as a darker thought seemed to hit the mare, did your sister have an accident too? What? Oh no, my sister's fine. We're at that spa on Leafball Lane. Rarity's been here all afternoon trying to get Fluttershy to stop crying. What? About Applejack? Sweetie Belle sounded guilty. No. I don't think they even know about what happened yet. Verity called me over a few hours ago. Apparently, when Fluttershy missed their weekly treatment, Rarity went looking for her. She found Fluttershy curled up in a corner in her office at the Ministry of Peace. I don't really know what happened, but... And now it was Apple Bloom's turn. But... Fluttershy says that Rainbow Dash called her a traitor. What? Apple Bloom wasn't able to keep her voice down like Sweetie Belle could. I heard someone in the background call out questioningly. Apple Bloom's voice became murky as she called back. No, nothing's wrong, Uncle Orange. It's not the hospital. I'm just talking to Sweetie Belle. Then, after a pause, she thoughtfully added, Sounds like Rarity and Fluttershy ain't gonna make it up right away. Apple Bloom spoke clearly once again, addressing Sweetie Belle. I have to go. Twilight Sparkle's supposed to be porting in any time now. She'll be staying with us until Applejack's out of critical. Apple Bloom explained. And you know how those teleports wreak havoc with these here terminals. I really think I could design one better in my sleep. Besides, Scootaloo would have a right fit if she knew I was talking on an unsecured line. A traitor? Apple Bloom, can you imagine? Rainbow Dash is her oldest friend.
And even worse, she's the bearer of the element of loyalty.
Sweetie Belle sounded deeply pained.
That's kind of like having loyalty itself call you a traitor.
Wonder how she'd like it if somebody called her a traitor, Apple Bloom seethed gloomily.
How could Rainbow Dash say something like that?
I don't know, Apple Bloom replied, sounding offended. I've given up trying to understand anymore.
I just want all this to be over.
I know, everything. Sometimes I just want to dig a hole in the ground and hide until this whole stupid war is over.
The screen flashed. Transmission terminated. On receiving end. Content analysis proceeding. Content tagged Alpha Priority. Oversight memory confirmation required. Please report to your supervisor. I felt myself get up and shake loose the earbud. Damn it, I hate memory extraction. I heard him grunt from what felt like my mouth. Hope those mares die in a fire. I returned to a world of darkness and incredible pain. But at least I was a mare again. Biting back a scream, I smiled weakly up at Velvet Remedy, who was wrapping my foreleg in healing bandages.
That was clever,
Velvet Remedy complimented as she floated a couple rejuvenating potions out of the medical box resting beside her. I noticed she wasn't wearing hers and looked around. I could have sworn she was wearing them before I blacked out the second time, but I couldn't remember if she was when I woke up. Not far away, I saw Calamity working on her saddlebags, replacing the battle-damaged boxes with newer ones he had scavenged from somewhere.
Anything interesting?
Velvet Remedy asked, nodding her horn towards the memory orb. I glanced down at the memory orb. The thoughts that it provoked battled for dominance in my head. I had glimpsed hints that all was not well inside the Ministry of Technology before. But for any pony within the Ministry to have enough drive and animosity towards Applejack to plot her death? That took the conflict to a whole new level. That placed the call sometime after the death of Applejack's big brother and her corresponding exertion of greater control over her own ministry. Probably even after Applesnack's memory. A new generation of magically hardened terminals would explain why I kept finding functional ones in the Equestrian wasteland. And if that call took place when I thought it did, that would explain why the vast majority of terminals were destroyed hunks of scrap. Only the ones deemed most vital or owned by ponies of wealth or prominence would have been upgraded. I was also beginning to see the possibilities that Godna Grimfeathers had recognized in an entire vault full of memories. But those thoughts were distractions. Most importantly, Velvet Remedy must never see this memory. Just some buck having a really boring day at work, I lied, floating it up and back towards my saddlebags. How's the griffin with the broken wing?
She won't be able to fly for a while. Her injuries were much worse than when Calamity's wing got shot,
Velvet said, glancing towards the griffin in question. As soon as Velvet looked away, I gave the memory orb a telekinetic fling, sending it soaring into the night air. With luck, the toss would put it close enough to our Dashite's miniature Armageddon that at least the poisonous memory would die in a fire.
DJ Pone 3 isn't telling the whole story,
Blackwing insisted, speaking to Steelhooves. My metal-shrouded companion had oh so casually asked about the massacre of the ghoul ponies on the Celestia Line station.
Sure, Grimstar wanted them dead, but a few of the folk in Timpani Tower, like the doc, were interested in a more amiable solution.
Amiable?
Steelhooves said, with disgust-tinged disbelief.
With ghouls?
Blackwing hunched.
Yeah, well, I've met a few ghoul ponies in my day that were more respectable than most ponies out in the wasteland.
The griffin's tone suggested there was more she wanted to add, but wasn't going to insult the Steel Ranger who had just helped save her life.
They aren't like zombie ponies. Although eventually, well, Sheriff Rottingtail was diving towards zombiehood, I'm pretty damn sure.
Oh.
Steelhooves asked in a manipulatively conversational tone I was beginning to recognize. I wondered if I should be worried. Did Blackwing or her griffins have anything to fear from Steelhooves? How about the ponies of Timpani Tower? I didn't think so, but how well did I really know Steelhooves? How well could some pony know him when every show of opinion or emotion could be a cleverly crafted deception?
Yeah, Sheriff Rottingtail didn't want cohabitation, even if some of the Timpani folk were willing to give it a go. That bastard had plans to wipe out every pony in that tower and take it for himself and his crew.
Blackwing slashed at the air in disgust. There's a whole flock of zombie ponies in the maintenance tunnels near Timpani Tower. He tried to pay us to unlock an old tunnel entrance so he could let them swarm the place.
Steelhooves was deathly silent for a moment. Then,
He tried to bribe you to break contract? Surely he had to know a griffin's honor wouldn't stand for that. Why didn't he just do it himself?
I saw how Blackwing puffed up with pride. The fool couldn't. Only unlocks from the inside.
By Luna!
Steelhooves gasped.
I hope you told Chief Grimstar about this.
A grimace formed on Blackwing's beak. Actually, she clawed at the ground. I didn't see any point in fueling that jerk's bigotry after Sheriff Rottingtail had been taken out. Truth was, we didn't even go in with the plan to take out more than him and his thugs. But the whole damn place fell upon us the moment we took him down. Didn't have a choice but to kill them all.
Steelhooves nickered.
Well, who can blame you? But Grimstar needs to know about that potentially fatal flaw in Timpani's security. Where is this old tunnel entrance exactly?
Butcher dropped her dismounted AA cannon battle saddle at my hooves. I blinked at her, not comprehending.
Look, you saved our lives up there. We owe you.
Butcher explained.
Blackwing would probably make you an honorary Talon if you were at least a Pegasus. But since you're a unicorn, that just won't fly.
She smirked at her own pun. I stared down at the ridiculously huge gun. I couldn't, really, I stammered, wondering just what the hell we would do with the thing if I accepted it. You might need it.
Yeah, well, I need my life more. And I have that thanks to you lot. Blackwing's talents pay back their debts. And don't you deny that you could use her. Little Gilda here will beat a hole through an alicorn's shield if you can keep her on target for 4 to 5 shots of concentrated fire.
She cocked her head.
Besides, the other idea was a set of our armor, but I don't think it would fit a pony.
Calamity flew up and hovered, staring at it.
Actually, I bet I could mount that girl onto Steelhooves' battle saddle.
Where? Steelhooves' huge battle saddle already had a grenade machine gun on one side and a missile launcher on the other.
On his back.
Calamity tipped his hat, warming to the idea.
Sure, she'd have to be mounted backwards, so Steelhooves would have to turn his tail to the target to shoot it. But if we rigged it into that fancy targeting magic...
Oh no, I was stopping this insanity right here. Steelhooves, if anything, needed a weapon that was less overpowered. Something he could safely shoot in hallways.
No, actually, how about you just owe us a favor?
I'm not much for owing favors that might come back to pluck my tail feathers.
Blackwing, finally done talking with Steelhooves, broke into the conversation.
But if you can think up something more acceptable by the end of the week, we should still be in the area.
Butcher looked to her team leader.
What's the plan?
She laid down next to her battle saddle and started pulling it on. It was clearly far too heavy to lift without telekinesis.
Finish the contract, deliver the codes, and get our payment. After that...
Blackwing looked behind her at the one other remaining member of her team, who was being virtually mummified by Velvet Remedy.
By the egg, Blackwing swore. I'll figure something out.
Calamity looked disappointed as Butcher resaddled little Gilda.
I don't know. How are we supposed to find you?
Blackwing fished a small device from her saddlebags. It looked a lot like a stealth buck.
Here's a broadcaster. You can attach it to your pip-buck and use it to transmit radio messages, as well as receive them. Your pip-buck isn't a radio tower, so you won't have much range. But if you picked up our transmissions, you already know what frequencies to call on.
I nodded, floating it into my own saddlebags. First, I had to restore the spell matrix of my pip-buck. I could do it from Steelhooves' suit just as I had the reverse. But it was a complicated procedure that I couldn't do while hurt, or in the dark, or probably without party time mentals. No, I could do it without them. Even if I didn't feel like I could, I'd done it before. Damn it. Steelhooves trotted up to join us. I was tempted to ask him about his somewhat ominous conversation with Blackwing, but he drew my attention elsewhere.
We're being watched. There's a sprite bot that's been trying to get your attention without letting me know it's here.
Watcher. I excused myself to the little filly's pile of rubble. Sure enough, the sprite bot floated up to me, silent as the sunset.
Hello, little Pip.
Watcher tried to sound casual, but this wasn't a chance meeting. If it was, I would have heard music first.
What are you all doing way out here? And what was that explosion?
I wondered if Watcher was the shy follower Steelhooves and I had noticed before. I decided to try the theory.
Well, Calamity has been playing with fireworks, and Steelhooves has been letting you secretly follow us around all day without his knowing,
I said darkly.
What are you doing?
All day? I don't know what you mean, little Pip. I just got here.
Likely story. Didn't matter. I needed Watcher's help.
Watcher, I need a favor. I need you to contact Godna and tell her about Blackwing's talons.
Watcher was silent long enough that I felt pressed to explain. Godna's gathering up griffins who aren't currently under contract. Blackwing lost half her griffins to those alicorns, and the survivors are badly wounded. They could use more help than we can give them. We ought to at least let Godna give them the option.
No.
The Spritebot's mechanical voice intoned.
No?
I sat back, surprised.
Look, we can help these people. Or do you only care about ponies?
I've been willing to help you before because it was to save lives. This isn't saving lives. It's more like a vanity project. I don't reveal myself for a reason. Every time I do, it puts me at risk.
Oh, for the love of Luna! I turned away from the floating robot. Then Watcher surprised me.
Fine. I'll do this for you. But you have to agree to do something for me. I have a quest for you.
You have a what now? I blinked, turning back and staring at the Spritebot.
There's a black opal in Timpani Tower. It was stolen from me. I want it back.
Tentatively, I asked, "What's a black opal?"
It's a special gemstone. It's like a memory orb, but used in a recollector.
Before I could ask what a recollector was, Watcher enlightened me.
Memory orbs hold memories taken from others by unicorn magic, usually through force. A recollector is an enchanted crown that someone can wear when they want to record what they are experiencing, or to relive such a recording, even if the wearer isn't a unicorn.
I nodded. That sort of advancement made perfect sense. Like Apple Bloom's magic-resistant terminals, I suspected it was a step forward in arcano technology that came awfully close to the end. Otherwise, I'd have been stumbling over them everywhere.
So you want me to get a memory orb, sorta, out of Timpani Tower and bring it to you?
What do I look like, a courier pony? I glowered. But if this is what you require of me in order to be helpful, I'll do it. Where is the thing?
I believe it was taken by that radio pony, DJ Pone 3. Retrieve it for me, and I will relay your message.
Wait, what? Watcher wanted me to steal from Homage? I fought down a sense of inarticulate rage.
Okie dokie Loki, I'll see what I can do.
My voice was sharp and even.
But you send the damn message first.
The Spritebot hovered while Watcher seemed to contemplate this.
Of course. Trust goes both ways.
Well, maybe. But Watcher just asked me to betray the trust of some pony I cared about. And right now, I cared for and needed Homage a whole lot more than some pony hiding behind a Spritebot and demanding favors in return for taking action. So I would ask Homage for the black opal. Nicely. And if she said no, Watcher was out of luck. Suddenly, something else occurred to me. My eyes widened as I stared at Watcher's Spritebot.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
You haven't disappeared. All your little visits have been getting shorter. It's almost like every time I start to ask a question that you're uncomfortable with, your time in the Spritebot conveniently ends. But now that you want something from me,
There was a burst of static, and then happy marching music, heavy on tuba, drum, and harmonica, poured out of the Spritebot as Watcher ran out of time. I wasn't buying it. The sun was beginning to rise, painting the clouds above with magnificent colors and plunging the city into a maze of deep shadows. I would have enjoyed the walk back if the lack of my eyes-forward sparkle wasn't making me dread every corner and shadow, unable to tell where enemies were lurking. If my foreleg wasn't throbbing, if my head wasn't pounding, and my stomach twisting and clenching brutally,
I had already vomited up everything I'd eaten ever. I had come to a conclusion. I hated radiation sickness quite a lot. Timpani Tower, Homage, and bed seemed forever away. Velvet Remedy had passed the Radaway out between us, excluding Steelhooves, before Blackwing's talons took their leave. What wouldn't quite have been enough to purge the radiation from 3 of us was spread far too thin serving 6. Velvet Remedy kept assuring us that we would be fine once we made it back to Timpani Tower, and she could get more supplies, even though we weren't saying anything, which made me even more worried. I distracted myself by thinking about the memory orb, and that led me to thoughts about the Ministry of Wartime Technology, which led me to recall Steelhoof's comment about the Ministry and who they helped. Companies like Ironshod, 4 Stars, Equestrian Robotics, and even Stapletech. Ironshod Firearms, where I first learned that all was not well in Applejack's world. Equestrian Robotics. I really knew nothing about them for sure, but I heavily suspected the nightmare fuel that was brainbots could be laid at their hooves. 4 Stars, the traitorous ponies who sheltered and worked with zebra infiltrators and who were largely responsible for the deaths of millions. And Stapletech. And I already knew how that worked out. Under the Ministry's guidance and support. I was brought out of my thoughts by Velvet Remedy's gasp. I had fallen behind, due as much to my mental wanderings as my size and physical state. I tried to gallop up to where the rest of them were crouched behind a shattered wall, peeking out of a half window. Instead, I lurched and discovered that I actually did have just a little bit more I could throw up. Wiping the sick from my muzzle with weak disgust, I approached a second window, not wanting to press close to the others after what I had done. Beside it was a metal desk. We were technically on the inside of the building looking out. I paused to open the desk, finding a dozen bottle caps. My fogged mind insisted on asking why I kept finding bottle caps in places like this. Desks, trash cans, lockers, filing cabinets. What kind of pony went around putting money in random spots? What thought process leads to, oh look, a desk in the urban wilderness. Let's put some caps in there. Not much, just enough to buy a sandwich? I shook my head, trying to rid my mind of the cobwebs that entangled such thoughts. The thudding of my headache spiked, letting me know that was the wrong thing to do. Blinking back tears, I looked out at the street. I heard the odd fluttery commotion before I saw the source. When I did, my eyes went wide. A moment later, a ball of green flame lit up the street as the balefire phoenix set one of the bloodwings attacking it ablaze. I stood there gaping. Not all my companions were content to just watch. Levitating out her combat shotgun, Velvet Remedy stepped through her window, much to our surprise. Velvet Remedy was never the first into combat. The range of creatures she was willing to use lethal force against was growing, and now included alicorns. But it had always been in self-defense, or the defense of other ponies. As I saw Velvet take a battle stance, lifting the shotgun towards the aerial skirmish, I remembered what Monterey Jack had said, and wondered if I was slowly losing her to demands at the equestrian wasteland as well. Was she losing herself? Velvet Remedy waited until the sight of the balefire phoenix was entirely blocked by the body of a bloodwing. Blam! The giant bat let out a piercing screech and fell to the ground. Velvet Remedy turned her aim to another one, waiting for the opportune moment. The bats weren't going to give it to her. One of them broke off, diving at my friend. There was a twin gunshot as Calamity entered the fray, and the bloodwing crashed meatily at Velvet Remedy's hooves. The sky flashed with gouts of green as the balefire phoenix tried to swoop back around on its attackers. One of the bloodwings turned and collided with the majestic green and golden bird, and the two plowed inside of the hulk of a delivery wagon, crashing through crates filled with destroyed books. Part of me wondered if the books had been headed towards Twilight Sparkle's Athenaeum. The balefire phoenix was pinned under the bloodwing. I could see it struggling to get out. Another bloodwing fluttered down to the mouth of the delivery wagon, then flapped back quickly as the phoenix spat green balefire at it. The beautiful creature let out a mournful cry as the bloodwing twisted its head about to sink its fangs into the bird. The second bloodwing descended into the opening. "Little Pip!" Velvet Remedy shouted in dismay. "Your zebra rifle!" I started.
looking to her in confusion as my PTM-less brain struggled to parse what she wanted me to do. Velvet Remedy wasn't willing to wait. Her horn flared as she wrenched the zebra rifle out of its holding straps and started firing it wildly into the back of the wagon. In seconds, the entire interior was ablaze. The bloodwings screeched in agony. One of them stumbled out, walking bizarrely on its burning wings. A living inferno. It collapsed in the street. Nothing else, neither Balefire Phoenix nor Second Bloodwing, emerged from the raging furnace that the book wagon had become. I looked from the wagon to Velvet Remedy and back blankly.
But the...
Velvet Remedy gave me a strained glance, then returned to staring into the fire. As I struggled to finish the thought, a blast of ash shot from the flames. It swirled in the morning air, catching the rays of sunlight as they pierced through the apocalyptic cityscape, spinning on a wind all its own. Then, with a blinding burst of emerald light pierced with gold, the Balefire Phoenix appeared. Velvet Remedy gave a joyous squee. She watched as the strange but magnificent creature circled around us thrice, let out a musical cry, and soared off. Floating the zebra rifle back to me, she smirked.
Not the same relationship with being burned alive, remember? When we get back, I'm taking a long bath,
Velvet Remedy announced.
I'll get the rat away as soon as Dr. Helpinghoof's clinic opens. At this rate, it won't be long after we return.
Gol dang it! When we get back, I'm taking a long bath, Calamity exclaimed, prompting Velvet to mock faint. I just wanted to sleep, preferably beside Homage. I stopped, my mind fighting sickness, PTM withdrawal, and now sleep deprivation.
I don't know, I need sleep, but we don't have much time.
Don't have much time before what?
Before Monterey Jack is executed,
I told Calamity bluntly.
We have to save him.
The others, all of them, stopped in their tracks. We have to what now? Calamity asked, as if I told him we all had to get bitten by rattlesnakes.
Sorry, I didn't mean that,
I said, realizing my error.
I have to save him.
Pardon, but I still don't think I heard that.
May I ask why?
Velvet Remedy questioned.
Not to mention how.
Steelhooves added. I turned to look at my surprised and uncooperative friends. It dawned on me that I had never mentioned to them my intention to save the unpleasant beige unicorn. I say let 'em hang, Calamity said, landing with an authoritative all-hoof stomp.
You just met.
Velvet Remedy began, then stopped.
You're going to get us all kicked out of Timpani Tower to save the pony who tried to rob you? That is, if the guards don't simply gun you down, even though he confessed.
I felt myself shaking. I was in no condition to be having this argument. Couldn't they just all see that this was the right thing to do? Damn it, little Pip. Velvet Remedy was suddenly mad at me. Why was she mad at me?
Monterey Jack doesn't get to do this. You saved that miserable bastard's life, and he repaid you by trying to screw you. He doesn't get to cheat you out of happiness, too.
I recoiled from Velvet Remedy's language as much as her anger.
I agree,
Steelhoof said simply. Finally, I shot back at them, focusing on Velvet Remedy.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's worthy of saving or not. Everyone on the battlefield, Fluttershy said, right? That buck has kids. 2 colts and a filly. What do you think will happen to them if he dies?
Does Timpani Tower strike you as the sort of place that comprehends charity? Did any of you see an orphanage in there while you were shopping around? I turned to Calamity and Steelhooves.
It doesn't matter what I could lose if I do. But how about what I'll lose if I don't even try?
Sometimes to do what's right, you have to become the villain of the piece. My friends all took a step back from me. They looked to each other as if wondering who should speak first. Finally, Steelhoof stepped forward.
Well then, what's the plan?
Breathing a huge sigh of relief, and feeling suddenly so dizzy I had to fight not to drop to my knees, I explained.
I have 1 stealth buck left. I sneak in, shoot him with a dart. Just 1. The poison would paralyze him for a few hours but have no lasting effects. Then I pick the lock and float him onto my back. I'll use my levitation to lessen his weight. As long as I'm actually carrying him, the invisibility spell should cover both of us. just like it covers my saddlebags.
Velvet Remedy's eyes were wet, but she stepped forward. In that case, we have something we must do before I can take my bath.
I looked to her questioningly, hopefully.
We need to stop by that workstation so you can build a new dart gun.
I was dead on my hooves. I could barely stand up. The workbench seemed to swim before me. Velvet Remedy was by my side, though, encouraging me gently. Her attitude seemed to have completely changed after I mentioned the children. I was surprised, but unquestioningly pleased.
It's okay. You can do it. Just focus.
I nodded to Velvet's voice as I wonder-glued the pieces of seemingly random junk into a potent hoof-made weapon.
There. It just needs to dry now.
Velvet Remedy nodded and gave me a little nuzzle.
Your heart is always in the right place, little Pip.
She backed up, giving me a sad smile.
Your mind maybe not so much, but I've learned to believe in your heart.
She looked down, scuffing the floor with her hoof.
I do care about you, you know.
I felt my heart flutter and my head swim. What was this? This wasn't her trying to hurt Calamity. Was she coming on to me? After pushing me towards Homage yesterday? No, I had to be reading this wrong. I looked away, aching because I knew Homage was so close. My eyes caught a bit of red in the far corner under a blanket.
Hey, Velvet, is that your wagon?
I asked, suspecting she had left it up here the morning before. I pictured Homage finding it and carefully setting it aside, even covering it, although I couldn't remember Velvet bringing it in the first place. I looked to her again, and the thought left me. She looked beautiful and heart-achingly sad. Her eyes were glistening again, but she changed the subject.
How long?
She deflected, glancing again at the dart gun.
Oh, Wonder Glue is...
I searched for a good word and failed.
Wondrous. No time at all. Hell, it's probably ready now.
You have all the darts you need?
Only should need one. Although I had to admit, I'd need a few dozen in the state I was in. I would be lucky to hit a barn door.
Let me see,
Velvet cooed. I fluttered out one of my poisoned darts and set it into the dart gun. Velvet Remedy wrapped her telekinesis around it and lifted it to her eye, checking the alignment. It occurred to me that a non-lethal weapon like the dart gun should hold quite the appeal for my more pacifistic friend. I remembered my earlier worries. How much would Velvet Remedy benefit psychologically and spiritually from being able to handle enemies without further soaking her own hooves in blood and death? Damn it, why didn't I think of this before? I turned to her, the promise to make her a dart gun of her own wet on my lips. In frozen bewilderment, Velvet Remedy had the dart gun pointed right at me. Didn't she know that wasn't safe? Flop! Ow! I opened my mouth, words of surprise frozen on my tongue. Velvet Remedy shed a tear as she said,
I'm sorry, little Pip.
What was happening? Velvet Remedy's horn glowed a little brighter. I heard the squeaking as the small red wagon rolled over, stopping behind me. Velvet Remedy stepped closer and gave me a gentle nudge with one hoof, tipping my paralyzed body onto the wagon. She'd shot me on purpose. As Velvet Remedy floated the blanket over me, covering my body, I swore I'd kill her. I don't know when I lost consciousness. The last moments I remembered were of feeling the vibration of the elevator through the metal edges of the wagon. A wagon which I should note had been very uncomfortable. I hadn't been able to see anything, and the only thing I could smell was the damn blanket. Mentally, I had realized I should be either seething with rage or sick with worry, perhaps even fearing for my life. But I had been too ill and too exhausted to have any emotions left. I probably fell asleep. Now, I found myself waking to the horrifyingly familiar sensation of being strapped to a medical table. A shot of panic went through me, driving me to struggle against the straps holding me down, as I imagined that the psychotic ghoul doctor had somehow regenerated and captured me again, with Velvet Remedy's help. I collapsed back, a black ache growing in my heart. How could she do this? She was supposed to be my friend. I realized just how utterly horrible I felt. Beyond heartache, beyond headache and physical illness. I felt deeply and unbearably wrong inside. Was this how Taint felt? I tossed my head back onto my pillow, a little surprised my captors had thought to give me one. Above me, some pony had nailed a poster to the wall. A very young mare dressed in a pink and yellow-striped nurse's uniform stared back at me, telling me how I didn't need to be a steel ranger to be a hero. Apparently, heroic positions like bedpan unsullification technician and cancer ward clown awaited me. Not the Red Razor Factory. My eyes strayed around. The medical bed I was strapped to was partitioned off by screens. I could see the silhouettes of ponies moving about beyond. The only thing in here with me was a strange, beeping terminal and several plastic tubes that were delivering fluids into and out of my body. One of the shadows was Calamity. I could tell by the shape of his hat. Damn it, no! Not him, too! Celestia and Luna, damn them both to the burning...
Dag nabbit,
I heard Calamity speak, addressing one of the other ponies in the room.
remember when we talked about doing this the right way? Well, this ain't it. Do you think I wanted to do this?
Velvet Remedy's voice carried through the gauzy screens that locked me away. There was heartache in her voice. Good.
Little Pip forced my hoof. And how exactly did she do that? I seem to recall her being barely able to walk straight.
Suddenly, my body started to feel really heavy, like a great leaden blanket was pressing down on me.
Don't be naive. You heard her. Monterey Jack's execution is tomorrow. She was going to get herself kicked out of this place before we had any chance to persuade her to seek treatment.
Oh, that's what this was. I opened my mouth to say something, but that heaviness washed over my eyelids, and I couldn't keep them open. When I awoke again, I felt better. I was tired and weak, weary to my very bones, but in a way that felt normal. The headache and sickness were gone. I could see, hear, feel, think. Clearly. There was no fog to fight through. I tried to sit up, but I was still firmly bound to the medical bed. A shot of panic went through me, but I fought to stifle it. I wasn't back there. I wasn't in the Mad Ghoul's lab. This was different. And if I kept telling myself that, maybe my body would listen and my heart would slow to normal. I laid back, already feeling exhausted by my effort to rise. I didn't have the energy to fight it, but I did have enough to start to get mad. My only friends I'd ever had in my life had conspired against me. Velvet Remedy had paralyzed me. They had strapped me to a bed in a clinic barely a day after my terrifying experience with the ghoul doctor. They had forced me into, by the mercy of moon banishment. I knew I had a problem. It wasn't as if I was stupid. Hell, I would have come here on my own, eventually. I would have. I just had more important, pressing things. A shadow moved up to the partition, and one of the screens was pulled away. A dark tan earth pony trotted into my little prison. Beyond him, I could see Velvet Remedy curled up on a bench. Her horn was glowing, and a memory orb lay on the bench in front of her. She had retreated into the Fluttershy orb again. Goddesses! As if Velvet Remedy didn't have problems of her own. I felt something hard in the pit of my stomach. I had every right to be furious with her, and I was. But I couldn't be hateful. Instead, even with my anger on, I felt a pang of worry for her.
Well, good morning, the stallion said. I'm Dr. Helpinghoof, and you, I've been told, are Little Pip. How are you feeling this morning?
I turned my anger towards him. I didn't know quite how much of it he deserved, but it was at least some. After all, he'd agreed to put me through this addiction cure very much without my permission. I was paralyzed at the time. Plus, he was very, very convenient. That's a really stupid name. The doctor took none of the intended offense.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I changed my name when I decided to take over the clinic. The Helpinghoof clinics were pre-war centers for aid and rehabilitation. Maybe it was presumptuous of me.
I sighed and shook my head. No, that makes sense. Dr. Helpinghoof was an homage to the Helpinghoof clinics. I felt a smile curling my muzzle despite myself. I fought it off, finding my righteous anger again. Why am I strapped down? I demanded. Helpinghoof genially answered,
The addiction treatment involves a complete flushing of your system.
You really don't want to pull out any of the tubes while the process is in progress.
You could cause yourself permanent harm.
Oh, but why am I still strapped down?
Well, honestly, because the first reaction of most patients in your position is to gallop off, and all too often imbibe more of whatever drug I just cleaned them of.
My choice, isn't it?
Yes, that's certainly true. And with friends like yours, I have no doubt that you'd find yourself back here tomorrow if you did. I could make a tidy profit off of you.
I glared at the ceiling. I need new friends.
I was rapidly running out of ones who hadn't shot me. That attitude is not unexpected. No good deed in all those horse apples, the doctor said. But in your case, I'm keeping you strapped until I'm sure you're not going to do something too exertive.
I gave him a dark look, but he shrugged it off.
When you came in here, party time menthol addiction was hardly your only ailment. You were suffering severe radiation exposure, not to mention a small dose of manticore poisoning, and your body had been clearly through enough traumas in the past few weeks that it was on the verge of giving out. I had to do a lot of work before I could even risk beginning the treatment. The doctor spoke with earnest warning. These procedures have left you in a weak and fragile state. You'll heal properly now, but you need to take it easy for the next few days at least. No strenuous activity.
I remained quiet as that soaked in. How bad a shape had I been in? And if I was that messed up, how bad were the others? Doctor, my friends, they've been through as much as I have. Please, they need your help too.
Helpinghoof nodded. I know. Your unicorn friend already insisted. The Steel Ranger won't even let me take a look. But I've had both Calamity and Velvet Remedy on my table while you were in recovery.
Of course. Steelhooves wouldn't want anyone here realizing what he was. Will they be okay?
Physically, yes, the doctor said. Although, I suspect how well they heal emotionally will be more up to you than to me.
Great, drop that load on me too. I wasn't even going to get to be mad at them.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about addictions. Helpinghoof informed me.
Perfect, and now a lecture. And he even had me strapped down for it.
You should have noticed by now that your senses and thought processes seem clearer and cleaner. Not as hyper-enhanced as when you were on the drugs, but still a lot better than when you were off of them, am I right?
Grudgingly, I nodded.
That's the nasty double edge of party time menthols. They are a brain accelerator made from mystical plants native only to zebra lands and perhaps the everfree forest. No matter how often you use them, they will always be just as effective as the first time. What most addicts don't realize, however, is that the withdrawal degrades your mental facilities. The more you take them, the worse you are when you are not on them. Ponies who have been taking them for years have reached the point where they can barely function without the drug in their system. Helpinghoof smiled thinly. The enlightened state in which you find yourself now is actually the way you had always been before you got hooked on party time menthols.
What? I was like this before? But I felt so much more alert. Everything was so clear. It was so easy to think. Not hyper fast like I could when I was on a PTM, but still easy. If this is what I was like before PTMs, why did it feel so new? And why wasn't I able to tell? But I had been able to tell. I had known something was wrong for a long time. I felt a tear in my eye and I wondered where it had come from. I looked to the doctor.
Now, I can give you advice, but I can't make you take it. The doctor continued, you absolutely need to stay away from party time menthols. It won't be easy. Your body and brain might no longer crave or need them, but most drug addiction is as psychological as it is physical. So I can't tell you this won't be difficult. But from what I hear, you have a strong will, and you have strong friends who can help you through it.
I nodded slowly, not really wanting to hear this, but knowing I needed to.
And I highly recommend staying away from normal menthols, or for that matter, any other addictive substances. Buck, Rage, Dash, all of them. Party time menthols is the most addictive drug out there, but many of the others aren't much better. And with your family history, you are more susceptible to addictions than most ponies. So my advice is to just stay away.
I started to nod again and stopped. Wait, what does my family have to do with this?
Predisposition towards addiction can be hereditary. Helping Hoof informed me. Your friend Velvet Remedy told me about your mother.
My mother? She had no right!
She was an alcoholic, was she not?
I ground my teeth, staring everywhere but at the doctor. He waited patiently until my spit and fury subsided enough to answer. Well, her cutie mark was a glass of hard apple cider. What else was she going to do?
You do know that cutie marks don't control your destiny, right?
I just looked away. I wasn't going to be roped into a discussion of my mother, even if they kept me tied down for days. Oh crap, Monterey! How long had I been out? I tried to look at the time on my pit buck, but my foreleg was strapped down. And I remembered swiftly my pit buck was dead anyway. Doctor, I said, trying to not sound too anxious. How long until Monterey Jack is executed? Please, Luna, give me strength. The doctor blinked.
The cheese shop owner. That was 2 hours ago.
I felt a weight the size of a flower pot drop in my stomach, followed by an anvil.
Why, did you know him?
I had failed. Velvet Remedy was the first to visit me, fresh from Fluttershy Land. She spoke cautiously, trotting on eggshells. As she did so, her horn glowed as she removed the straps holding me down, one at a time. I resisted the urge to go for her throat. No strenuous activity, the doctor had said.
I don't expect you to forgive me,
Velvet was saying. Good, I interrupted harshly, because I don't. She winced at my words, but obstinately continued.
or that things will be right between us. But I do expect you to understand why. And to understand why I had to do it now.
Why you felt you had to do it now, you mean? I spat. And against my will.
You wouldn't have gotten the help you needed on your own. This might be the only place in the whole equestrian wasteland that could help you, and you were about to throw it away.
I had already realized I had a problem, I retorted. I was going to ask for help.
Oh,
Velvet Remedy asked, trapped somewhere between shock and disbelief.
When?
After we crashed, I realized it then, and I was probably going to ask for help after I had some sleep.
Convenient.
She turned away from me. I didn't need to see her face to tell she was hiding tears. I could hear them in the tremble of her breath, see it in the shudder of her breast. Urgh! I wanted to tear her to pieces with my teeth, and yet I couldn't bear to see her hurt. And I knew that if I talked to her any more, I'd just hurt her more. Maybe she deserved it, but I didn't want to inflict more wounds. Velvet, you need to not be here. She wiped a hoof across her face before looking at me. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't let me see the actual tears. Because of what you did, Monterey Jack's children are without a guardian and will soon be without a home, I said sternly, staring at her. To her merit, she stood and took it. I had asked the doctor what would become of them. I had been right that Timpani Tower has nothing like an orphanage. I recalled the doctor's words. Timpani Tower is a meritocracy, according to Helping Hoof, not a socialist commune. Those who have not earned their right to be here and who cannot afford the privilege to be here have no place here. The colts and filly would be kicked out of the tower at the end of the month. So you have to help fix it. Send Steelhooves in here. I need to talk to him. And have him bring my saddlebags and utility barding. I need to get my pit-buck running so I can send Blackwing's Talons a message. I'm calling in the favor they owe us. I'm going to have them take the children to Shattered Hoof. I frowned. It wasn't ideal, but it was a damn lot better than what those kids would face alone in the Manhattan ruins. It will be your job to break the news to Monterey's children and persuade them to go. Velvet Remedy's eyes widened, immediately recognizing how emotionally painful the task I had given her would be. But she nodded, accepting the burden as due reward.
I'm so sorry, little Pip,
Calamity said, head in his hooves. He had slipped inside the partitions as soon as Velvet Remedy had left. I took a deep breath and gingerly sat up. It was an effort to do so, but my head remained clear and my gut didn't lurch. It was blissful not to be sick or under the effects of withdrawal. You have nothing to apologize for, Calamity, I said, although the angry pony in the back of my head had a few differing opinions. Velvet Remedy did this. And she was right to want to help me. I needed help.
Calamity looked up to me. I was shocked to see deep pain in his eyes. No, Lil Pip. I have the most to apologize for. This is all my fault. I'm the one who gave you those zebra-damned mints in the first place.
Flaming sun farts! Calamity was right.
For the first time, I considered what seeing me losing it to these things must be doing to him. Had he been tearing himself up all this time? Oh, merciful Celestia! What had I been doing to my friends? Strenuous or not, I pushed myself from the medical bed and threw my forehubs around Calamity, nuzzling against his neck. I had no words, no idea what to say. But I hoped that if I hugged him long enough, he'd understand how forgiven he was and how sorry I was. I had a lot of apologizing to do. "How are you doing?" I asked Steelhooves as I plugged my pip-buck to his magically powered armor using tools from my utility barding.
Shouldn't you be the one every pony is asking that?
Steelhooves' deep voice questioned. "I've been out of it for a long time," I admitted. "I've missed things, obvious things, or at least been too slow in coming to them." I swallowed. "For example, you told me that the Ministry of Technology funded 4-stars, and then you discovered what they did. I can't imagine how that must have hit you."
I've been dealing with it.
Steelhooves cut me off.
"But you shouldn't have to deal with it alone." I shook my head. I'd focused on Velvet Remedy and Calamity, and I didn't even see that all my friends were hurting, not just the loud ones.
Steelhooves nickered.
Thank you, little Pip. But like I said, I am handling it.
I nodded, respecting his determination. My pip-buck beeped, demanding my attention.
"Okay, but I am here for you, really here now," I added. "If I can help at all. If you just need some pony to talk to."
I'd rather not.
I shut up. For the next half of an hour, I focused on getting my pip-buck working again. By the time I was done, the little leg-worn device was operating more smoothly and efficiently than it had in months. I floated the broadcaster out of my saddlebags and sent Blackwing the message. She was annoyed by the task I required of her, but more relieved that I'd contacted her so quickly, calling in the favor for something that didn't amount to anything worse than an annoyance. "By the great egg, kid, I'm half tempted to call this 3 favors. But then I'd have to figure out how many more I owed you for hooking us up with Gardner's shattered hoof operation. I was feeling like my wings had been pulled for a bit there."
"Thank you, Blackwing. Velvet Remedy will have the little ponies waiting for you at the 4-star station at Timpani Tower."
I cut the broadcast. Steelhooves remained silent for a while longer.
"Are you sure?"
I began to ask as I put my tools away.
Little Pip, you're the sort of mare who makes me wish I was a better pony.
He sounded sad?
Only one other mare has ever made me feel that way. And sooner or later, you're bound to learn, just like she did, that I am not a better pony.
Steelhooves walked out of Helping Hoof's clinic.
"Where's Steelhooves?"
"Should you really be up, Lil Pip?" Calamity asked, his eyes widening with concern as I burst into the suite.
"Do you know where he is?"
After Steelhooves had left, I had just stared. It took several minutes for the sinking sensation to fully prompt me to action, and by then, I had lost track of him. Well, last I saw, he was talking to Chief Grimstar." "No!" I turned and galloped for the elevator. It took me too long, way too long, to find the door to the basement. I pushed myself beyond the point where I should have collapsed, raising an invisible clock. When I found the door, my state of alarm intensified. It should have been locked. Instead, the door hung slightly open. I dashed inside, then stopped, leaning against a cold concrete wall, fighting loss of breath. The basement was a cluttered maze. The walls down here were too thick for my eyes-forward sparkle to detect ponies, friend or foe, beyond the room I was in. I was forced to search by sight alone. Finally, in a back room, I found a heavy set of doors under an ancient warning sign whose paint was peeling. Emergency shelter. Authorized unicorns only. Like the door to the basement, these doors were open. My pip-buck lit up. One friendly pony.
"Steelhooves?"
I turned on the light of my pit buck and saw the Steel Ranger standing in the gloom, facing another large door made of thick steel and set with a tiny window of armored glass. There was a control panel inches from his raised right hoof. "Steel hooves!" I called out, panting, a burning stitch in my sides. "Don't do it!" The Steel Ranger lowered his armored hoof and turned to look at me.
Don't do what?
He asked so casually I wanted to scream. "Don't let them in!" The Steel Ranger cocked his head.
Oh, don't worry, little Pip. Nobody's getting in through this door. I've made sure it can't be used ever again.
What? Oh, thank the goddesses! I collapsed on the cold stone floor, feeling like I would never be able to stand again. But it was okay. All my fears had been in my head. Steelhooves trotted up to me.
Did you really think I'd let in the zombie ponies? That I'd allow all the innocent ponies in Timpani Tower to perish? You really don't know me at all, do you?
He trotted past me, leaving me there. No, I admitted, feeling utterly ashamed as well as beyond exhausted. No, I didn't know Steelhooves. And maybe it was time that I stopped thinking ill of my friends, started trusting them more. They really are good ponies. And they really are trying to help. My thoughts were interrupted by a thud. Chief Grimstar's face appeared on the other side of the window. Flesh had been torn from the side of his head. I could see him staring in with desperation and horror, pounding on the other side of the door. Then the zombie ponies fell upon him once again, pulling him away from the window as they tore him to pieces, eating him alive. Footnote: level up. New perk: Reaper Ponies Gallop. If you kill a target while using SATs, 25% of your AP are restored after dropping the spell. This will usually refresh your targeting spell enough to use it again immediately for at least one more attack. Chapter 20. Behind the Curtain.
Can I do something for you? Or to you?
Failure. I couldn't save Monterey Jack. I couldn't stop Steelhooves from murdering Chief Grimstar. I was letting down my friends and everyone who needed me. The realization of what I had been doing to those closest to me with my damn addiction cut deep. And as much as I wanted to rage at Velvet Remedy, it was my fault that Monterey Jack was dead. I'd killed him with a mint. Actually, I'd killed him with a whole lot of them. I had been eating them like... Damn it! They actually tasted like candy. How fucking wrong is that? I was physically exhausted and mentally overwhelmed, on the verge of crying. It took me a long time to pull myself up off the floor and make my way back. The basement was huge, cluttered, maze-like. I took a wrong turn and found myself in a room full of spark-powered generators, half of which were running, making the whole room seem to throb. A bank of them on the far wall were burned and blackened, their metal skins ruptured. One exploded generator was randomly sparking, making the air taste like lightning. The skeleton of a pony, severed in two by a hunk of metal shrapnel, rested forever on the floor a few yards from them. An engineering schematic on the wall told me these had been the generators which powered the Ministry's mystical defenses. They had given their lives saving the building and its inhabitants from the Manhattan Balefire bomb. Well, all except for one very unlucky maintenance pony. I wondered what her, or his, name had been. Did the pony have a family? Did they know what happened? All moot 200 years later. Just one more tear. I backtracked and finally found my way to the exit. As I stepped out through the basement doorway, I was greeted by two of Timpani Tower's guard ponies.
Little Pip, you need to come with us.
I stared at them, then back to the open basement door. Was I being arrested? A weight sunk in my heart. They must think that I was responsible for the disappearance of Chief Grimstar. That was... fast. But then, I had been running around like a mad pony earlier. And here I was, leaving the scene of the crime. Because today just couldn't get any worse. I nodded to the guard, saying nothing, and let them escort me to the constabulary offices. I'd been here before. I wondered if any of the ponies I had played seductress with in order to get a private audience with Monterey Jack would be there. They wouldn't need to execute me. I would simply die from embarrassment. One thing was for sure.
I wasn't going to say anything. I knew what Steelhooves had done, but what would be the use of pointing a hoof? I learned that lesson with Monterey Jack. Ponies turned to stare as they marched me through the Timpani constabulary. I could half hear the whispers that followed in my passing. I recognized a few of the guards on duty, including the one I had sweet-talked into giving me his pencil so I could write down all the ideas that my PTM-fueled brain had been devising. I dropped my head, wanting to crawl. I glanced up as we passed several guard ponies talking with Steelhooves. From the look of things, he was here of his own volition. That did not bode well. "In here, please," one of my escorts demanded. To my surprise, the door he swung open for me wasn't to a cell, but to a nice-looking office, paneled in fake wood and full of bookshelves.
Take a seat and don't wander off. Some pony will be with you shortly.
I looked to him in confusion.
Sorry about the delays. We had a situation with the chief. You're not our first priority today.
I was so weary that I sank onto the little couch in the office and didn't move, waiting for what seemed like hours. I checked my pip buck. It was getting late. I was hungry and confused. There was a small radio on a desk corner. I turned it on, wanting to lose myself in DJ Pone3's music. Instead, I was shocked to hear Steelhooves' deep voice rumble from the box.
I'm no hero. If you're looking for a hero, look to Chief Grimstar. He bravely sacrificed himself to save all of you. I only wish I could have saved him. Sheriff Rottingtail had been gathering a veritable army of zombie ponies in the maintenance tunnels surrounding Timpani Tower. There is a door in the basement through which the sheriff was going to unleash them upon the innocent residents of this tower. It would have been a slaughter. The Talons hired by the chief learned of this threat, but were not pleased with how things went down. When I encountered the Talons, there were considerably fewer of them than when Chief Grimstar hired them. So they neglected to inform the chief of any of this, leaving all of your lives in jeopardy. When I informed the chief, he insisted we go down to investigate the Talon's story. We found the door and ventured through with the intention of making sure it could not be opened from the outside. We were destroying the terminal that controlled the door access from the maintenance tunnels when the zombie ponies attacked us en masse. Only my armor saved me. I still remember the Grimstar's last words, ordering me to flee, close the door, and make sure it was disabled from inside the tower as well. He stayed back, fighting to the bitter end, sacrificing himself to give me the time needed, to make sure Timpani Tower was, and is, safe.
I stared at the radio. By Celestia's mane, he was actually going to pull this off, wasn't he? There was so much truth woven into the story that it would hold up to investigation. And any pony who questioned it would be questioning the heroism of Chief Grimstar. I knew different, but I was the only one, and it would be my word against his. My very non-citizen word. Not that I would say anything. I'd already made the mistake of going down that path. DJ Pone3's voice was now on the radio. From an interview an hour ago with one of my faithful assistants. The Timpani Constabulary has confirmed the Steel Ranger's tale based on a computer entry left by Chief Grimstar. Oh, wait. Was that why he trotted into here? My lockpicking skills seemed virtually unique, but I doubted my ability to hack a terminal was nearly so rare. And if any pony could do it, who was more likely than a Knight of the Ministry of Technology? It was just a guess, a suspicion. But it struck me that Steelhooves was covering his bases. Part of me almost admired what he was capable of. Part of me was angry that he was using Homage's broadcast, dedicated to the truth of the wasteland, no matter how bad it hurt, to spread his lies. I turned off the radio. Some pony finally arrived to speak with me. The debonair gentle stallion who took his place on the other side of the desk was a mottled brown unicorn with glasses perched on his nose and a scroll for a cutie mark. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get down to business, shall we? I nodded glumly. I was no longer curious why I was here. I just wanted to get whatever it was over with so I could go. The unicorn levitated several scrolls onto the desk and opened them. Now, you should be aware that there are expenses that have to be accounted for.
The cost of the rope used to hang Monterey Jack was 30 bottle caps. Fine stuff, premium made. Cost for the executioner was 25 bottle caps. Then there are cremation expenses. The stallion looked over his glasses at me. Unless, of course, you would rather they just throw his body out into the street for the birds.
His tone suggested that would be looked on as uncivilized, but that he was required to give me the option.
Cremation itself is 100 bottle caps, plus an additional 57 for the basic box.
I stared with dawning comprehension. I was going to have to pay for Monterey Jack's execution? I was dumbfounded. How in Equestria did that make any sense? But, I thought, as I sank into depression, it did make sense. It was my fault that he was dead. Why shouldn't I have to pay for it? I listened dispiritedly as the list of fees and expenses and legal charges grew and grew.
1 year's rent for both the cheese shop and his private quarters, amounting to 7,200 bottle caps. Altogether, required expenses and fees amount to a total of 9,047 bottle caps.
I stared vacantly for a moment, then nodded. With a sigh, I asked, "How long do I have to pay this? I don't have that kind of money." As a group, we had easily more than double that, but I couldn't feel right about draining such a huge amount of bottle caps from what was Calamity and Velvet Remedy's money as well. Steelhoof's too, although I felt less of a pang about that. The gentle stallion just blinked at me. Perfect. By their standards, I was poor. I mean, I could probably pay about half of it now.
Giving me an odd look, the stallion informed me. It's already been taken out of the accounts. Unfortunately, Monterey Jack didn't have sufficient funds to pay for all of it in caps, so a fair amount of personal property was confiscated for auction in accordance to.
He droned off legalese that went completely over my mane. Confusion scrambled my thoughts. So I didn't have to pay for Monterey Jack's execution? Then why pull me in here to tell me all this? Did they assume I wanted to know? So I could gloat? Was I legally required to gloat? The gentle stallion was staring at me again. A frown broke across his face.
"Well, I just lost that bet,"
he muttered to himself.
Then addressing me, "You have no idea why you're here, do you?"
I shook my head.
"Monterey Jack was convicted of attempted banditry. You are the pony he tried to rob. Therefore, upon his death, all of his properties are legally yours."
What? Wait, what? It was bad enough when I thought I was being punished. I had made peace with that because I deserved no less for my stupidity and failure. Now I was being rewarded for it? No, the world did not get to be that fucked up. I refused to let it.
The stallion considered me. "Honestly, there are a number of ponies who suspected that Monterey Jack's confession might have been more from the magic of your horn than the weight of his conscience,"
he informed me. I remembered the whispering as I passed by. Of course they did. Any pony who knew about this twisted bit of legalese would suspect me. Even I hadn't been able to comprehend why Monterey Jack had confessed until I'd talked with him privately.
The legal stallion continued. "I personally had laid good caps that this was some sort of plot cooked up between you and Monterey Jack." Again he frowned. "Clearly not."
I started at that. What? He died? What kind of plan would that have been?
The stallion shrugged. "We all knew Monterey Jack hadn't been right since his wife died."
After Clarinet was killed, I'm all they have left. Clarinet, right? I asked, and the legal stallion nodded. He mentioned his wife. What happened to her?
"There's a rumor that there's an untouched stable somewhere in Fetlock. A few months back they were trying to find it. Never did. Nobody has."
My heart sank. It was absurd to feel guilty for having found Stable 29 myself, wasn't it?
"She was killed by a manticore. According to Monterey Jack, he killed the thing, but not before it had stung them both and torn her up right bad. Poor fellow only had enough anti-venom for one, and she insisted he use it himself. With her wounds, according to Monterey, she probably wouldn't have made it even if he had given it to her."
The stallion shook his head.
"Of course, that's just how Monterey's told it. But I've never known the stallion to lie before."
Sweet, merciful Celestia! The legal stallion cleared his throat and turned back to the documents in front of him.
Returning to the matter at our hooves, even after fees and deductions, you are still left with the private quarters, the deed and business license of the shop, and a modest amount of home furnishings. Of course, there are 2 matters which must be attended to.
This was so wrong. I couldn't be gaining property from Monterey's tragedy. I couldn't accept this. I didn't deserve this.
First, of course, is the simple fact that you are not a citizen of Timpani Tower, and as such you are not permitted to operate a business within the tower. Normally it takes several years to earn citizenship. But with the legal standing of these properties, if you started applications now, you could possibly achieve citizenship within little more than a year.
He looked over his glasses, fixing me with a stare.
Still, it is the office's recommendation that you sell off the deed and business rights to the shop to some mayor or gentlecolt who is a citizen. Make yourself a tidy little sum and be done with it.
I nodded. I wondered if homage had any use for an ex-cheese shop.
Second is the matter of Monterey Jack's children,
My ears shot up. What was this?
who are legally allowed to remain in the private quarters until the end of the month. So while you do legally own the property, I'm afraid you won't be able to kick them out until the 1st of...
I felt like I'd been hit by a piano. By the twisted legal fuckery of Timpani Tower, I was the one bucking Monterey Jack's filly and colt into the deadly wasteland. I felt like I was finally seeing behind the curtain. Monterey Jack's execution made me, the heroine his children worshipped, into the pony stealing their home from them just after their father died. The ultimate buck when they're down. Unless, of course, I did something about it. Exactly like I had already done. I'd taken care of them even before this trap had snapped shut. I looked up at the stallion as a new feeling burned away my depression. Anger. He played me! I screamed at the walls of my suite, telekinetically overturning all the beds. My eyes were burning with tears, my heart pounded with rage. He set me up! I made the blankets tornado about the room. I was the goody four-shoes filly he knew he could manipulate, and he was right! I stomped on all hooves, the blankets soared at the window and rebounded off the glass. I hated Monterey Jack. I wanted him dead. But he was already dead, and I wasn't some pony who could change your mind and take my frustrations out on his children. He was so right about me. So instead, I took my fury out on my room and was thankful that none of my companions were around to see me do it. It was too much. The shame of my addiction, the pain of how I'd hurt my friends, the betrayal of Velvet Remedy's actions, and now Monterey Jack's four-hooved fucking of me from beyond the grave. I hurled one of my saddlebags against the wall. If levitation could have any real force behind it, I probably would have punched a hole in the room. As it was, the saddlebag just clanked against the wall, opening and spilling its contents. A lifetime's worth of party time Mentols rained down on the floor, the stash from Pinkie Pie's safe. I stared at the pile of tins, frozen in place. It took only a moment to transfer all my rage and sorrow onto the drugs. Before I knew it, I was in the bathroom, dumping tin after tin into the toilet water, cursing them and myself for everything we had done to my life together. Flush. There went a month's worth. Flush. There went dozens more. I was throwing away countless bottle caps worth of them, and good riddance. They would never have the chance to hurt any pony else. Flush. There went what I allowed myself to become dependent upon. Flush. What I had let come between me and ponies who were closer to me than any family had ever been. I was crying so hard, I could barely see what I was doing, but I didn't need to. Flush. 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 The last tin of party time Mentols floated in front of me, hovering over the toilet, open. I just had to tilt it and flush. Easiest thing in the world. Telekinetic child's play. A tilt and a flush. The tin hovered there, not tilting. The last tin. For all the damage they had done, that I had let them do.
Party Time Mentols had saved my life and the lives of my friends. More than once. Should I keep just one tin? Just in case? But if I took even one more, I could become addicted again. It only took one the first time, and I couldn't do that to myself. I wasn't Monterey Jack. I wasn't willing to screw me over like that. The tin started to tip. But what if that mental clarity was the only thing which could save my friends? What if it was Calamity's life on the line, or Velvet Remedy's, or Steelhooves? Wouldn't they be worth the sacrifice of myself? Yes, they would. The tin leveled and began floating back towards me. But could I do that to them? Put them through it all again? And wouldn't it be a betrayal to even keep one tin? The tin stopped, floating above the lip of the toilet. Little Pip. Homage's voice startled me from the bathroom doorway. My magic imploded, dropping the tin into the toilet, metal case and all. I looked at her. Startled, eyes red and puffy, knowing I looked like a completely ugly mess. Homage stepped into the bathroom, looking peaceful and elegant in her dress. I cringed back, not wanting to accidentally touch it with my filthy body. She didn't let me get away. She grabbed me, pulling me against her breast. I couldn't contain myself anymore and broke into open weeping. I heard the metal tin as Homage levitated it out of the water and dropped it into the pile with all the empty others. Flush. At some point, Homage nudged me from my suite up to the Athenaeum where she lived. She played soft music and stayed close to me, leaving DJ Pone 3's broadcast on a newslist loop of songs.
How long before this makes the news cycle?
I asked wearily as the sun was beginning to set. Homage gave me a gentle but reproachful look. Toaster repair pony kicks addiction. More at the top of the hour? The pretty gray unicorn gave me a nudge with her nose. Really? I don't think that's something for the airwaves, do you? I smiled gratefully to her. Let me cook you something to eat, Homage said before she dared leave my side. I realized how badly I was starving. I hadn't eaten for the better part of 2 days. Homage put to shame the restaurants of Timpani Tower with their woven fried banana puree and whatnot. Simple, delicious cooking. And she didn't mind cooking more when I finished off everything and was still hungry. After dinner, I was feeling tired and emotionally drained, not to mention very full, but I now had enough energy to help her clean up.
Where did you learn to cook like that?
I asked, wishing we had someone with even half her skill traveling with us. And I was solely tempted to suggest she join us, and not just for her food. But I knew she was needed here. All of the equestrian wasteland depended on DJ Pone 3. My delinquent youth, she hinted with a wink. I pressed her with a hoof, and she elaborated. I really was an assistant to the last DJ Pone 3. That's how I took up the mantle when he fell ill. I was the only one who knew him. The magic voice spell had been passed down for at least 5 DJ Pone 3s, so the wasteland never knows there has been a change. I nodded, having suspected as much. I spent several years after getting my cutie mark running around the Manhattan ruins and beyond with Joke Blue, a close friend. The friend I realized that she had mentioned before. The area between here and Philadelphia wasn't as deadly then as it is now. I hunted for recordings and memory orbs to give to DJ Pone 3, in the hopes that they would have new music or useful news for the broadcasts. Did other errands for DJ Pone 3. Earned my way into the tower. Learned how to survive along the way. Cooking, weapon maintenance, a lot of practice hacking computers to get into locked doors and safes. I thought of all the hacking and lockpicking I had done, driven largely by curiosity and a need to explore and to know. Even if what I learned didn't mean anything, like keeping the memory was an acknowledgement of and tribute to the past. Joke Blue was the one who knew her way around weapons and had the skill to disarm traps. Homage trailed off as a clearly painful memory hit her.
Do you want to talk about it?
Homage smiled, a tear in her eye. Most traps. Some cruel bastard rigged up a baby carriage with explosives, used the corpse of a newborn colt and a recording of a baby's crying to lure victims in. I cringed, horrified. By the time she was close enough to realize the baby was dead, it was too late to run. She tried to disarm it, but the dear unicorn's voice broke off, choked. Now it was my turn to hold homage. Chapter 20.5 A Mare Worth Fighting For.
I'd never felt joy like that before. It just felt so good I wanted to keep smiling forever.
I stretched out on Homage's bed as she gave me a massage. Either she had learned a lot from our visit to the spa, or she had practice. Either way, it was wonderful. If I was a cat, I would have been purring. I felt her press against me as she leaned close to whisper in my ear. I know you're under doctor's orders to relax and not exert yourself. You listen about as well as most of his patients. I nodded, not wanting to really talk about that. Or really about anything. What she was doing with her hooves was divine. She was pressing them in circles against the back of my legs at the base of my rump. Not as skilled as the professional spa ponies, maybe, but unspeakably more delightful because it was Homage doing it. So I won't apologize for helping you break them further. I had no idea what she was. Oh, hello! I gasped as I felt her tongue someplace I had only imagined it before. Pleasure burst through my whole body. And she was just getting started. This was definitely going to qualify as strenuous activity. After the second pass of her tongue, I became vibrant. I was grinning like a fool. This is really happening. We're really going to do this. Then another thought struck me at the third lick. Oh, goddess, we're really doing this. What if I'm lousy? What if she hates me forever? What if she gets on the radio in the morning and tells all of the wasteland that the stable dweller is the worst lay ever? My ecstatic joy replaced with panic, I started shaking all over. When I felt her tongue stop touching, I fought the urge to scream for her to continue, terrified that the spell would break and she'd realize she could be with a much taller and more attractive mare. Little Pip, you okay? Her voice was filled with concern, probably worried that I was suffering some kind of withdrawal symptom or post-traumatic stress from one of the many times I had nearly died lately. I'm fine, I lied. Just this once. Am I going too fast for you? No, I cried, my voice straining not to crack. That wasn't a lie. She could have pounced me when I first laid eyes on her, and I'd say she was still too slow. Good, she said with a laugh, because I had no intention of stopping. Then she was back to work. Her tongue was hot as it circled me back there. Do tongues naturally get that hot when near another pony's private parts? Or was I just hot there and she was just providing pressure? I stopped wondering much of anything when it slipped inside. I cried out. I'm pretty sure I wasn't speaking any known language. Somehow, the entire universe had collapsed between my haunches, and the only thing left was that hot, slippery bit of mare boldly going where no mare had gone before. Somewhere, a part of me was mortified. Whenever I had been turned on in the past, I had been thinking about or looking at some pony that I didn't have a chance with. My natural instinct had always been to put my back to the wall, but now there was nowhere to hide. She was seeing exactly what I felt. She was inside me. It was too much. My hooves were digging at the bedspread. I wanted to run. I knew that any moment she'd realize this was all a huge misunderstanding, she'd throw me out, and I'd have to try to make up some pony so I could finish on my own. Finish? The pressure was building already. Oh, goddesses, no. Sweet Celestia and Luna. I've already been blown up recently. Have some mercy. It turned out they were busy. I exploded. My body went into spasms, and I burst out crying. Whoa. Homage pulled her head back, licking, well, me off her lips. And here I was worried that I'd gotten rusty. Am I just that good, or are you that sensitive? I could hear the amusement in her voice. I'm sorry. I wanted to slink out of the room before she started laughing at poor Pip, who couldn't last for more than a minute. I felt her lips on my neck. Why are you sorry? Her voice was soft. Her mane brushed against me, and I swear I almost popped again. It's been a while for me, too. It's been my whole life. Oh, shit. I did not just say that. I threw both forelegs over my mouth, trying to shove the words back in. I braced for harsh, mocking laughter. Instead, I felt teeth at my ear. Your first time, and like this. Was she moaning? I can't say I'm not jealous.
Well, it's not like it's my first. I've had a lot of time alone, and
I had to shove a hoof in my mouth this time. Sweet sky fucking Celestia, was there anything else I could say to embarrass myself? A very indignant voice shrieked in my head. Maybe I want to tell her about how I wet the bed as a filly? I met with another pony. She was sucking on the end of my ear. As it turns out, that feels better than just about anything, except what she was doing between my legs with her hooves. Just one thing. You're not done, right? Oh, goddesses, was she kidding? Just listening to her voice and that feeling on my ear was enough to... Oh, here we go again. Another shock of ecstasy burst through my entire body. She pressed her body against mine and seemed to ride my spasms and bit down on my ear, hard. Well, that answers that, she said after my body had quieted. I felt a telekinetic field wrap around me and flip me on my back. That's good, because I have so much more to do. I had never seen any pony look at me like that before. I blinked, and she had disappeared between my legs. Her lips were as able as her tongue, but the hint of teeth made it that much more. So I have a question, she said quickly after her lips had brought about the destruction of any thought in my head. Now? I managed to squeak. Looking up at me, she pressed her chin firmly against my ever-dampening crotch. No time like the present, and I want to know more about you. Understandable given the situation, right? I was struggling to remember some of the more sophisticated words like, what? When she nipped at my inner thigh. Ask! That velvet is quite the looker. You've got to be fucking kidding. When you first left the stable, I heard it was to look for her. So is there anything there? She followed by pressing the tip of her nose into me.
It's really hard to focus when you're doing that.
Do you want me to stop? Her mouth was right over me, her breath puffing into me. Do you need to figure out how to answer the question? She opened her mouth and let that wonderful, amazing tongue dangle, idly tracing my slit.
It's just a bit of an ambush,
I said as quick as I could before having to bite into my wrist to keep from screaming. She finally sat up, allowing me to relax. Then she brought up the tip of her forehoof. Let me back up. Regardless of what you say, we're still doing this. To bring home the point, she pressed harder. From the way she practically threw me at you and what you've already told me, I know there's at least nothing actively going on, but you don't go chasing across half the wasteland for just any pony.
I had a major crush on her all my life.
No point in trying to play it cool.
But she was just a face, a voice on the radio. Something to fill my fantasies with.
I hadn't really put my thoughts in order since she shot me. But this all rang true, even if it was all coming out under duress.
I really didn't know her until I met her out here in the wastes.
Oh. She laid her head on my belly.
The fantasy was nothing like the real thing,
I sighed. I'd missed those fantasies. They were my oldest companions.
She's special, but she's not the mare I rushed out to rescue. That mare was just pretend, a voice on the radio.
Saying that hurt. It was like a goodbye to a part of myself. She just looked at me for a long time. Then she cocked an eyebrow. A voice on the radio, huh? I groaned. Oh, don't even start. I thought you were a stallion. She had gone back to kissing. Well, you know better now.
And while we're talking about stallions, Calamity's just a friend too. And I met Steelhooves just before you.
I really didn't want to have to think about either of them between orgasms. She looked up at me with a pout. Oh, sweetie. I know you only have eyes for mares. Every account I got about you made mention of you eyeing up some filly or another. I didn't have long to be embarrassed before her tongue sent another damn wave through me. After crying in tongues, I briefly wondered if it counts as one if I come twice in a row. I am loving playing with you. I noticed. One more question and I'll let you be.
Fine,
I managed to say after remembering my name.
She hopped, pressing her knees into my chest and putting her forehooves under her chin. So, what's a mare like you see in a mare like me? She was actually going to let me think about this one, of course. If you're getting tired and need something to eat, help yourself. She flitted a fruit bowl over to the bedside table. I realized how ravenously hungry I was. I took an apple from the bowl and devoured it. Licking my lips clean, I looked down at her, patiently waiting on my chest. I rolled my eyes up in mock contemplation for several seconds.
Is I was really, really horny a good enough answer?
She burst out laughing. It was a wonderful sound. What, none of the pretty raider mares gave you a second look?
Well, there were more than a few that showed an interest in penetrating me, but I was holding out for a gal who'd buy me dinner first.
I munched on another apple to drive home my point.
Actually, I always really respected DJ Pone 3. Some pony out there dedicated to helping every pony they possibly can.
It was a constant reminder that not every pony had become raiders in the wastes. Homage kissed my chest and smiled up at me. I'd think you'd just need to look in the mirror for that. It turns out I could still blush.
Yeah, but you were helping every pony without.
I paused, a memory surfacing. I felt blood on my horn and saw a mare on the ground whispering that she didn't want to die. I swallowed a bit of apple in my mouth.
You don't kill any pony. You just help. That meant a lot to me.
I saw the understanding on her face. I quickly moved on before she could ask if I wanted to talk about it. I didn't.
Of course, when I found out you were actually a gorgeous mare with a rump that just wouldn't quit, I was head over heels. I mean, who wouldn't be?
I felt her slide off my chest, and I took another hearty bite from my third apple. That's when I felt her lips wrap around my clit. It was about a minute before I realized I couldn't breathe, and not in the oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh way, but in a there's a large piece of apple stuck in my windpipe way. After a few sputters and coughs, she took notice of my peril and, I guess she didn't want to be known as the mare who killed the stable dweller with oral sex, because she sprang into action to help me cough up the lethal snack.
Warn me before you do that.
I hoarsely shouted after the offending chunk of apple fell to the bed. I'm sorry, she said, giving me a nuzzle on the cheek. But you called me your hero, and then you said I had a pretty butt. I couldn't resist. She floated a carrot from the nearby bowl and into her mouth. But rather than eat it, she held it out for me. I reached forward and bit into it, thinking she'd let go. Instead, she held fast and gave me a flirty look. She waited patiently as I chewed the carrot down until I reached her lips. Only then did she swallow what was left in her mouth, and I'm pretty sure she only did that to free up her tongue. After a few minutes of that, I leaned back on the bed and patted my stomach with a contented sigh.
Man, those really hit the spot. So much more flavor than stable food.
Homage cozied up next to me, pressing her face against my neck. Do you miss it? The stables, I mean. The question caught me by surprise. Not so much because of the question itself. It was a perfectly reasonable thing to ask, but because the answer was no. Really? She sounded shocked.
I mean, I miss not being shot all the time,
I added quickly.
And I miss having a comfy place to sleep consistently. But I never really felt alive in there. It was like we were just waiting to die. I don't think ponies were meant to be cooped up all their lives.
She made a noise in understanding and ran a hoof down my side. I kissed the top of her head, smelling her mane.
Also, I've met some really nice ponies since I got out. You know...
A smile played across my lips as I spoke.
I think that fruit has given me my second wind. You want to continue where you left off?
She rolled off me and pulled her back legs under to sit on her haunches. She looked at me like I was a foal who made a social faux pas. Pip, I just watched you have 5 orgasms, and I don't know what they taught you in the stables. She leaned back and spread her back legs. But in the bedroom, you gotta share. Part of me was embarrassed that I hadn't done anything for her tonight, but that wasn't the part of me that was staring in stunned paralysis at her crotch. Outside of health class, I had never seen another mare like this. It was fascinating. It was exciting. It was giving me another orgasm. For goddess's sake, she wasn't even touching me. She just watched me shudder and gasp for a minute. You weren't kidding about the being really horny thing, were you?
A few days ago, I caught myself ogling a one-eyed griffin.
I said after catching my breath. Well, at least I know you're open-minded, she said with a smirk. She reclined there staring at me. Hey, Pip, are you gonna, do something soon? Oh, right. I rolled over to my belly, bringing myself at eye level with her lap. I thought about all the things she had done with tongue and lips. I rolled my own tongue around in my mouth. It felt sluggish and clumsy.
Hey, do you have a book or something I could read with a few tips or hints or...
She closed her legs. I swear I'd never been closer to heartbreak. She took a deep breath and let it out in a quick sigh. It's all right. Next time, I'll give you a full tutorial. She got off of the bed, and I wanted to cry. Then she started rummaging under the bed. Until then, I just happen to have something we can do that'll work for both of us. She came back into view, floating a narrow rectangular box. She popped the lid off. The inside was lined with tissue paper. It's a bit of pre-war technology I found in my more traveled days. It's a device designed to allow two ponies to share their pleasure. Her horn lit up, and I saw the tissue being pushed aside. Don't worry, it's been very thoroughly tested for safety. She floated the object out of the box with a look of pride on her face.
It's two dicks stuck together end on end,
I observed flatly. Isn't it, though? She had the same look on her face that I'd seen Calamity wear after cleaning his guns. She finally pulled her eyes from it and looked to me. I had apparently failed to hide my horror. Don't worry, it's not real. She gave it a poke, and it wobbled in the air. I was suddenly nauseous.
Homage,
I said, staring at the floating phallus.
Remember when I said I like mares? That's, really not a mare.
It's just a toy, Pip, she said patiently. She gave me a sideways look. Do you mean that you've never seen anything like this before, even back in the stable? I shook my head. So what did you do for stress relief?
I got to know my hooves pretty well,
I mumbled. Homage opened her mouth, looking like she had more to argue, but then just let it close. She let out a single laugh and said, Oh well, don't worry about it. I couldn't help but feel a little rotten. She had looked so happy at the chance to use her toy with another pony, and she'd already done so much for, and to, me. I reached out a hoof to stop her from putting the box top back on.
Wait, you're right. I mean, it's just a toy, and I think I could be okay with it if it's you.
I realized as I said it that I meant it. We hadn't known each other long, but she already meant a lot to me, and I was willing to try and make her happy. She smiled warmly and kissed me on the nose. I so have you wrapped around my hoof. She giggled and started rummaging in the bedside table drawer. I think this is a new record for me when it comes to relationships. You can basically orgasm on command, and damn if you don't make the best faces when you do. Now I just need to teach you how to return the favor, and you'll be perfect. I knew from that instant that she would never wear the dress here. I had officially become the passive one in the relationship, and I really wasn't sure I was... Wait, relationship? This was a relationship. I, Little Pip, short for Pipsqueak, had an honest-to-goodness relationship. I was grinning like it was my birthday and Homage had just popped out of the cake. I had a relationship. She could shove whatever she wanted in me because I had a relationship. After I came back down off my cloud, I noticed she was looking at me intensely and had in fact been talking the whole time. I said, I'm going to need to use this. She floated a tube in front of me. It'll be cold, but since you've never used anything like this before, this is going to hurt some. Psh, I've been shot, stabbed, smacked around, and nearly cooked by a dragon. I was ready for anything. I rolled over to my belly and raised my hips. I looked back and gave her a wink. She just shook her head and applied an extra coat of some kind of jelly on one of the ends. She got behind me and put her hooves on both sides of my haunches and adjusted my stance. She assumed an identical stance and her toy floated between us.
You ready?
She called out. I grinned smugly and called out,
You bet your hot ass I am.
Then it touched me.
That's really cold.
I shrieked, my voice far too high.
Oh,
It was pushing against me. I clenched, and it stopped.
Pip, if you don't want to do this.
Homage began.
no, I said I'd try this with you.
I said quickly, trying not to shudder at the feel of the slimy, cold, and rubbery thing pressing between my legs.
Then you're going to have to relax. Trust me.
Okay, I trusted her. I relaxed. I let out a loud breath. She pushed it in. This was the second time I had invented a new language that night. She pushed it slowly, in between what could be generously described as a hurricane of profanity. I choked on how much it hurt and how good it felt. This thing had been designed to touch every sensitive spot at once, and whoever designed it was really damn good at their job. It came to a rest deep inside, and I felt the orgasm rip through me as it rotated. I looked back and saw that Ahmed had twisted onto her back with it already well inside her. And there was another 2-in-1. Should I be counting these? What the f- I panted.
What are you doing?
She squirmed, sending another lightning bolt through me.
I really want to watch you. It's easier like this,
she moaned.
Now hold still. I'm about to turn it on.
What do you mean turn it off?
There was a clicking sound.
Oh, sweet Celestia horn-fucking Luna in the ass.
It vibrates. How novel. I fleshed out my 2 new languages with a shiny series of swears, all having to do with the female organs. I think sometime less than 1,000 years passed, but I really wasn't the best to judge since I was dead for at least part of the time. The only thing I can say for sure was that we were going to need to change the sheets and pillowcases, and that she made the silliest and most gorgeous face when she came. She looked like she was sneezing, laughing, and had a pinched nerve in her neck all at the same time. Needless to say, I came with her. She turned it off, and I would have collapsed if it wasn't still holding us together. She carefully slid it out of me, and then herself. She gave it an affectionate kiss, on my end, I noted, with some small perverted pride, and then set it back in its box. She stuck her tongue out at me and asked,
So, what did you think of my toy?
I tentatively touched my aching nethers.
It does its job,
I grunted. She nodded and gave a whistle.
I noticed.
I rolled onto my back, trying to move my legs as little as possible.
but to be perfectly honest, I liked it more when it was just you and me. That felt more like I was just masturbating while you watched. It was just too artificial.
She put the lid back on the box and slid it under the bed.
Fair enough.
She sighed. Thank you for letting me really try it out. And I promise I won't bring it out on you again. She crawled over and kissed me on the cheek.
Except on my birthday.
I sighed and floated a peach from the bowl and munched on it quietly for a few minutes. Eating helped calm me down and brought me back from exhaustion. A thought hit me as I recovered.
So, time for your interview, Miss Pone 3.
I said, trying to sound cool with arguable success.
Turnabout is fair play,
she said, rubbing her face against my neck.
So what's a well-respected DJ's assistant doing with a toaster repair gal like me?
I asked, half laughing at her joke. She didn't laugh. She sat up and turned to face me. All expression had fled from her face.
Do you really want to know?
Well, yeah, I asked, didn't I?
I was getting nervous. Maybe I didn't want to know if this was the effect asking had.
It's because you're a hero.
She said it without any trace of mockery. I'd have blushed if my face wasn't still flushed from our multi-orgasmic good time.
Not this again.
Let me finish,
she snapped.
You asked, and now you have to listen to the answer, no matter how bad it hurts.
I was getting scared.
I've seen all kinds of things as DJ Pone 3, and even before that when I was out in the wastes. I'd seen horrors, as I'm sure you've seen.
I only nodded, thinking of skinned and splayed open corpses used as decoration,
And the image of Calamity shooting that young foal raider from the other day popped in my head.
But I've seen and heard about heroes too.
She sounded wistful as she continued. Ponies who set out to help others and fight against anything that threatened their fellow pony.
I loved them. I lived to see and hear about them.
They gave me just a little hope that maybe we weren't damned after all. That there might be a light at the end of this fucking tunnel we buried ourselves in.
I was about to speak my agreement when she went on.
And then I'd see their heads on spikes outside a raider camp.
She looked at me hard.
You're a hero, little Pip.
And that means you're going to die very soon because you're a blight on the wasteland.
They'll kill you because what's right doesn't fit in this world anymore. And I'm going to have to report it after.
I got up and backed out of bed. I had thought about dying before, knew it was something that could happen so easily to me out here. But to be told it was a fucking certainty. She wasn't done.
Or you'll give up. I've seen that too. Heroes who helped folks only for them to be slaughtered by some other threat or worse. For those they saved to go do atrocities themselves in the name of survival. They just hang up their guns and go find some shithole to drink themselves to death in.
I fell back on my haunches.
You're a good pony, little Pip.
An honest to fucking goodness hero.
And I wanted to know you, to hold you, to love you before you were gone too.
Something broke inside me. No, not something. My heart. My heart broke. I'd searched and fought and killed and nearly died in the name of what I believed to be right. I'd found some pony who did the same, and she just told me that none of it would actually matter in the end. I saw the wasteland not as a place, but as a giant, razor-clawed beast devouring ponies by the dozens. I saw myself attack it valiantly, only to be smashed without it even looking. I saw a line of me's, each one attacking and dying without ever even slowing the monster's grisly feast. I saw New Appaloosa burning, the town's ponies all dead or being led away in chains along with all the slaves I had fought so hard to free. I saw the Talon mercs laughing as they threw Monterey Jack's foals down from the sky. I saw God with her small army attacking a convoy for supplies and leaving no survivors. I saw myself coming upon Silverbell, so broken that she didn't even have herself left anymore, in front of the graves of her family. She ran up to me and pressed against my chest, crying and asking me to tell her it would be okay. I saw myself bring out little Macintosh and press it against her head. I said it would be okay, and then I pulled the trigger. I wanted to scream, but I knew I'd just throw up if I opened my mouth. I fell, my forelegs unable to hold me up anymore. I needed something, anything to believe in. I tried to think of Celestia and Luna, but they were just shadows in my mind now. I thought of Silverbell again, but I thought of what really happened. I saw Velvet bring her to Ditzy-Doo. Ditzy-Doo. My mind locked on her. I tried to imagine Ditzy before the war. I couldn't keep a straight idea of what color her coat was, but I knew from the errant strands still clinging to her that her mane was straw-colored. In my mind, she was beautiful back then. She had to be. She was flying by, and every pony smiled up at her. With a vague imaginary voice that sounded like a fading echo, she apologized for not having any deliveries for them today. Ditzy turned and looked out at Cloudsdale in the distance. It exploded. I saw the fire overtake her, and I saw her burning, and she leapt out to try and protect the nearest pony, but they were gone. I saw her fall to the ground as what she was now, a ghoul. I saw her wake up in the newly formed wasteland. She walked, just looking in shock at the carcass of her world. Then she'd have heard a noise. A foal crying. She'd have run to it. The foal would be too hurt to walk, but would have screamed and tried to run when it saw her. Ditzy smiled reassuringly, only making them scream worse. Then she'd have rolled her eyes independently of each other, and the foal would have stopped crying, in confusion if nothing else. Ditzy would have thrown the foal on her back, picked a direction, and would have walked. On the way, more crying, more screaming, all of them foals. She stopped to gather every single one. She finally came to a collection of huts. The ponies there shot Ditzy on sight. The foals gathered around her and screamed that she helped them.
that she was a good pony. The ponies mended her wounds and took the foals in. Ditzy hears screams off in the distance and she leaves. I see her much later. A slaver's hoof is on her neck. Across the room, another slaver is looming over a filly. Ditzy screams, "Don't hurt her! She's just a foal, please! I'll do anything! Just don't hurt her! You don't want to do this!" The slaver by the filly yells at the one on Ditzy's neck. "Shut that zombie bitch up! She's killing my heart-on!" The slaver on Ditzy's neck, a unicorn, takes up a knife from a nearby table. "Oh, I'll shut her up!" I see Ditzy on the floor, gore pooling around her mouth. The two slavers on the other side of the room laughing, their backs to her. She pulls herself up. 2 of her legs are broken. She picks up a piece of piping in her mouth. I see her taking the filly she rescued to New Appaloosa. She's helping Ditzy to write. I see Ditzy poring over a large blank book. She titles it The Wasteland Survival Guide. I see Ditzy making a delivery that takes her past Ponyville. She hears the screams of a filly. I see her now, as I saw her then, a lifetime ago. She's beaten, she's caged, she's sure she'll die as soon as her captors decide how. She's wrapped around a foal trying to help them stop crying. I free her. I thought she was a monster. I see her again, unarmed, about to be killed because there was another filly in pain. I'm back in the present and I can't stop crying. I'm sobbing so hard my entire body hurts. Homage touches my back and I stand up instantly. I suck back enough snot so that I can talk, and I choke out as loud as I can, "You're wrong!" I'm still shaking, but I refuse to stop.
I've seen some fucking horrors too. I've seen things so ugly, it made me wonder if that fucking war only gave us half of what we deserve for having such shit inside us. But that's wrong.
I wipe my eyes so I can see.
I've seen goodness too. I've seen a town that dealt with slavers for their livelihood give their lives to save the ponies they partially helped enslave. I've seen a band of raiders turn a prison into the beginnings of a trading post, a whole new town.
My throat tightened, but I couldn't stop now.
I've seen a pony who watched her entire fucking world die. She suffered every fucking thing either of us can imagine. And the only thing she cares about is helping.
I stamped the ground.
I will not listen as you or any pony tells me that goodness is a blight. Goodness is not a fucking blight.
I screamed as loud as my throat would allow.
I've seen things, and I know in my heart that we're not beyond hope. We can be good. We want to be good. It's just that in a world so badly broken, darkness has been allowed to run free for so long that they've convinced every pony that that's the way it is now. Ponies just need to be shown that they don't have to be scared all the time, and they'll fight against the darkness again. And one day foals will laugh at the idea that there were monsters in the shadows.
I stood my ground and looked at Homage. She was frozen.
You say that they'll either kill me or I'll give up. Well, they're going to have to fucking kill me because their world is a lie, and I will not give up, ever.
I breathed heavily and the tears dried up in me. Homage just stared at me as though she'd never seen me before. I didn't know what I expected her to do, but I certainly didn't expect her to kiss me and lead me back to the bed. "I believe you," was all she said. I blinked my burning eyes.
Come again?
"I intend to as soon as you get over here," she said with a half smile. I just looked at her. "I believe you. I was wrong. I thought I'd seen heroes before. I thought I'd seen everything before." Tears streamed down her face. She ignored them. "But I'd never seen you before. I believe you, little Pip. I believe in you. Things can change, and when they do, it'll be because you reminded us that all the darkness is just a passing thing, and that our true nature is good." I guess I wasn't out of tears after all. "Now get your adorable ass over here. I'm going to give you that tutorial I promised." I climbed back into bed with her. With her mouth on me and mine on hers, she taught me. She went slowly so that I didn't get too excited. After some rigorous testing, I turned out to be, well, passable anyway. Homage lay sleeping beside me. I knew I should have joined her long ago,
but I just laid there and ate the last apple from the bowl as I watched her sleep. I felt something I'd only heard about in rumors and stories burning in my chest. Love, they always called it. I loved her. She had shown me that even a pony who thought they had seen it all could still have hope. And when there was love and hope, evil would never stand a chance. I made a mental note to give Ditzy a big, squishy hug sometime for reminding me of that. I laughed at my own cheesy thoughts. Goddesses, I'm so gay. Bonus perk, Way of the Fruit. You understand the way of the fruit. You enjoy strange and wonderful benefits whenever you eat fruit. When you do it, you get a temporary +1 bonus to your strength. Being eaten ain't so bad either. I sat up startled, my gaze drawn to the dark window. Beside me, Homage stirred in bed, opening an eye as she magically shifted the covers. "Little Pip," she questioned sleepily. I told her I thought I'd seen a flash of green outside the window. It reminded me of the flash I'd noticed in the fog nearly a week ago.
"Probably just the balefire phoenix,"
Homage dismissed, nuzzling close.
"There are several of them in Manhattan."
"Yeah," I nodded. "But I think this one has been following us." We spent the next morning together. Homage left the bed long enough to cook us breakfast, and then again a couple hours later to poke around in the emergency broadcast station above us. The news this time included a retelling of my brave and daring rescue of Blackwing's talons, including congratulations from DJ Pone 3 on once again stomping 2 eggs under 1 hoof. Apparently, I had taken out 3 alicorns single-hoofedly by blowing up a raider compound. I buried my head under the sheets. It shouldn't have surprised me. In fact, I would have been surprised if Calamity hadn't given her express permission to lay that at my hooves. Homage had proven she really did enjoy making me squirm. Every way she could. She was gone for the better part of an hour, leaving me to my thoughts. When she returned, I had reluctantly decided to broach an uncomfortable topic. The black opal. "That thing?" she asked, immediately knowing what I was talking about. I expected her to ask why I wanted it, but instead,
"How did you know I had one of those?"
I bit my lip. An acquaintance wants me to procure it." I looked away, then back into her eyes. I was very tempted to tell the pony to just fuck off, but I figured I would ask. "Please, feel free to say no. I don't want anything to come between us right now, or really ever." Homage regarded me for a painful moment, then smirked.
"Dear, the only thing coming between us for the last several hours has been sweat. But even I had to attend to business, as much as I wanted to slack off. I'm not going to begrudge you doing the same."
I breathed a sigh of relief.
"And yes, you can have it."
She caught my eyes with an earnest gaze.
"I have a gift for you, too. But the black opal? Think of it as a down payment. I have a quest I want to hire you for."
My eyes widened in surprise. "Anything!" She laughed.
"You might not say that after I tell you what it is, but you and your friends, you are planning to head towards Philadelphia, aren't you?"
The laughter in her voice died as she spoke that name. I nodded firmly. "I'm still convinced that something is escalating in the Equestrian wasteland. Something involving Red Eye and the Alicorns. I know they've been around for quite a while," I told her.
"Long enough for Steelhoof to become known to the monsters as the mighty Alicorn Hunter, sarcastically at least."
Questioning my theory. "The Alicorns have been around a long time, right? But I'm guessing they've gotten a lot more common?" Homage considered that.
"Hadn't even heard of them 10 years ago. Now they're all over the place in Canterlot, and in this last year, I've noticed groups of them showing up in Manhattan, too."
I nodded again. "When I uncover what's going on, DJ Pone 3 will be the first to know," I promised.
"And all of Equestria will know soon after,"
Homage swore.
"Although I might get a foreleg up on you."
I suspected the innuendo was intentional.
"If you complete this not-so-little task for me. You remember that bank of blank screens in the EBS?"
I had taken note of them when she first allowed me inside the MASEBS and let me look around. I told her so.
Those are the feeds from the Philadelphia Tower. Red Eye has taken control of that tower, or at least the 3% of the tower I normally have access to, and locked me out of it. If you are going that way, I want you to attach an override to the mainframe in the tower's station. That will allow DJ Pwn 3 to finally have eyes in that horrible place. Red Eye has operated long enough in the shadows. I put a hoof down, although stomping a pillow didn't have nearly the effect.
Agreed.
Homage pulled down the picture of Splendid Valley, revealing a wall safe with a door made of thickly armored glass. It opened for her magic with a click. There were 3 items inside, 2 of which she floated out, giving to me. The first was the black opal. I gazed at the item full of memories that Watcher wanted so badly.
I want to give this to you as a gift,
Homage said with a soft smile and a warm but insistent voice as she floated out the brightly pink statuette of a very familiar pony. I had never seen Pinkie Pie look so young and so alive. I half expected the statuette to jump up, animated by the sheer energy in her expression, and start bouncing around the room. This, I realized, was the real Pinkie Pie, Twilight's Pinkie Pie. In comparison, the mare I had seen in the memory seemed like a shadow. It was a gift given to me from the previous DJ Pwn 3, who got it from the one before him. I'm told it was given to the original DJ Pwn 3, Vinyl Scratch, by the mayor of the Ministry of Morale herself. The figurine gave off such an aura of unbridled happiness that I couldn't imagine any pony's morale sagging around her. It has served me well, and now I want to give it to you. I looked at Homage, feeling a startled reluctance. I couldn't. This was an heirloom. It was... I know what you've been through, and I know that she went through it too. You beat it. She didn't. I want you to have this as a reminder, as something to look at anytime you feel the urge to bite down on another mental. I swallowed hard and nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of this gift. I reached out with my magic, wrapping the little Pinkie Pie in a telekinetic sheath, and immediately felt a jolt. Everything became clearer. My body became more alive.
It was more than a little like biting into a menthol.
But it tasted like candy apples and cupcake frosting. What did? Part of my mind insisted. It wasn't like I had just put anything in my mouth. Between the Twilight statuette and Pinkie Pie, I felt almost like I was on menthols without them. Only cleaner, better, more wholesome. I turned the statuette around to read the base. It didn't match the others. Of course it wouldn't match the others. Awareness! It was under E! I felt joyous and heartbroken at the same time. The statuette was a reminder, both of what I had done wrong and of the cost had I not been pulled from the abyss by my friends. A sorrowful acknowledgement of the damage I had done, and now I needed to repair. And a messenger telling me that I had the strength to not do it again. And, perhaps most of all, a keepsake from Homage, letting me know she understood my weakness with acceptance and forgiveness.
Thank you, Homage. This means more to me than you can know.
I floated it into my saddlebag, which Homage had apparently floated up here with us while I was too emotionally out of it to notice. Opening the flap to the pouch, which held 3 other statuettes, I took a piece of cloth and tied Pinkie Pie next to Twilight. Now they could be together again. It was silly, but it just felt right. As Homage closed the safe, I took notice of the last item mounted inside the safe. It was some sort of magical energy pistol, but not of any make I had ever seen, and with a grip that wouldn't fit in any pony's mouth. Curiosity sparked. I asked Homage about it. Long story, she told me. One night, Joke Blue and I were poking our hooves around Fetlock trying to find a stable we'd heard rumors about, when there was a strange explosion that lit up the clouds above. At first, we thought it was thunder. Then all sorts of debris started raining out of the sky. Chunks of the strangest sky wagon you ever laid eyes on. We took cover in a burned-out passenger wagon. When it was over, I found that thing amongst the rubble. Homage chuckled. Okay, maybe not that long a story.
What is it?
Nastiest magical gun the equestrian wasteland has ever seen to my knowledge. One shot from that thing will turn whatever you hit into vapor. And not like the magical energy weapons you've seen.
which do that only once in a blue moon. Every single time. Homage actually sounded scared of the gun. I believe you could kill a dragon with one shot from that thing.
And with those words, so did I.
Where did it come from?
I wondered aloud.
The idea that there were ponies, the Pegasi maybe, with weapons that devastating chilled me tail to forehooves.
Joke Blue figured it was from some sort of flying tank that the Pegasi were experimenting with that blew up on them. Me? Homage swallowed. I know I'm being foolish, but I can't help but think it fell from a lot higher than that.
Higher? I had this strange mental image of items falling to Equestria from the moon, emptying from Nightmare Moon's toy chest.
Homage looked a bit embarrassed. You'll laugh.
I promised I wouldn't, and resolved not to no matter how hard it was. The beautifully sexy gray unicorn took a moment to gather her thoughts. Then, starting cautiously,
I once met a zebra.
That wasn't what I expected her to say at all. My ears shot up. I leaned forward.
They don't have the same relationship to the sky that we do. Obviously, since they have no Pegasi. But it's more than that. Before the apocalypse, we ponies had always looked to the sky with a sense of joy and safety. We saw the sun guided through the sky by Celestia during the day, and the moon, Luna's charge, keeping an eye on us during the night. Princess Celestia and Princess Luna were our benevolent rulers. And even though most ponies never met them personally, the sun and the moon were symbols of their kind presence everywhere and to every pony in Equestria.
I felt my body leaning closer, wanting to catch every word of this. I'd never heard Celestia and Luna spoken of this way.
When they perished in the apocalypse and the Pegasi closed off the sky, stealing the sun and the moon from us, we turned them into deities to keep them always with us. Even those trapped underground in the stable seemed to do so. A sort of parallel evolution.
What she was saying was almost blasphemous, but I bucked away the desire to admonish her, leaning precariously closer to hear. Homage had a perspective that I wanted to hear, even if I probably would not have listened to it from any pony else. She made me wonder, ask questions. For instance, would this explain why Calamity did not believe in the goddesses? Was atheism a Pegasus trait? Unlike us, they had never lost the embrace of the sun and the moon.
The zebras, though, they cringe from the sky,
Homage said. The statement was something I would have expected from a propaganda poster, not a pony who had learned this directly from a zebra. But I knew Homage, and it would not be like her to not speak objective truth as she knew it.
The zebras look up and see the stars staring down at us from a great black emptiness. And the stars, they know, are not benevolent.
I leaned further, tipped over, and fell on my face. Homage stopped, covering a chuckle with her hoof. When I'd gotten back up, probably looking as sheepish as I felt, she continued.
There is intelligence up there. The zebras believe from the stars themselves. The stars burn with cold, malicious fire. No number of them could warm the sky at night. They will ill on our world, and sometimes they will act not against us directly, but to enable us to harm and ruin ourselves.
I opened my muzzle, the suggestion that zebras were a bit batty dying on my lips. Yes, it sounded insane. But didn't we have legends that suggested the same? I recalled the story of the mare on the moon. The real version, not that stallion on the moon nonsense. The stars will aid in her escape.
In particular, they tell of 4 malevolent stars, with hearts of cruelty and chaos which yearn to taste our pain and destruction, wrought by our own hooves.
With a grimace, Homage added,
If there's any truth to the zebra mythology, I'd guess we've given them quite the banquet.
4 stars helping destroy Equestria. Now why did that sound familiar? Homage shrugged off the eerie atmosphere that had settled in the room by her tail.
Anyway, like I said, foolish. Joke Blue is probably right. Some Pegasus experiment that blew up in their faces.
Cautiously, Homage at my side, I lowered my horn towards the black opal. If I was going to give this to Watcher, I wanted to know what was on it first. It was only reluctantly that I touched the opal with my magic and let it take homage and her Athenaeum away from me. I felt strangely wrong. We were in a darkened hallway, wide and elaborately decorated, walking towards a brightly lit room with decorative, curtained partitioning hiding half of it. There were 4 ponies walking in front of me, a 5th leading them. The mares of the ministries. The first pony I recognized was Pinkie Pie. While every other pony was walking sedately through the hall, she was bouncing like a fanfilly on her way to her idol's next performance. The pony was a little younger than I'd seen her before. The candy cane look was still going strong, though. I felt a pang of deep embarrassment as my gaze fell on the lead pony, the beautiful white unicorn I had fantasized about. And the pony I was riding just wouldn't stop staring. Celestia's solar flaring mare heat. The creature I was riding wasn't a pony. He, and he was most definitely and unbearably a he, was as big as a stallion. I felt things that were not hooves at the end of my legs, and wings folded to my back, and a tail. "Spike?" Fluttershy asked timidly, turning around and looking at me. "Doesn't that hurt?" My attention was drawn to something tight and metal squeezing my head. The recollector, I assumed. It did not seem designed for whatever I was. I opened my mouth, which felt all wrong, and answered, "Nah, barely feel a thing. Besides, Rarity wanted a memory of this." "She could have worn it herself," Twilight Sparkle muttered under her breath from directly in front of me. I saw my eyes go once again to the white unicorn with the perfect purple mane. She didn't seem to hear it, being engaged in conversation with the pony I knew to be Applejack. The orange pony with the 3-apple cutie mark looked a little younger and not as weary as she had at Pinkie Pie's last party. "I sure hope this ain't nothing to do with that thing we never talked about," Applejack was saying with nervous caution. "Oh no, darling. I gave that project up ages ago," Rarity replied with graceful dictation. "Oh." The orange pony sighed with clear relief. "Good." As we approached, we walked across a fancy carpet woven with gemstones. I felt a cold shock as the creature I was riding stepped over it. Twilight Sparkle had stopped just ahead and turned to eye the carpet, as Rarity and Applejack talked. But her attention was drawn by Rarity loudly clearing her throat. Fluidly, Rarity shifted the subject, speaking up to address all 4 of the ponies she was leading. "Now, this is really just a first design, but I think you'll all be impressed." "Always thrilled to see one of your designs, Rarity," Twilight Sparkle encouraged. Rarity smiled with businesslike thankfulness. "And this is just the light suit, not the fully powered version." She turned to Applejack and smiled demurely. "And I do want to make it clear that I'm not trying to step on your hooves here. This armor isn't as strong as your Steel Ranger suits, and it doesn't offer quite the protection—" "Then what's the point?" Applejack interrupted. "I don't see the use in creating armor that is less protective." The group had reached the ending of the hallway. There was a large mirror to one side of the room, and the other was filled with sewing machines, bolts of cloth, and dress ponies. Designs and schematics covered the walls. At Rarity's motion, they stopped, each turning her attention towards the partition. Except for my alien ride, who only had eyes for the white unicorn. "Well, because there's more to an outfit than just how well it stops bullets, of course." Applejack looked ready to disagree strongly, but bit back her comment. "Okay, Rainbow Dash," Rarity called out. "They're ready for you." Around the curtain partition stepped the shadow out of a nightmare. A blue Pegasus pony who was encased in black insectoid carapace, with only the front of her muzzle and the undersides of her wings showing. Her tail was hidden within a scorpion-like sheath with a vicious barbed stinger. The ebony suit of armor was sleek and wicked. Yellow-orange protective goggles with a bug-like compound eye pattern completed the look. Built into the sides of the suit were antenna-like protrusions. The crystals that tipped those magical energy weapons shimmered with shifting rainbow light. The reactions of the other ponies were immediate. "Whoa, Nellie! That looks demonic." "Ooh, Dashy, you look scary."
The creature I was riding turned to watch Rarity suddenly take off. Fluttershy, come back! It's only Rainbow Dash! We turned back in time to see Rainbow Dash push up the goggles with one armored hoof. Her eyes narrowed, a smirk running across her muzzle, as she lowered her body into a menacing battle stance in front of the mirror. She growled menacingly, the armor making her look positively sinister.
Oh, yeah, she said. This is cool.
Reality reasserted itself, leaving me feeling very strange. It was good to be back in my own hooves. I didn't ever want to be that
Thing again.
Steel hooves approached me as I trotted across Timpani Tower's monorail station.
You're headed to meet that Spritebot friend of yours, right?
I nodded, eyeing the armor-concealed warrior.
Watcher.
He said, surprising me.
You know Watcher?
I blurted out, then mentally bucked myself in the head. I had to remember to start actually asking Steelhooves questions.
I know of Watcher.
Steelhooves intoned.
You don't live as long as we have without crossing each other's wake.
It took me a moment to parse what he had said, but then I nodded.
So, Watcher really has been around that long. Who is Watcher? And what is she, or he, or it doing?
Who? That I couldn't tell you.
Steelhooves lifted a foreleg, looking to it.
Watcher lets ponies know less about Watcher than I let them know about me. Not without good reason.
He put his hoof down.
As for what? Watcher has a habit of finding ponies who are...
I wasn't aware I was staring at him until Steelhooves returned the stare.
Watcher finds friends who are better ponies, and sets them on a path to find others, to create teams of friends.
I found myself feeling nervous. I didn't like looking at my adventures from the outside like that.
And then?
Well, most of the time they disappear or end up dead.
That was not comforting. Steelhooves stayed behind at the station as I trotted out alone on the Celestia line. I didn't have far to go. The monorail curved around a ruined building, Timpani Tower disappearing from sight. And there was Watcher, the Spritebot floating silently, waiting.
I have it,
I said flatly.
Thank you, little Pip. I knew I could trust you. Now, this Spritebot has a compartment for spare batteries. If you could just...
No.
The Spritebot floated silently for a moment.
Huh?
Watcher sounded perplexed.
Trust goes two ways, right?
I challenged.
Well, yes. I relayed your message, just like you asked. Before you got the black opal.
I nodded. Made sense, but not what I was after. Not now. I felt a fierce determination set in.
Answer's still no.
No. You got it, but you're not going to give it to me.
Oh, I'm going to give it to you.
I said forcibly.
In person.
Watcher fell silent again. This time, I didn't wait for a response.
You talk a lot about virtues and friendship. Well, friends don't run away every time a conversation turns personal. You can't have friends if you hide behind robots and never let any pony see the real you.
I snorted.
Hell, even Steelhooves does better than you do. You want this? I want to meet you.
Why?
Because I want to know if you're actually my friend or if you're just playing me too.
Watcher bobbed silently a moment longer. I wondered just how much the stranger behind the curtain wanted this black opal, with the interesting but seemingly insignificant memory. Then, just as I was convinced that Watcher would tell me to go take a jump off the monorail, the toneless mechanical voice said,
Fine.
I blinked.
It was the response I wanted, but...
You're right, little Pip.
I heard a beep from my foreleg.
I've uploaded my location into your Pipbuck. I'll see you soon.
There was a burst of static, and the Spritebot floated away on a drum solo. I lifted my leg to look at my Pipbuck. There was an icon on my equestrian map. Far, far away from Manhattan, in the middle of nowhere. It would take weeks to travel there on hoof. But if Watcher thought this would dissuade me, or even delay me, then Watcher was wrong.
I had spent one more night in Timpani Tower with Homage, after which, sadly, it was time to leave. Our first stop was Fetlock. Calamity spent several hours underneath the Sky Bandit, installing the flux regulator and making sure everything was in working order. By the time he was done, it was getting rapidly dark.
I got great news, ponies, he said as he crawled out, looking greasy. We all got ourselves transportation.
Velvet Remedy, Steelhooves, and I stomped in thunderous applause.
Now this beauty is powered off of an array of spark batteries, and the last 2 centuries ain't been kind. We'll have to swap 'em out pretty regular to keep her running.
Wait, Velvet Remedy said with alarm.
Do you mean this death trap's ability to stay afloat behind you could cut out at any moment?
Calamity looked at her almost sympathetically.
No, she'll start to sag first. Become hard to steer. We'll have plenty of warning.
And, I assured Velvet Remedy, if that happens, I think my telekinesis is strong enough by now to keep us going long enough to land safely.
There was no way I could lift that much for a prolonged period. Not enough to travel anywhere, at least.
But I was completely confident that I could keep us aloft even if the spark batteries died and Calamity fell asleep. For a few minutes. The others began to gather inside the Sky Bandit. Already, Velvet Remedy was cleaning it with her magic and discussing how to decorate it. Neither of the boys seemed inclined to participate. I floated out a spoon and a can of sweet potatoes, opening it. I was hungry again, and I intended to eat lunch as I planned the next 3 moves. With the Sky Bandit, we could be on Watcher's doorstep in less than 2 days.
Little Pip,
Calamity called out.
Are you gonna hang out there in the rain?
I paused, a spoon of sweet potatoes lifted halfway to my mouth. What? It's not. Boom! Thunder cracked directly overhead, and water came down as if some pony had turned on a giant faucet directly above me. I was soaked in an instant, my hair sagging over my face. The can filled with water, floating chunks of sweet potato out onto the ground. Leave it to a Pegasus pony to know. Tossing aside the can, now full of mostly water, I galloped into the shelter of the passenger wagon. Calamity and Velvet Remedy took shelter behind Steelhooves as I shook hard, flinging water everywhere. There was a beautiful piercing cry, and the balefire phoenix swooped in out of the rain through a shattered window. It landed on the seat next to Velvet Remedy, whose eyes went wide. She let out a squeal of delight.
You've named her Pyrelight.
Steelhooves asked, echoing my own thoughts as Velvet Remedy fed the bird before curling up under her blanket. We'd been traveling through the air for a day now, ever since the cloudburst had ended. The balefire phoenix had remained with us, or more precisely with Velvet Remedy. I personally found the name a little morbid. It made me wonder about my friend. We took turns sleeping and watching, passing around my binoculars. So far, nothing had shot at us. By now, we had a good idea where we were headed. It was hard to miss the giant mountain jutting up over Equestria like one of those spire towers. Once Steelhooves was certain Velvet Remedy was deep asleep, he stepped over to me and whispered in my ear,
You should persuade her to spend less time in that memory orb.
I looked at Velvet Remedy. In the last 16 hours, she disappeared into the Fluttershy memory twice. It was like she had an addiction of her own.
That's not a good memory,
Steelhooves mumbled, surprising me. I looked to him, wondering how a non-unicorn could know what the memory was. As if reading my thoughts, he answered bemusedly,
I asked her.
Oh, I felt like face-huffing. What's wrong with that memory?
Fluttershy wasn't like the others. Rainbow Dash wanted to win the war. Applejack just wanted to protect other ponies, especially after Big Macintosh died. Twilight Sparkle wanted to please the princesses, especially Celestia.
Steelhooves intoned.
But Fluttershy just wanted the war to end. That memory is the moment she put her whole ministry to that purpose of finding a way to end the conflict. And she did.
I felt a shudder.
In a world where not everyone is sane, it is the height of insanity to believe you could create a weapon so devastating, so horrible, that no one would dare use it.
Oh no.
I looked at Velvet Remedy as she slept. The same urge that made me discard the memory orb from Horseshoe Tower returned, grown an order of magnitude. She loved Fluttershy, modeled herself after the sweet, shy yellow Pegasus pony.
She couldn't ever learn this. Wait, I said slowly. You said no one?
His odd word choice reminded me of my first conversation with Watcher. Steelhooves answered dreadfully.
Perhaps the only thing more insane than believing such a weapon would bring peace is creating such a weapon, and then giving it to both sides.
Steelhooves turned to me behind his helmet's visor.
That memory, that is the beginning of the end of the world. Ultimately, Fluttershy killed us all.
We were circling the mountain, pushing upwards. It was night, and Calamity was taking the ascent slow as I guided him with my Pip-Bucks map.
All right,
He called back.
I was afraid of this. Looks like your Watcher friend lives high enough up this peak to be above the cloud level. We could be okay, but... well, 'tain't safe traveling above the clouds. At least nowhere there's civilization above.
Every pony was awake, as was Pyrelight. We all nodded, readying ourselves. I had no idea what to expect when we pushed through the cloud cover, but I doubted it would be a cheerful welcoming party with smiles and muffins. Calamity flapped his wings,
Carrying us upward into the cloud curtain.
It was like being plunged into a slightly damp fog. All I could see of the rust-colored Pegasus pulling us through the sky was a hint of his orange tail. A moment later, the Sky Bandit burst up through the cold curtain, and the night sky expanded infinitely around us with evil stars. A beautiful full moon hung in the sky behind the mountain peak, silhouetting it like a vertical rip in the universe. Velvet Remedy let out an awe-filled, ooh. Pyrelight gave a musical cry. The jaws of vertigo clamped down around me. My legs went weak, my knees giving out. Irrational panic told me that I would somehow be sucked out of the windows and fall endlessly up through space. Maybe one of the stars would get me. I clutched the side of the passenger wagon, looking down at the clouds. That was much better, and just as beautiful. The clouds were laced with silver from the moonlight, glowing with a gentle, calming light. My eyes, it was under E, spotted a glint of metal on one of the cliffs. I asked Calamity to pull us closer. I had expected it was Watcher, or at least another sprite bot, but instead it was an audio recorder. I floated it into the Sky Bandit. This had better not be from Watcher, I said, starting to feel a touch pissed.
I don't think so,
Calamity said from in front of the wagon. I slipped the audio recorder away, looking out to spy what he saw. I kicked on my eyes forward sparkle. Just in time, too. According to my Pip-Buck, I had found Dragon Cave.
I think maybe your friend sent us up here to get eaten,
Velvet Remedy said aloud, staring up at the huge dark opening. The Sky Bandit lay parked on the cliff behind us. Steelhooves was helping Calamity out of the pulling harness. The Pip-Buck's data is 200 years old, I assured her nervously. So it was a dragon cave 200 years ago. Any pony could live in there now. Well, any pony with wings anyway. A freed Calamity trotted up to join us.
Well, you planning on waiting outside till the sun comes up?
Then, just in case we were,
I don't recommend it.
Velvet Remedy shook her head.
Of course not. Little Pip, you go first.
Oh, thanks a lot. I shot her a look.
Well, Watcher is your friend.
That remained to be seen. I took a step forward. There was a heavy thud from inside. Something moved in the darkness, coming closer. Something big.
Ursa Majors don't grow wings, do they?
Velvet Remedy asked nervously, making me want to buck her. Hard. I was frightened enough already. A dragon poked its head out of the cave. A huge, gigantic, fully adult dragon who could easily eat 2 ponies in one bite. Even if one of them was Steelhooves. 3 if 2 of them were Homage and myself.
Hello, little Pip. I'm Spike.
The dragon said in a voice that was neither as terrifying nor booming as I had expected.
And don't worry, I'm not going to eat you.
Footnote, level up. New perk, Pathfinder. Travel time to remote locations in the Equestrian Wasteland is reduced by 25%. The drain on the Sky Bandit Spark batteries is likewise reduced. Quest perk added, Pony Sutra. You are experienced in the art of giving and receiving physical pleasure. You are more likely to have sexual encounters with specific characters. Chapter 21. The Heart of Twilight Sparkle. Have you ever watched the moon rise over the wasteland? I wish I could have given you something as wonderful as that.
Dragon! Really big, gigantic, enormous purple dragon with green spines and with claws and spikes and very, very sharp teeth and a huge mouth that had just promised not to eat us. Well, that was a start. I could hear the voices of my companions around me, but I couldn't turn my head. My gaze remained locked on the dragon staring down at us. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe.
Calamity, Velvet Remedy whispered urgently. Don't shoot it.
I weren't planning to, Calamity hissed back. Girl, you gotta let that go.
Firelight cried out and flew away, wings flapping with the sound of a crackling fireplace.
Interesting,
Used a deep rumble from Steelhoof's armor. I'd say he's a damn sight more interesting.
He said he was Spike.
Steelhoof said curiously.
He didn't say he was Watcher.
The dragon's gaze locked on me. He raised a very sharp claw the length of my whole body. Addressing me, Spike, the fully grown dragon, asked,
They do know I can hear them, right? Little Pip, Velvet Remedy, Calamity, please don't be afraid.
Spike smiled, showing way too many sharp teeth. Dragons shouldn't smile when they're trying to not be intimidating.
You're welcome in my house, on one condition.
Watcher was setting conditions. That would have irked me, but this was his home. And Watcher was a dragon. Dragons got to set whatever conditions they wanted. I was fully expecting something along the lines of, don't steal, hoof through, or touch my treasure. I was not prepared for the dragon to point at Steelhooves with one lethal claw and say,
That stays outside.
Watcher had a problem with ghouls? That did irk me. Perhaps not quite so much as it would have after meeting Ditsy Doo and before learning about Rotting Tail, but it still bothered me. He's with us, I insisted, putting my hoof down.
I breathe fire.
Spike countered, winning the argument. I turned to Steelhooves. You okay with this? After everything, part of me was ready to turn my back on Watcher and just walk away if Steelhooves said no.
I'll be fine.
Steelhooves answered. I felt unexpectedly relieved.
Besides, I won't be alone.
Steelhooves' armor-sheathed tail jabbed towards the Sky Bandit. Firelight had taken shelter inside and was furtively peeking her head through one of the windows. Apparently, flying into the home of Equestria's largest predator was a bit much to ask of our new feathered companion. I nodded to Steelhooves, then turned back to the dragon. Okay. Velvet Remedy was more gracious and diplomatic, giving Spike a courteous bow.
Thank you, Mighty Spike, for allowing us into your house.
She barely paused before choosing to use the word he had. Do dragons blush? Spike seemed to. He glanced back into the darkness behind him.
Well, it's really more of a cave. But I fixed it up enough that it feels like a house.
I'm sure you did splendidly,
Velvet Remedy flattered. Spike turned. We all ducked as his massive tail swung around and led us into the cave. We followed, all except Firelight and Steelhooves. A pony in my head stomped insistently, wanting to know why I had just been required to leave a friend outside. A dragon? Watcher was a dragon? The awe and I'm about to get eaten dread was washing away, and I was surprised to find that what tip-hoofed in to replace it was anger.
It's delightful,
proclaimed Velvet Remedy.
I didn't know a dragon's cave could be so homey.
She turned around, taking in the scattered piles of gemstones surrounding an immense circular bed sunken into the floor.
And there's so many books. You must be a collector.
The walls were lined with bookshelves, many of which were full.
The cave continued on into the darkness through a massive fissure in the back wall.
They're twilights.
Spike said almost reflexively. Then, with a touch of sadness, he corrected himself.
Were twilights.
Twilight sparkle? I asked, seeking to confirm my suspicions. I was already sure of the answer even before the dragon nodded. I was thinking of the audio message Homage had played for me, the one Rarity had left Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle had not gone to Pinkie Pie when she ran out of room for her books. She had started storing them here. A single terminal sat on a pedestal near the bed, an only slightly fancier model than that found everywhere in the wasteland. A cable snaked deeper into the cave from the machine's back. I had been expecting something much more like Homage's setup in the MASEBS. The little pony in my head was stomping more insistently. Finally, feeling a touch cross, I bluntly asked, "Why did I tell Steelhoofs to stay outside?"
You didn't, I did.
Spike said, as if I needed to be reminded of the flow of events.
The day a Steel Ranger steps hoof in my house is the day I eat canned food.
The ominous growl in his voice made it very clear what can he was talking about. Okay, Spike didn't have a problem with ghouls. He had a problem with Steel Rangers. Or was it with the Ministry of Technology in general? For someone who spent his days jumping around sprite bots, that would be a surprising attitude. Velvet Remedy was still looking around,
Expressing admiration that the dragon was just soaking up.
I suspected it had been a very long time since some pony had complimented him on anything, even something as simple as how well he kept the books dusted. Leave it to Velvet Remedy to know just what to say, particularly since I was feeling much less diplomatic. I bit my lip. I was seething just under the surface, and I couldn't put my hoof on why. I wondered if my emotional state was some sort of delayed PTM withdrawal, or if I was just more tired than I realized. I'd spent most of the last 4 weeks, ever since leaving Stable 2, in a state of physical or mental exhaustion. But Homage had pulled me through a miraculous and multi-orgasmic recovery. I should be in far more control than I was suddenly feeling. I looked away from Spike, staring at his huge bed. It did look comfortable. Plush with pillows and blankets. I'd even say it looked heavenly. I blushed hotly and shivered from something not related to cold as my brain conjured up mental images of what I would do with Homage, to Homage, on a bed like that.
I looked away,
Clearing my throat. Spike took the sound as a call for attention.
Oh, right. The black opal.
He stretched out a purple paw, its expanse bigger than my whole body.
If you would, please.
Courier pony at your service, I thought bitterly as I floated out the black opal and set it into his palm.
"Why did you want this so badly?"
I asked. He was a dragon. He was no more able to view the memory than an earth pony could, and I doubted that any pony had ever made a recollector in his current size.
Because
He answered simply.
it was the last time Equestria's greatest mares and my closest friends were together.
With a sadly nostalgic tone, he added,
All of us in the same place, at the same time, and happy.
Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy. They were, in Spike's own words, the greatest heroines of Equestria, the mares who epitomized the 6 most important virtues of pony kind, the mares whose friendship had the power to change the world.
How did it go so wrong?
It was Velvet Remedy who asked, but I think we all needed to know. Spike was slow to answer, and much of what he told us I had already expected.
Those ponies, my dearest friends, were not without their problems. They had their failings, even when they were young. But the virtues let them stand up to any hardship, and their friendship gave them strength that they never had as individuals.
Spike smiled nostalgically, but then the smile faded.
Even the greatest people have their flaws. And when put under pressure or in the right circumstances, those flaws can become cracks. They can break you. And with the ministries, they weren't together anymore. And they were under pressure all the time.
Spike stopped, and then fiercely asserted,
Not that everything that went wrong can be laid at their hooves, not even most of it.
We all nodded, listening intently.
First, there was the war. Equestria had been at war for over a decade before Luna created the ministries. War changes everything.
Spike informed us passionately.
Before that, Equestria had known peace for over 1,000 years. We didn't know war. We didn't understand it. Maybe, if we'd had a few in the past, we wouldn't have made all the mistakes all at once.
The dragon's tail thumped, making gems and books and ponies jump.
And then there were the ministries themselves. The very epitome of good ideas and noble intentions gone wrong. And not by the fault of the mayors who ran them.
Velvet Remedy caught an inflection in Spike's words that I did not.
What do you mean? The mayors of the ministry didn't actually run the ministries?
Well, yes and no.
Spike pinched the bridge of his nose between two claws, wincing a bit.
How can I put this?
We waited as the dragon gathered his thoughts.
Of the 6 of them, only 2 even tried to run their ministries. Those were Twilight Sparkle and Rarity. The others pretty much just threw suggestions at their ministries and hoped for the best.
Spike fought for words before finding an analogy he felt was suitable. I found it rather an odd choice myself.
Think of the ministries as dressmakers. They have their own ideas of how to make a good dress, but they are beholden to the sporadic demands of their clients. In this case, my friends, the mayors who have been put in charge of them, even when those clients don't have the first clue about the art of dressmaking. No matter how good the suggestions may seem, no matter how brilliantly skilled the dressmakers may be, they can still end up with a nightmare design.
Calamity broke in.
Yep. Especially if what you're talking about is more like a committee of dressmakers all competing for their vision.
Spike agreed.
Democracies tend to make a mess out of everything.
Calamity said with clear bitterness.
Only time they can act as one is when they're feeling threatened.
I looked at my rust-coated companion.
Wondering where that had come from. Oh, of course. Suddenly, I was very happy I didn't know more about Pegasi politics.
I don't get it,
Calamity commented.
Why you hiding in here? Ain't like there's much a dragon needs to hide from.
He cocked his head thoughtfully.
I mean, a really ticked off Ursa Major, maybe.
That's when I knew why I was mad. His words were like an earthquake, opening a fissure of reason to the anger simmering just beneath the surface. My response was natural. I erupted.
All this time you've been a dragon. A dragon! All this time!
Spike looked at me, startled.
Little Pip,
Calamity cautioned.
Please don't upset the really big dragon.
I stomped, fuming now.
Do you have any idea how much good you could have done? How many lives you could have saved?
I found myself advancing on the dragon in my fury. I would have faced Hoof at the preposterousness of my own actions had I not been blinded by righteous anger. Spike's backing away from me only heightened the absurdity of it.
Don't tell me you don't care.
I spat.
I know you care. You've been watching. Why aren't you out there doing something? The equestrian wasteland needs someone like you.
Spike looked abashed, but insisted.
I have my reasons.
Reasons?
I attacked.
Afraid of getting your own claws bloody? Hell, the Ponyville Raiders couldn't have even scratched your scales. But no, you'd rather send a little mare fresh out of a stable with virtually no combat experience into a pit of raiders, where she's more likely to get killed than to save any pony.
I was huffing. My mane and tail were in disarray. Part of me seriously wanted to charge Watcher. Maybe with all my telekinesis behind it, my horn could give him a jab he might actually feel.
Little Pip.
What reasons? What could possibly be more important?
I was screaming at the dragon. All the times I had put my own life at risk to help others, and the person who had set me on that path was a nigh invulnerable dragon, yet couldn't be bothered to leave the house?
What, do you need to polish your gems? Count them? Maybe take a nap?
Spike flinched. Seeing that was like dumping fuel on the fire. I opened my mouth and let out a barrage I didn't know I had in me.
Enough!
Boomed Spike, finally sounding like a dragon. I cringed, suddenly remembering that I was small and probably tasty. The single word slammed me into silence. The dragon turned away from me, looking to my friends.
Do you trust Little Pip?
Yep.
said Calamity without hesitation.
Yes, I do.
Chimed in Velvet Remedy. I felt a pang, knowing that I might have hesitated had our places been reversed. While I forgave her, I still felt the pain of her betrayal, no matter how well-intentioned and beneficial it had been.
All right, then I will tell Little Pip my reasons. But only Little Pip, and only on the promise that she never tell anyone else, not even you.
Why?
Velvet Remedy asked politely. I would have demanded an answer. Spike scowled deeply.
You've seen memory orbs. You know that there are ponies who can rip a thought from you with their magics. And the so-called goddess who commands the alicorns is telepathic. And through her, so are they.
I was struck with the new image of the alicorns as terminals linked to a mainframe, sending and receiving messages from and through it. This is how they knew when and how one of their own had died. Their goddess observed their death through the alicorn's mind and then sent the knowledge onto all the rest.
The fewer who know, the smaller the risk that someone might rip that knowledge from you and use it against.
He paused before concluding with,
Me.
I frowned. If Watcher's reason for being Watcher was that dire, then Spike was taking a massive risk just telling me. My outburst alone couldn't be cause enough to break 200 years of silence. Or was it an opportunity? Again, I got the impression that the dragon was desperately lonely in his self-imposed exile. On the other hoof, Spike could just be full of horse apples. All right, I stated firmly. I'll agree to that condition, but only if your reason is good. Spike contemplated that for just a moment before seeming to accept it. He stared to Calamity and Velvet Remedy.
And will Little Pip's word that my reason is good be enough for you too, without even hearing what it is?
Yeah,
Calamity said, frowning.
I trust Little Pip's judgment. If she says you got good cause to leave the rest of the folk out there on their own, that's good enough for me.
Velvet Remedy nodded.
Of course.
Then follow me, Little Pip. I have something to show you.
The huge purple dragon turned and lumbered further into the cave, passing through the fissure in the wall. I gave Calamity and Velvet Remedy one last look, and then trotted after him, nearly needing to gallop to keep up.
What am I looking at?
I asked for the second time in my life. We had traveled into the center of the mountain peak. I had soon realized we were following the cable from Spike's terminal, and now I stood in a vast chamber, large enough for the dragon to move around easily. Along the walls were mainframes, 6 of them, with gemstones that pulsed with magical energy. They all seemed to be nearly dormant, save for the closest one, which beeped busily. In the center of the room, like a gigantic stalagmite of magic and steel, rose the tapering column of a super mainframe that made DJ Pone 3's systems look downright quaint. Massive, insulated wires ran up the walls from the tops of the mainframes, then swooped across the chamber to attach around the column at a point well above Spike's head. The chamber was a chimney. Staring upwards, I could see far above us a rough circle of night sky, twinkling with stars. The super mainframe was pointed towards that hole like a colossal magical wand.
A Crusader mainframe,
Spike answered. The ultimate arcano-technological mainframe. So powerful it could think for itself. Learn. It could even hold the imprint of a pony's mind. Only 3 had ever been built, I remembered. One was installed in Stable 29. One went to the Ministry of Awesome. And one, this one, came here. A platform radiated out from the base of the Crusader like a 6-pointed star, each point ending in a dais. Upon each dais rested a fine pillow upon which sat a single piece of jewelry. The one closest to me was a beautiful tiara. The other that I could see was clearly a necklace. Are you... I looked at Spike, suddenly questioning my assumptions. Is this Watcher? Spike chuckled.
No, I'm Watcher. This is a Crusader mainframe, a very special one.
What does it do? I asked, my curiosity beating down my anger.
Except let you hack sprite bots and spy on ponies.
Something this incredible couldn't be here for a purpose so... pedestrian.
Right now, nothing.
Spike told me. I felt the little pony in my head cry out in disappointment.
It's waiting.
Waiting for what?
Waiting for who?
I looked at Spike blankly. Spike seemed to bulwark himself. I sensed the plunge he was about to take frightened him.
This is Twilight Sparkle's greatest and most important project. She poured her heart into this. In the end, it was more important to her than anything else.
Spike trailed off, looking to me as if pleading that I could grasp how meaningful his words were. I nodded, waiting for him to continue. I was reserving judgment, but already felt sure that Spike's reasons were, if not good enough for myself or other ponies, truly of vital importance to him.
She commissioned this crusader and worked on it herself in every private moment she had, creating a mainframe which could cast a very special spell.
I blinked, jaw dropping.
What? All this?
I waved a hoof.
Just to cast a spell?
Spike glared at me, and I shut up.
Not just a spell, a mega spell. One more powerful and more complicated than any other mega spell ever conceived. Twilight Sparkle wouldn't have been able to cast it. The most powerful, magical pony born in 1,000 years. And she created it. Gardens of Equestria was beyond what even Celestia or Luna could hope to cast.
Gardens of Equestria?
Yes,
Spike answered.
a single spell, powered by the elements of harmony, calculated and cast by a magically augmented Crusader mainframe. A single spell that would affect the entirety of Equestria, cleansing it of radiation and taint, restoring it to the beautiful paradise it once was before the other megaspells twisted and poisoned it.
Oh my goddesses. I stared, eyes wide, unbelieving, even though I could tell it was true. One spell, one single spell that could fix, well, not everything, but it would mend the soul of our mortally wounded land.
Then why?
I asked slowly, an ache building up inside me. A beautiful, restored Equestria. Why hasn't it been cast? Spike spoke with almost infinite sadness.
Because the ponies who can use the elements of harmony are dead.
I moved around the Crusader, looking at each element of harmony in turn. I stopped when I reached the necklace with the balloon-shaped gemstone. I went to the get-together at Spike's place and brought it just like you asked. All my friends were there but you.
Twilight Sparkle entrusted you with the element of magic, didn't she?
She entrusted me with all this.
Spike answered.
I can't leave. If a band of raiders should make their way into this place while I'm gone. Or worse, a troop of steel rangers.
He didn't need to say anything more.
I can't take the risk that someone might damage or destroy this.
Spike said anyway.
I have to stay here, keep guard, until I can find the right ponies.
I sat down next to the laughter dais, my eyes wet. The raw emotions stirred by what I was seeing and hearing were too much.
For nearly 200 years,
Spike admitted morosely.
I have been searching out ponies who seemed like they were virtuous, helping them, setting them on a path to find more like themselves, all in the hopes of one day finding the right 6 ponies. Magic, kindness, laughter, generosity, honesty, and loyalty.
My heart broke for the dragon. All that time? He gave a bark of hurting laughter.
You wouldn't believe how hard it is just for a pony to find 5 friends in the blasted horror of the wasteland.
He looked down, his eyes taking me in.
Well, actually, you do.
Does it have to be 6?
I asked.
In all of Equestria's history, there has only been one pony who has ever been able to wield more than one. Trust me, I have a lot of books on the subject. And that was Celestia. She used the powers of the elements of harmony to banish the monster her sister had turned into. Only with the elements can magic that powerful be cast. And only Celestia had the ability to use them all.
Then why didn't she?
A thought struck me.
For that matter, why didn't she just send all the damn zebras to the moon?
Because she's dead too.
Spike informed me bluntly.
And even when she wasn't, she couldn't use them anymore. They were no longer hers to use.
I stared up at the nearest dais. The tiara, Spike had informed me earlier, was the element of magic. I found myself reminded just how pathetically unmagical I was. For all the raw power I had learned to tap, I was truly a one-trick pony. A dark realization washed over me.
It's not us, is it?
I looked around at the daises and then back to Spike.
We're not the right group of friends either. We can't bring Equestria back.
I felt my heart tearing.
You're still looking.
Spike nodded sorrowfully.
No, you're not.
He snorted laughter again.
Don't feel bad about it, though. You're an amazing pony, and you have amazing friends. I have no doubt that the group of you will do a lot of good for the equestrian wasteland. It's just not your destiny to heal it.
A beautiful, green, healthy Equestria. Full of life. Just a spell away, and I was insufficient. I'd never felt more worthless.
Hey.
Spike scolded, reading my expression.
It's not your fault. Hell, imagine how hard it is to find a pony with the virtue of laughter in the equestrian wasteland.
I thought of Ditzy-Doo and felt a spark of hope. We might be the wrong ponies, but maybe I could start Spike on the right path to finding the ones who are.
I think I know who you're looking for.
I swore that I would never speak a word of what Spike had shown me. I almost wish he hadn't. The consequences of an enemy learning of what Spike was protecting in this place was no less than the doom of Equestria's greatest hope. It was a heavy secret even for a dragon, and I was a very small pony. On our way back to the others, I noticed something that Spike had unintentionally blocked my view of before. Set high into the wall was a glass case. In the case were 6 statuettes. I knew them well. I already had 4 of my own. I couldn't see them properly, nor could I read their inscriptions without floating myself up to them. I felt that would be inappropriate.
What happened to them?
I asked suddenly. Spike stopped, looking back at me, then trailing my gaze up to the display case.
I mean, I know what happened to Pinkie Pie, but what happened to the rest of them?
Spike's jaw clenched frighteningly.
I don't know.
You don't know? I mean, you were there, right?
I don't know.
He repeated, sounding threatening. I took a step back, swallowing hard, suspecting I had crossed a line and probably destroyed any bonding that had begun in the chamber behind us. I stared at the floor.
Oh, of course. You were here.
The dragon's voice boomed with anger and self-incrimination and regret.
I was asleep.
Yet again, I found myself staring at the dragon. The huge, purple, powerful dragon who had somehow slept through the apocalypse.
I just needed to take a nap. I figured that if anything important happened, someone would wake me up.
Spike cried, his voice brimming with a self-loathing that made my own self-hatred seem petty and small.
I should have been there. I should have been with her. She was my closest friend. She shouldn't have died alone. But instead, I was asleep.
I'm so sorry, I said, my voice trembling. I put a hoof on his scales in a feeble attempt to comfort him. He was too big to hug. Spike just stood there, unmoving, lost in an ocean of his own regrets. He didn't cry. I suspect that the tears this pain could wring from him had been shed over a century ago. I cried for him. I understood it. This mountain was in the middle of nowhere. Days' travel from any hint of civilization. It would have been nearly impossible for even the sounds of the megaspell to reach this far, easily mistakable as thunder. The flashes of light might have pierced the cave. But after the very first hit, the Pegasus ponies had closed up the sky. When Spike had gone to sleep, all his friends were still alive. Equestria was struggling through the darkest part of its history, but there was hope it could pull through. When he woke up, Equestria was gone. His friends were dead. The sky was cloud-locked, and the land below was nothing but blighted, poisonous wastes.
I wondered how he had ever been able to sleep again.
I just want you to remember
Spike told me as we approached the main room of his house.
that the Gardens of Equestria was the real gift that Twilight Sparkle gave to all of us.
His voice took on a slightly hard edge.
I know as you travel, as you poke your nose into places and memories, you're going to hear things or learn things about my Twi. But this, what you saw back there, that is the true heart of Twilight Sparkle.
I won't forget, I promised.
And remember, this is your secret now. And my little breakdown back there, that's a secret too. You breathe one word of that and I'll eat you.
Spike said dourly, then cracked a smirk.
Or for that matter, if you'd make any jokes about a grown guy playing with dolls.
Calamity and Velvet Remedy looked up at us as we returned. From Velvet's expression, she could tell I'd been crying.
It's a good reason.
I said simply. They both nodded, clearly willing to accept it. An awkward silence fell over the room. Calamity glanced nervously towards the entrance. Somewhere out there were other Pegasi, a whole civilization that had once been his home. To his family and friends, he was now a Dashite, a traitor. Was he thinking about them? Missing them? Or was he worried about what his own kind would do, not to himself but to his friends, should they catch us up here? Velvet Remedy fidgeted with her saddle boxes. Medical kits that had seen far too much use patching up wounds inflicted by violence. The singer, an aspiring medical pony, a pacifist by nature to whom the thought of harming another pony was abhorrent, now wore 3 weapons, one of them a combat shotgun. She'd stopped speaking to us like we were capable of horrible things because now she knew just what we were capable of. Instead, she retreated into a fantasy world that was more of a minefield than she could ever know. Spike. I could almost feel the pain everyone was hiding.
Tell us about them,
I said, breaking the silence.
Everyone turned to me. Twilight Sparkle, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, and the others. You knew them, Spike. Tell us about what they were like when they were younger.
When they were happy. Tell us of the good times, Spike. Everyone here needs to hear that, including, if not especially, you.
Wait,
I gasped.
She got them to let her go by whining?
Calamity was laughing. And give up all them jewels to boot? Spike nodded, a big smile on the dragon's face.
I'll have to remember that,
Velvet Remedy said, with dangerous silkiness.
Great, Spike,
Calamity muttered.
You doomed us all.
I clopped my hooves on the cave floor in applause.
Tell us another one.
This was good. Calamity had cheered up immeasurably at the tale of how Rainbow Dash had stood up against her own for the buffalo. Velvet Remedy had virtually fangasmed over Fluttershy's caring for a sick phoenix. And I could tell that talking about all of them, especially Twilight Sparkle, was doing Spike a world of good. I opened my saddlebags, pulling out Sparkle Colas for each of us. One of the bottles had wedged itself against the audio recorder I had found on the cliffside, forcing me to shake it loose. Part of me felt bad that Steelhooves couldn't be in here with us, sharing these memories. But I understood all too much why Spike didn't want a knight of the Ministry of Technology poking around his lair. Instead, I tried to memorize the stories so that we could share them with him.
Okay, here's another one. This is the story about Twilight Sparkle's first winter wrap-up.
What's a winter wrap-up?
Calamity asked, opening the Sparkle Cola I had passed to him. Carrot-flavored liquid erupted in his face. He shot me a look.
Oh, come on,
I chortled.
I owed you that for the Ministry of Awesome.
He glowered, then chuckled. Velvet Remedy floated him a cloth to wipe his face. Spike watched us with amusement, waiting for Calamity to dry himself before answering.
Well, that's when the ponies of Ponyville would clean up the winter so that spring could start properly.
As he looked at us, I could see it was dawning on him that none of us had had the slightest clue what he was talking about. 2 of us were from stables and had never experienced a winter. Calamity had been an outcast long enough to have been through a few, but only mild winters that wrapped themselves up on their own. The Pegasi had long stopped aiding the passing of the seasons.
Well, normally in Equestria, one season would be aided to finish neat and tidy by magic. But Ponyville was founded by Earth ponies, and it was tradition to help wrap up winter the Earth Pony way without magic.
But they had unicorns and Pegasi living there too.
Velvet Remedy questioned.
So why didn't they use magic?
Spike nodded.
I thought it was silly the first time too. First half dozen times, actually. Wasn't until I visited Philadelphia that I understood.
Understood what? I asked.
Well, it's more difficult for Earth ponies.
Spike explained.
They don't have magic. They don't have wings. A lot of the time, they have to work 3 times as hard to get half as much done. But they will, without a complaint. You won't find ponies as proud or stubborn as Earth ponies.
I took Spike's words as the generality they were, although I wondered how they might apply to our friend clad in steel.
Of course, Earth ponies are exceptionally innovative. Wait until I tell you the story of when Pinkie Pie chased down Rainbow Dash and a griffin with a crazy flying machine. They're always looking for a way to do more work more easily. That's why Earth ponies have always been the ones to push technological progress. Equestria probably wouldn't have ever come up with the wheel if it wasn't for Earth ponies.
I believe it, Calamity agreed.
Well, the part about the wheel. I don't believe no Earth pony could have kept pace with Rainbow Dash.
I smiled at that. Spike returned to his story.
It all started with Twilight waking me up way too early, and I told you that you are not welcome in here.
I turned, knowing that Steelhooves must have walked into the cave. Maybe he overheard our voices and wanted to say something about Earth ponies. That would certainly fit the proud and stubborn label. Steelhooves was backing into the cave. Not good,
Sorry to intrude,
the Steel Ranger said.
but you have more company. Fry me if you must, but you might want to deal with them first.
Calamity's voice was nearly a growl as he said,
Them.
4 Pegasus ponies, completely entombed in nightmarish black Pegasus Enclave armor, flew into the room, landing in front of us. Spike reacted immediately. The green-spined purple dragon drew himself up into his full height, snorting flame and spreading his wings wide.
You are not welcome here!
They stood their ground, although 2 of them backed up a pony's length.
Seems you have some other guests.
The lead Enclave Pegasus said casually.
They are here at my invitation. You are not.
The lead Pegasus spread his forehooves in a disarming gesture.
We're just here to make sure they find their way safely back beneath the clouds,
He said amiably.
I think we can find our way ourselves.
Calamity had lowered into a fighting stance. He kicked a handle below the bite piece of his battle saddle, a lever that had not been there before Timpani Tower. I heard a clicking inside the battle saddle as the ammo type changed. I was certain he had just swapped in armor-piercing rounds.
Don't shoot them.
Velvet Remedy hissed to Calamity.
Let us at least try diplomacy first.
Well, looky who it is. One of the female Enclave Pegasi called out with a whistle. We got ourselves a Dashite. Not just any Dashite, one of the other black-clad males spoke up. That's Deadshot Calamity.
Horse apples.
I heard Calamity mutter under his breath. The lead Pegasus looked between my friend and the Pegasus who had identified him.
You sure?
Oh yeah, winner of the best young sharpshooter competition 4 years running. You don't forget the pony who beat you.
Gut shot.
Calamity whispered, eyes going wide. The leader's compound visor turned towards Calamity, locking him in its glowing, fire-colored glare.
Well, I'll be. Decorated military officer to murderous traitor.
The gems on his battle saddle's antenna-like weapons began to glow a fierce yellow-orange that matched his visor.
Sorry, Dragon, but this changes things.
Spike didn't seem to think so.
Go, while I still let you.
The dragon was growing impatient.
You seem to forget who is in charge up here, Dragon.
The leader said, still speaking gently.
Now we'll be going as a gesture of goodwill. But we'll be taking that criminal there into custody.
He pointed a hoof at Calamity.
You seem to forget who is tasty and good with ketchup.
Hey now! The mare in sinister black magically powered armor spoke up again. Look, Dragon, sir. The reward for this one's head is worth a pretty nice pile of gems. Far tastier than any pony. Tell you what, let us take 'em. The reward is yours. Spike paused, blinked.
Gems?
Oh no, he wouldn't. Not after everything he just told us about friends, especially his friends. The Pegasus nodded. A lot of gems.
A lot of gems.
Yep. Spike cocked his head as if listening to a voice we couldn't hear.
You've barged into my house and tried to bribe me with gems, asking me to betray one of my guests to you? A guest who you have named after a pony who is not only a good friend of mine, but the bearer of the element of loyalty.
Yes? The Enclave mare didn't seem to like where this was going. I, on the other hoof, felt a sense of relief. I permitted myself to crack a smile. Spike reached forward with one claw and dropped it onto her back, pinning her against the floor. He leaned very, very close to the mare, then used another claw to lift up her visor so that they were staring at each other eye to eye. Spike snorted a gout of flame into the magical armor through the open visor, setting the Enclave mare on fire inside her enclosed suit. She screamed and thrashed for an unbearably long second or two before perishing. Smoke curled out of seams in the insectoid metal carapace. I heard Calamity bite back a strangled sound as I gagged from the smell. I didn't think I'd be eating cooked meat for a long time.
Oh, goddesses,
Moaned Velvet Remedy. Spike raised his claw again. The other Enclave Pegasi fled into the night.
Well, this is going to be trouble.
We should stay. We should help.
I ain't exactly gung-ho to start shooting at folk who could be my kin, but I'll do what it takes to make this right.
Spike shook his head.
No. It will be better if none of you are here when they return. Once they see that their prize is gone, they will have less reason to press the matter.
I looked at Spike worriedly.
What if they look deeper?
I won't give them that option.
Steelhooves, now standing in the mouth of the cave, suggested,
If there's something here you don't want them looking at, then we'd best make sure the Pegasi know we are somewhere else.
He turned to Calamity.
We should stay above the clouds for a bit.
Calamity nodded.
Get ourselves seen somewhere that ain't here.
He looked to me.
What you say? Head back towards New Appaloosa? Drop down and make a turn towards Junction R7 after we've been spotted? It would give us a chance to lighten our load,
Velvet Remedy added approvingly.
Get Calamity's workbench set up.
I nodded. It was agreed. We would draw the Pegasi's attention away from Spike's cave. I just hoped they didn't start shooting at us. Although if we did go up in an explosive blaze of glory, it might very well be worth it to keep the gardens of Equestria safe.
Before we go,
Velvet Remedy said to Spike.
I did have one question you might be able to answer.
My heart skipped a beat. Please, I begged silently, don't let it be about Fluttershy.
Sure.
Spike said amiably.
What are those towers?
Velvet asked, much to my relief.
The tall, slender white ones? As we were flying here, I saw several of them. They're the only things I've seen as tall as this mountain, and they're definitely pony-made.
They were for the Single Pony Project.
Spike answered, speaking simultaneously with Calamity.
Them's the Sustainable Pegasi Project,
Calamity had stated. Spike and Calamity looked at each other. Okie dokie Loki. The Single Pony Project? I asked. Calamity looked a touch hurt that I didn't turn to his expertise first.
You've mentioned that before. What was the project for?
Spike opened his mouth, then paused. The dragon raised a claw, then stopped. Finally, he admitted,
I actually have no idea. I spent all my time with Twilight. I really don't know much about what the other ministries were up to. All I know is that it was called the Single Pony Project, that it was Rainbow Dash's idea, and that it was pretty much the only thing the Ministry of Awesome did. Only official thing.
Steelhooves interjected. I turned to Calamity now. Sustainable Pegasi Project?
Well, I can't say for sure it weren't the Single Pony Project at some point.
Calamity chewed on what the dragon had said.
I was told otherwise, but it ain't like I ain't got no reason to doubt anything just 'cause the Great Pegasus Enclave declares it to be true.
Velvet Remedy looked particularly pained at this spectacular mangling of proper grammar. And if it were Rainbow Dash who come up with it, then I really doubt she would have meant for those towers to be in use for what they are using them for now. 'Cause right now, they're being used to keep the Pegasus ponies isolated from the rest of y'all.
How so?
Calamity turned to Velvet Remedy. Remember when you asked about what we ate up there, and I joked about cloud seeding? Velvet Remedy nodded. I recall that I was going to demand a proper answer later. Yeah, well, now you're gonna get it, Calamity said. I don't know what them towers were originally meant to do, but I know what the Enclave has repurposed them to do, and that's to enchant the clouds for miles around them, so that we can grow crops right up in the sky.
I let out a whistle at that. From somewhere outside, Firelight whistled back. Made sense.
No matter what the single pony project had been meant to be, the towers were now being used to suit the purposes of the surviving ponies. The Pegasus ponies were using them up above for agriculture up above. Homage was using them below to broadcast DJ Pone 3's music and messages across the equestrian wasteland, bringing you the truth no matter how bad it hurts. And Red Eye was using one for Goddesses Knew What. My thoughts drifted to Homage. I hadn't told Homage about Steelhoof's deception. He'd used DJ Pone 3's radio broadcast to spread his lie about Chief Grimstar. I had to wonder how some pony like Steelhooves managed to find himself in a romantic relationship with the mayor of the element of honesty. I expected that Homage would be personally offended. I didn't want to be the bearer of a message that caused her pain, but I didn't keep my mouth shut just because I didn't want to upset her. She might feel provoked to air what I told her, even though I could offer no evidence to back it up. Yet what good would that serve? More likely, I suspected she would choose not to air it. Like my struggles with addiction, or her real identity, sometimes secrets had their place. Homage understood that. That wonderful unicorn had more personal integrity than any pony I'd ever met, and I couldn't bear to put her in a morally uncomfortable position, especially not after Monterey Jack. I was brought out of my reverie by the jab of Velvet Remedy's hoof. Still with us, little Pip? I nodded. The others were already gathering back at the Sky Bandit. It was time to go. We wanted to be moving before the Pegasus Enclave returned. I trotted to the mouth of the cave and then looked back toward Spike.
I guess this is it then.
Watcher had helped me. Without him, I might not have survived. He helped give me purpose, a goal, and ultimately friendship. But now it was clear that we were not the ponies he was looking for, and he needed to focus his attention elsewhere. Spike nodded.
I'll keep an eye open for you. We may talk again. But, yes, this is it.
Thank you, Spike.
Thank you, little Pip.
I turned and walked out of the cave. I was about to step into the Sky Bandit when I was hit by an epiphany. Turning, I galloped back into the cave. Honesty, it was about more than just telling the truth. It was about integrity. Spike, I cried out. I know one of the other ponies you're looking for. 2 black carapaced pegasi were still hot on our tails as we broke beneath the cloud curtain. Ha! Shouted Calamity, wings flapping hard as he hauled the Sky Bandit through the air at breakneck speed. Told you they wouldn't follow us below the clouds, cowards. Velvet Remedy looked at the 2 demonic silhouettes behind us, her hair whipping across her face. They're still following us. What? Calamity glanced back over his shoulder. Oh, horse apples. Somehow he managed to pour on even more speed. We were pulling ahead. I saw the gemstones of the Enclave battle saddles flare, and bolts of colored light shot past us. Thankfully, neither of these Pegasi had Calamity's aim. Calamity, could you please kindly lose these ponies? Velvet asked with an almost seductive smoothness. I'd really hate to get blown up today. 2 more blasts of magical energy shot past us. One actually passing through one shattered window of the passenger wagon and out another, barely missing Firelight. The magical bird squawked and hid behind Velvet, who cooed at her comfortingly.
Wow.
Steelhooves commented dryly.
They really don't like you, do they?
Y'all can shut it now, Calamity barked back at us. And hold on. I wrapped my forelegs around one of the poles between the wagon's bench seats. Velvet Remedy clamped down on one of the bits that dangled from the ceiling. From her expression, she immediately regretted it. I could only imagine the taste. Steelhooves braced himself between benches.
A moment later, Calamity took the Sky Bandit into a steep dive.
Firelight bounced off the wagon's ceiling. She scrambled to bite down on Velvet Remedy's wind-thrashed mane before the wind threw her out the back window of the wagon. Bolts of colored light shot all around us. I think I screamed. The Enclave Pegasi broke off their pursuit about halfway to the ground. My legs were still shaking, my hoofs thankful to be planted on firm ground. I watched as Velvet Remedy bartered with Ditsy Doo outside the front gate of New Appaloosa, trading for spark batteries to replace the nearly drained ones in the Sky Bandit. We weren't allowed further, but the Ghoul Pegasus was more than happy to come out and greet us. For a moment, I didn't recognize the little lavender filly, who shyly followed behind her. My eyes widened as I realized it was Silverbell, no longer painted pink. She seemed better. Being with Ditsy Doo was good for her. Silverbell looked up, recognizing Velvet Remedy. She froze in her tracks.
Hello, Silverbell,
Velvet Remedy said gently.
You're looking beautiful this morning.
Silverbell looked everywhere but at Velvet.
I have someone you might like to meet,
Velvet continued, her voice warm and accepting.
Firelight, come out and meet Silverbell.
The little filly's eyes went wide at the sight of the majestic balefire phoenix. The emerald and gold creature landed next to her and cooed a friendly hello. The effect on Silverbell was dramatic. It was as if Firelight was the first truly beautiful thing the girl had ever seen. Calamity walked up next to me. Call me crazy, but after we go, I half expect that filly to spend the next few days trying to make New Appaloosa as pretty as that bird. I could so picture that. I looked up at Calamity. The rust-colored Pegasus, with the orange mane and black desperado hat, was probably the closest friend I had, not counting Homage, who was all manner of closer, but much more than a friend. I know what you're thinking, Calamity stated. Don't you believe 'em? The Enclave has a vested interest in making any pony who bucks at their ideals into a monster.
I believe you,
I told him sincerely. I regularly put my life and the life of those I loved in Calamity's care. I absolutely trusted him with this too.
But Calamity, if you're running from something, perhaps we can help.
Calamity laughed. Lil Pip, you should know me well enough by now to know running away from things ain't my way. My friend turned his head towards the ever-present cloud cover. I flew towards something. They just didn't want to let me go.
Nice place you've got here,
Steelhooves said as he looked around Junction R7. I couldn't be sure if he was being sarcastic or speaking truthfully.
Home sweet train wreck.
Steelhooves eyed the turret defenses, then looked up at the tri-barreled magical energy cannon mounted on the roof of the train's incongruous engine.
Oh, now that is a beauty.
I could hear Calamity setting up his workshop. I looked around, but could not see where Velvet Remedy had wandered off to. Hopefully she was getting some sleep. I knew I needed some. Our next stop was going to be Philadelphia.
I didn't know if we would actually find Red Eye there,
but everything I had learned said that all of his slave operations were centered in that foul place. It was time to start putting some things right.
Spike's words rang in my head.
I know as you travel, as you poke your nose into places and memories, you're going to hear things or learn things about my Twy. I had sworn I would remember, as he called it, the real heart of Twilight Sparkle. I couldn't imagine forgetting, now that I had seen it for myself. The sight of that Crusader mainframe, surrounded by the elements of harmony, sitting and waiting year after year, decade after decade for the chosen ponies to put right things that were far beyond my ability to effect. I would say collecting dust, but they hadn't been dusty. Spike, I realized, had been dutifully tending to the elements of harmony and the mainframe. How hard would it be to remember if I had nothing like that sight to cling to? Right now, I had another private moment with Steelhooves. I should make the best of it. I wanted to ask him about Applejack, but I didn't think we were ready for that conversation yet. I felt I would be prying into some place I hadn't yet earned the right to go. But I had other friends, including one I was worried was heading towards a shattering reality crash. I had no idea what to do for her, but I felt that knowing as much as I could before Hoof would give me my best chance to at least help her recover if I couldn't protect her from the tragic discovery.
Steelhooves, what happened to Fluttershy?
The Steel Ranger stopped in mid-trot and turned his visor towards me.
Depends on who you ask.
He answered cryptically.
No pony knows?
I asked, having really hoped for a more definitive answer than that. Preferably one that I could mine for a little hope. Steelhooves shook his head.
Keep in mind, it's really hard to pin down what happened to any particular pony. Skeletons don't come with name tags. And there were millions of ponies for whom the megaspells didn't even leave that. Some places, like Splendid Valley and the Canterlot Ruins, are still far too dangerous for proper expeditions. It's rare that you can say for certain what happened, even to a loved one.
Oh dear. I nodded slowly.
That said, most ponies, well, those who ever think of or even know about Fluttershy beyond the Ministry of Peace posters, believe that she was so devastated by what happened to Equestria and to the world because of her efforts to force peace that she plodded into one of the really bad places and let nature tear her apart. Let Equestria do to her what she had done to it.
I cringed. This wasn't what I had hoped for.
There are other tales. Some claimed she leapt to her death from the top of the Ministry of Peace in the Canterlot Ruins.
Wasn't she a Pegasus? Steelhooves nickered.
Yes, but then, just being outside in Canterlot would have been death sentence enough.
I looked at the ground. It just kept getting worse.
And then there are the ponies who say she wandered into the Everfree Forest and became a tree.
Wait, what?
I demanded, jaw on the ground.
How could that even happen?
Steelhooves gave a shrug.
Don't ask me. I've always been in the Fluttershy committed suicide camp myself.
He snorted.
Still, Everfree is a bizarre and twisted place. It became vastly more warped and deadly after the apocalypse. Although Luna knows why, it wasn't even hit.
The Steel Ranger turned away.
Only thing every pony can agree on, Fluttershy lived through the apocalypse. Long enough, at least, for the full horror of it all. The death of innumerable ponies and animals, the poisoning and disfiguring of the land itself, to be ground into her soul.
I collapsed onto my haunches, feeling heartsick.
This is the Equestrian wasteland. It's nothing if not cruel.
Well, this was a bust. Spike's asleep. Could wake him. But why would I do that for the poor guy? To wake up to all of this? Better to let him sleep, have good dreams for just a little while longer. Hey, dragons can sleep for up to 100 years, right? Maybe Spike will get lucky and not wake up until Equestria's had time to heal. Although, I don't know if 100 years will be enough. Seeing the sun like this, I can almost believe it never happened. Clouds hide the view below. I'm beginning to think that's the idea. They call me a traitor now. Me! After all I did for them. They turn their backs on Equestria and they have the nerve to call me a traitor? They even hired a mercenary now to hunt me down. Bring them back my head. Neck need not be attached, of course. She's good. The best. I'm better. And she knows it.
A second voice sounded on the audio recording.
Gruffer than the mayor's. Sure, which leaves a gal to wonder why you're just sitting up here letting me find you. Hello, Gilda. The mayor's voice replied, sounding tired. Sorry it had to end this way, Dash. Oh, you're not. Not really. Nah, not really. Gilda, can I make one request? What?
Can we sing it?
One more time? Huh? Sing what? Oh, you can't be serious. Just once? The second voice let out a long, suffering sigh. Why? Because for just a moment, I want to remember an earlier, happier time. A time when the world didn't suck. Fine, only for you, Dash. The voice paused. One final time.
But after that, you know I'm going to kill you.
You'll try. The two voices blended into an odd harmony.
Junior speedsters are our allies, skybound swords and dare.
The audio recording abruptly cut off. The machine had reached its limit. Footnote, level up. New perk, the magic of friendship. When your HP or the HP of any member of your party drops below 30%, all members of your party, including yourself, gain much greater resistance to damage. Chapter 22. The Earth Pony Way. I pray for the safety of all good ponies who come to Philadelphia, even slaves. But we can't expect the goddess to do all the work. Industry. Spike had said he didn't understand the Earth Pony Way until he had seen Philadelphia. Even now, with the ruins of the city looming on the edge of the horizon, I began to understand why. Industry had been the secret heart of Equestria since long before the war. How could you have pony-pulled trains without steel mills creating metal for the rails? How could you have the tall skyscrapers of Manhattan without glass companies producing windows by the hundreds? How could a small town like Ponyville have a dressmaker's shop with all the finest fabrics without the textiles industry? Still, most ponies had barely thought about it. Out of sight, out of mind. Living in the idyllic pastoral towns and halcyon cities of Equestria, it had been easy to forget. Unless you were a pony living in Equestria's single center of manufacturing, a mecca of earth pony industry. Philadelphia. I learned these things from Steel Hooves. I had sought his knowledge when it became abundantly clear that we were heading towards something far more than just a really big version of Old Appaloosa. Because less than halfway between Manhattan and Philadelphia, my pit bucket started picking up a broadcast out of Philadelphia. It was the same musical programming that the Spritebots kept playing, interrupted occasionally for messages from Red Eye. But now that I had a constant feed, I realized those little speeches were far more frequent and carried more substance than I had assumed. Now, Red Eye was able to talk to me as he did the ponies of Philadelphia. And his words worried me. A lot.
We have Uncle and Aunt Fruit Cup, a peaceful and loving couple married for nearly a decade now, living in their quaint little house with their tiny garden on the outskirts of Romer. No children, 2 dogs, and a sunflower that Aunt Fruit Cup has named Celestia. What kind of monster, I have been asked, would root up Aunt and Uncle Fruit Cup, tear them away from their peaceful, pointless lives, and set them to work hauling carts heavy with scrap metal? A monster indeed, but one with his eyes open and cast upon our future. The future of Equestria. 200 years ago, we lost our great nation, but we will have it again. And what would the Fruit Cups and their little homestead be in 200 years? Nothing. Meaningless. Not even hoof notes in the annals of history. But what will have meaning 200 years from now? This factory. And it is from this factory and others like it that Equestria will be rebuilt. It is from the work that Uncle and Aunt Fruit Cup do now that a new national infrastructure will be created and a new golden age will be born. The golden age of unity. Equestria will rise like a phoenix from her own ashes, but not without our help and not without our labor. This is what is important. This will make a difference. This will last.
The words of Red Eye were met by the clopping applause of at least 100 hoofs. The roar of the crowd was abruptly cut off, replaced by a gravelly voice.
And there you have it. Red Eye's speech marking the reopening ceremony of the Honest Steel Factory. Word has it Red Eye will be making a return visit later this week to inspect the factory's output. And now for some music, starting with my favorite, March of the Parasprites.
The broadcast began playing the familiar marching music, heavy on tuba and harmonica. I turned off the station, pulling out my earbloom. Red Eye, it would seem, didn't live in Philadelphia, but he made visits, and one was coming up very soon. I informed my companions of this. Velvet Remedy was curled up on one of the bench seats of the Sky Bandit with Pyrelight sleeping next to her, a glowing patch of emerald and gold against her charcoal coat. I was amazed at how the Balefire Phoenix had stayed with her. Normally, even a pet bird would need a cage.
Steelhooves nodded, not turning towards me. He had been keeping watch on the ground sweeping below ever since we had flown over the last rubble of the Manhattan suburbs. I tried to avoid doing that.
I have bad news, folks, Calamity called from in front of the Sky Bandit. She's starting to sag. Keep your peepers out for some place to put her down long enough to swap out the spark batteries.
All I've got is dirt, rocks, and dead trees.
Steelhooves called back.
Nothing you want to land on out here.
I floated out the binoculars and moved to the edge of one of the windows, braving the possible vertigo. What are we looking for? Steelhooves continued to scan the ground below.
Any place the hellhounds are less likely to get at us.
Hellhounds. I recalled Homage as DJ Pone 3 warning ponies about the hellhounds in the stretch between Manhattan and Philadelphia. I've been picturing rabid dogs, like the ones Uncle and Aunt Fruitcup had, only vicious. Possibly overgrown and mutated, like the Bloodwings. Sure, the first time I heard of a hellhound, I learned that just one could take out a wagon train of slavers. But then, so could I, and I was hardly frightening. Steelhooves' even voice, however, betrayed a hint of worry, and nothing my mind had been conjuring would even strike alarm in the ancient steel-clad soldier. What are hellhounds? I caught a shiver pass through Pyrelight. I suspected the answer would be something much worse than I dismissed them to be, when even the nigh immortal bird is worried. The suspicion was nailed home when Steelhooves and Calamity both turned to look at me as if I had just asked what a gun was.
You don't know what a hellhound is?
Steelhooves asked evenly.
And you decided we should all go to Philadelphia anyway, without finding out what lies between.
Velvet Remedy chimed in. I've never heard of a hellhound. Steelhooves face huffed, with the clank of metal on metal. Calamity muttered something about
Stable folk.
from ahead.
You could fill us in,
Velvet Remedy suggested.
or you two can just keep being melodramatic.
Steelhooves bristled.
The hellhounds
He nickered.
are simply the most dangerous creatures in the equestrian wasteland. I'd rather face off against alicorns.
Velvet Remedy and I exchanged looks. She deadpanned.
Wow, informative. What are these things, a secret?
I smirked. Calamity pushed back his hat, glancing over his left wing at us.
Either of y'all folks ever heard about Splendid Valley?
My yes came simultaneously with Velvet Remedy's no. While hellhounds had not struck much of a note in my imagination, a terrifying specter of Splendid Valley had been painted in my mind by all the dark rumors and foreboding mentions of the place. I looked down over the ruined plains below us, all brown dirt and blackened trees. It didn't look like the barren landscape in the picture in Twilight's Athenaeum, but that had been before the end of the world. It could be... Is that what's between Manhattan and Philadelphia? Splendid Valley? Are we over it right now? I scanned for what could be Mary Pony. A structure in the distance caught my eye. A large building topped with smokestacks. It looked fairly intact. Giant metal skeletons fanned out from the building in all directions, holding up lines of cable. Calamity barked a laugh.
Oh, hell no. Splendid Valley's closer to Ponyville than to Philadelphia.
I was suddenly thankful for the slavers who captured me my first night out of the stable. Without them, what pony could say the direction I would have struck off in?
But what all do you know about Splendid Valley?
Well, that's where Mary Pony is. I started, trying to remember everything I had heard, all while wondering where Calamity was leading with this. Steelhooves was silent, which could mean he thought that Calamity was taking the right track, or just that Steelhooves was Steelhooves. Mary Pony used to be there because of all the gemstones they mined out of Splendid Valley, but it was converted to something else once the gems were all gone. I licked my lips, trying to think of more. They stored all sorts of magical toxins in the caves under Splendid Valley, and it was the second place hit by a megaspell.
Second place, huh?
Calamity whinnied.
I didn't know that.
You're missing the most important thing.
Steelhooves interrupted. More important than megaspells, radiation, and magical toxins? I looked from Calamity to Steelhooves.
Yep. When the ponies decided to mine Splendid Valley, they had one small problem. The valley was inhabited.
Velvet Remedy's eyes widened.
Wait, they mined ponies' homes?
Not ponies.
Steelhooves answered, interjecting.
Gemstones meant magical energy weapons. crucial for the war effort. It was decided that the creatures living in Splendid Valley had to move. The valley belonged to the nation of Equestria, and it was needed.
I felt a rock growing in my stomach. Only not all of the inhabitants seemed to get the message. And after ponies had stripped the place clean, several families moved back into those caverns.
Back in to where the Ministry of Arcane Sciences was storing hazardous magical waste?
And to where the zebra set off a balefire bomb.
Steelhooves added.
Goddesses.
Velvet Remedy gasped.
And they survived?
Those poor... What were they again? Diamond dogs.
Calamity called back. I froze. Wait. Hold on. Are you telling us that the creatures that Rarity defeated by whining have become the most terrifying monsters in the Equestrian wasteland?
Yup.
I looked to Steelhooves in disbelief, but his helmet nodded.
They're big, they're fast, and they're extremely aggressive. They have claws that can tear through armor like it was soft cloth. I've even seen one claw their way through an alicorn's magical shield.
Fuck. Well, makes me glad we're up here where we can shoot at them and they can't get at us.
I paused.
They can't fly, can they?
Nope, Calamity said, much to my short-lived relief. But they can dig fast and pretty much through anything. When they come after you, they can stay underground till they're right beneath you. Ground might tremble a bit. That's all the warning y'all will get before they rend you apart. And they sure ain't gonna stand around outside where you can shoot at 'em.
Worse,
Steelhooves asserted.
they're smart. They aren't animals like manticores or bloodwings. They've gotten hold of magical energy weapons, reverse-engineered them, and rebuilt them for holding in their claws. They don't have the magic to create new ones, but they sliced their way into the Splendid Valley armory and stole over 100 weapons, all of which we must assume have been repurposed.
So,
Velvet Remedy said slowly.
they can shoot us, and we can't get at them.
Cocking her head towards me, she snarked.
Well, thank you, little Pip. I adore the places you take me.
What is this place?
I asked, staring at the huge smokestacks as I stepped out of the Sky Bandit and onto the broken roof of the building that I had spotted in the distance. All around, metal structures, like the skeletons of standing giants, stretched out across the plains, most marching towards Manhattan or Philadelphia. The building was huge and offered the best protection against hellhounds.
A power station.
Steelhooves answered.
Massive furnaces burned coal to generate the power necessary to operate a lot of the non-magical conveniences that came out of Equestria's technological revolution. There were hundreds of these all over Equestria before the war.
He pointed a hoof to the cables that the metal skeletons were holding up.
Those carried the power created here to the cities.
Wow! I floated out the binoculars and gazed out along one of the marching lines of metal structures. About a mile away, several had collapsed, the lines severed and dangling from their still-standing compatriots. This was so much bigger than the once coal-powered train engines I had seen in New Appaloosa and Junction R7. Calamity had detached himself from the Sky Bandit's harness and was preparing to crawl under the passenger wagon as Velvet Remedy fished spare spark batteries out of her saddle boxes. Floating my binoculars back into my saddlebags, I cast a look about the roof. On one end was a small tower with a door. My curiosity woke up and began digging into my mind with a persistent hoof. Shrugging, I trotted towards the door, pulling out my screwdriver and a bobby pin in anticipation. No reason not to just take a look. I was thrilled when the door was locked. Crouching, I got to work. Click! Such a sweet sound. I nudged the door open, stairs up to the tower and down into the power plant itself. As I stepped into the darkness, a deep rumbling voice asked,
Where are you going?
Exploring.
I smiled back. Steelhooves just shook his head, but took up position behind me as I headed up the stairs. The tower stairwell opened onto a single room with a balcony that looked like it was designed for Pegasus wagon landings. The back half of the room was nothing more than a huge cargo elevator. A circular company logo painted on the elevator door. Hippocampus Energy, hydroelectric, coal, sewage, was flaked and peeling into slow oblivion.
The rest of the room had large windows looking out towards the Philadelphia and Manhattan skylines. Both were far enough away that the horizon hit them, but Philadelphia was closer, and I could see the clouds on that horizon hung low. Black, angry clouds lit by reddish light from below. Philadelphia's ivory tower was clearly visible, slashing up into the clouds like a needle. Wow! The sky over Philadelphia looks kinda evil.
Red-Eye must have several of the factories going again.
Steelhooves commented. I nodded, although I had no idea why that would change the cloud cover. Then again, I thought as I looked out across the power plant's massive chimneys, maybe it would. There were 4 boxes of ammo sitting under a bank of dead lights with labels like Generator Number 11 output and Sector Number 7 load. I knelt by the ammo boxes. 2 were empty, the other 2 locked. I opened one easily enough, retrieving the ammo that didn't match any firearm I had seen before. A big and frightening caliber. The other box, to my surprise, was jammed. Some pony had tried picking the lock and failed badly. It was literally the first evidence I had seen that any pony in the equestrian wasteland, other than me, had learned lockpicking. Unfortunately for both of us, this pony wasn't very good at it. I sat back. I had no idea how to open a force-jammed lock, aside from the sort of massive firepower that would likely destroy the contents of the armored box. The damn thing was designed so you couldn't just shoot the lock. I telekinetically lifted the box and tried to pry at it, but that was utterly futile. A pony might think that having the strength to lift a train car would give me more than enough power to tear open a box, but no. The levitation field of my telekinesis makes the objects trapped inside, like the boxcar in Appaloosa, virtually weightless. Until, of course, I let it go. There simply wasn't enough force behind my single magical spell to break a lock. I'd have better luck with a crowbar. But I tried anyway, and failed. And tried again, and failed again. And finally tossed the box as hard as I could. It hit with a thud that did no further damage to the box but left a small crack in the plaster covering the wall. Done now? A smooth feminine voice asked from the stairwell. Or would you like to jump on it with your hooves for a while first? I blushed, looking at Velvet Remedy. How's Calamity doing? She sighed, looking out the window at the Sky Bandit on the roof below. Do you think there's any chance of getting him a bath in Philadelphia? She looked across at Steelhooves. I suspect an actual spa is right out. I laughed. Good luck trying to get Calamity into a spa, even if there is one. The stairwell down led to a set of offices adjacent to a break room. While Steelhooves and I took the offices, Velvet Remedy trotted towards the latter to scavenge any foodstuffs from what had once been the employee refrigerator. I felt confident that everything she would find would be vegetarian, no matter the actual contents. The offices had windows on opposite sides. To the back, the windows had once peered outside, but they had been so caked with dust over the centuries that the weakened sunlight that made it through the clouds above was not strong enough to penetrate. Opposite these were windows that stared out over the power plant's main floor, filled with enormous generators and a wall of furnaces. A metal catwalk bisected the air above, leading from the offices here to what looked like an overmare's office on the far side. How did catwalks over heavy machinery become the dominant aesthetic? Horrifying memories of iron-shod firearms were flashing through my head. Although, fortunately, this place seemed utterly deserted. Looking around, I could see where there had been turret emplacements, but they were destroyed. Further catwalks and suspended stairwells led down to the floor of the plant, and on one was the crumbled remains of a brainbot and a few piles of mildly pink ash, further evidence of the scavengers who had come before us. I turned back, already having decided to cross the catwalk and explore the office beyond. But not with Steelhooves. Previous experience told me that having someone as heavy as he was on those catwalks would be 4 hooves of no. Steelhooves was looking at a framed sheet high up on another wall. A badly faded page from a newspaper stared back. I trotted over, having to plant my 4 hooves on the wall to get the height to read it. A pony who hung the frame was not thinking of shorter ponies. The main article featured a picture of this power plant, or at least one that could be its identical sister. Hippocampus Energy Plant Number 12 opens amidst controversy.
Pegasus and unicorn protesters decry environmental impact. The story dominated the page, pushing aside lesser stories. Philadelphia's prestigious Alpha Omega Hotel to host this year's Summer Sun celebration, and coal prices continue to rise as relations with Zebra Nation remain strained. Princess Celestia promises amiable resolution soon. To make room. A thought hit me. Back in New Appaloosa, Calamity had said something. All the coals in strange faraway lands, full of zebras. I dropped to all hooves, turning my head toward Steel Hooves.
Hold on.
I said, feeling dumbstruck for the second time in as many hours.
Equestria didn't have any coal.
I waved a hoof at the power plant.
Are you telling me you ponies built Equestria's entire infrastructure on a power source you didn't have?
Steelhoof said nothing.
That's insane! What pony does that?
Steelhoofs just stared as I had a mental meltdown trying to parse that idea. Finally, he stated,
Why would that be a problem? We had resources the zebras needed. They had coal. We trade. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, sure. Until some pony, or some zebra, figures out they don't have enough to go around anymore, or decides they just don't want to share. I turned away, my eyes falling on a desk and the strangely pristine coffee mug still sitting on it. I allowed myself the distraction of marveling at how, in all these dusty, tattered, decaying ruins, a coffee mug would be the thing in finest condition. I glanced across at the other desks and a table beyond. Yes, there wasn't one that I wouldn't have felt safe drinking out of, except for the one where a baby radroach had apparently decided to drown itself. I shuddered a little and decided that the coffee mug maker had employed some minor magic in their creation. A little spell meant to keep them from being stained by the coffee had left them the cleanest things in all of Equestria. Several of the mugs had the company emblem, Hippocampus Energy, Hydroelectric, Coal, Sewage. Okay, so Equestria hadn't been entirely dependent on trade with the zebras, but this power plant spoke volumes to just how much of it had been. I snorted in wry amusement. Unicorns gave us power through magic. Earth ponies had given us power through water, rocks, and...
Oh, horse apples,
I said, suddenly realizing we had all left Calamity on the rooftop alone. We all galloped back, only to find Calamity still at work. Shouldn't be more than a few minutes, he said, half his body hidden under the Sky Bandit. Why? What's got y'all acting spooked? Firelight was circling overhead, keeping an eye out for danger. Or food, or small, shiny things.
Nothing.
Steelhoof started to reply, but Velvet Remedy stepped forward, levitating a rolled sheet of paper that she had slipped through the straps of her saddle boxes. I found something I wanted you to take a look at. Velvet almost purred. Building and fixing things is your forte, after all. Calamity pushed himself out from under the Sky Bandit to take a look. Velvet Remedy cringed back slightly. He was as filthy as she feared. Sure, what you got for me? Taking a few steps back from Calamity, Velvet floated the roll of paper between them, uncurling the schematic. The paper was darkly stained with blood. Most of all the writing was still legible. Calamity leaned forward to study it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Firelight dive down below the roofline. A moment later, there was a crackle of green flame. The majestic predator returned with a roasted squirrel in her beak. She dropped it on the roof next to Velvet Remedy and began pecking at it. I boggled internally as Velvet, who not minutes ago had edged back from a dirt and grease-smeared Calamity, only smiled at the very carnivorous actions of the balefire phoenix. Calamity let out a low whistle. Well, some pony was sure... inventive. He looked up to Velvet Remedy. Where'd y'all find this? On a table beneath the remains of a dead unicorn pony. Velvet Remedy fretted. I could guess by the waver in her voice that the body had not been a skeleton. Some pony more recent, one of the scavengers, I assumed. I think she may have died for that. How did she die? Calamity asked with an odd sense of urgency. Velvet Remedy, ever the medical pony, was swift to answer. She was hit by a magical weapon. It didn't turn her to ash, but it melted half of her face and neck, she said grimly. Calamity nodded with a frown. Well, that rules out. 'Bout nothing. The power plant had robotic security that wielded magical energy weapons, I informed him.
I've seen the sort before.
Calamity let out a sigh of relief. Firelight looked up from her meal, a strip of barbecued squirrel dangling from her beak. This here's a design for creating a helmet using the claws of a hellhound. Thing is, I don't think a unicorn could use it,
He told us.
I could imagine why. I had no desire to trade in my horn for such a helmet. But it would sure make one hell of a weapon if I ever gave up shooting for headbutting. One of the children asked me, Red-Eye, what is your cutie mark?
The charismatic voice of Red-Eye spoke to me in my earbloom as I moved back down into the power plant. This time, I left Steelhooves behind with Calamity. In return, Velvet Remedy insisted on accompanying me. No splitting up.
To that child, I answered, I do not have one.
I paused, lifting a hoof to my earbloom. I recalled with a shudder how alicorns were blank-flanked.
Was Red-Eye an alicorn?
He certainly didn't speak like one. I racked my brain, trying to remember if I'd ever encountered a male alicorn. I couldn't think of one.
Of course, the next question was, why, Red-Eye? Why don't I have a cutie mark? Because I choose not to have a cutie mark. Why would I want one? Am I really going to let a picture on my flank determine my future? If I find something that I really enjoy, do I need an icon on my ass to tell me? Of course not. To too many ponies, cutie marks are more about what you can't be. How can you expect to be a great scientist if your cutie mark is a rake? Or an amazing artist if your flank has a picture of a pile of hay? Who is going to give you the chance? But if your flank is bare, then the possibilities are endless. And the choice is up to you. That is why I had my cutie mark removed and why the children of Unity have all chosen to do the same. In the new Equestria, we will all be lifted up by the goddess, freed from the shackles of cutie mark coercion. But there is still much work to be done before that day. So, in anticipation for it, we have chosen to take the first step ourselves.
As I took my first step onto the catwalk, I shut off the broadcast. I didn't need any of that nonsense threatening my concentration if a section of the walkway started to give. Velvet, you stay here. I'm just going to go across to that office.
Because that's what not splitting up means to you, right?
Velvet chided. I sighed and tapped the catwalk. Because I don't want to risk putting extra weight. I clammed up 2 words too late.
So, you're saying I'm heavy?
Velvet Remedy said with a voice like chocolate silk.
Is that why you no longer seem attracted to me? And here I had thought it was because of the wagon. But no, it's because you think I'm fat.
I face-huffed. Velvet,
Oh no,
she said, putting an extra sway into her hips as she stepped out onto the catwalk in front of me.
It's good that you finally told me. All this adventuring, I've really let myself go, haven't I?
Velvet? The more mature unicorn mare tossed her mane as she turned to look at me over her shoulder, pouting alluringly. I felt a flush of arousal mixed with cringing shame. She lifted a hoof to her muzzle, suckling it in thought.
I suppose I'm getting old, too.
Luna's title, Mare Heat. I began to follow behind her, head hung low, using my levitation to keep most of my own weight off the catwalk. She tortured me the whole trip. It was the longest catwalk in history. I was working the lock on the door to what I had mentally labeled the power plant's overmare's office when Velvet Remedy bit my armored utility barding and gave a tug. My mind immediately conjured 2 possibilities. Either something was wrong, the sort of wrong that required silent notification, or Velvet Remedy had decided to ramp up my punishment with nuzzles and nips. Either really seemed just as likely. I heard a shuffling noise below. Okay, not punishment. Carefully, I set down my tools, not wanting to risk a shock making me drop them. I peeked over the edge of the catwalk. Below us, hidden behind the last of the massive generators, was the shredded body of a Steel Ranger. Gasping in horror, I almost called out Steelhooves' name. But this wasn't Steelhooves. The armor had subtle differences to the design, which told me this ranger had been a mare. Lumbering over the corpse was a hulking demonic creature, canine only in the broadest comparison,
3 times the size of the armored pony whom it was tearing to ribbons with deadly claws that sliced through the armor like it was paper mache. The hellhound stopped, sniffing at the air. It raised itself up to full height, then let out a pained howl, dropping back to all fours again. One of the creature's legs was crippled and deformed. The Steel Ranger had gotten him one good hit before falling to the monster. The monster reached over and picked up a bizarrely designed magical energy rifle from the floor. Again, it began to look around. Velvet Remedy crouched flat against the catwalk. I shied away from the edge. We held our breaths. We heard a grunt, then a whimper and shuffling. It was moving, but to where? I carefully lifted the screwdriver and bobby pin again, hoping that this office offered a back way out. I didn't want to crawl back across the long catwalk. If it could smell us, I wanted out of this room quickly. The tumblers fell into place. The door opened with a click that felt deafening. We both heard an odd vocal sound from somewhere below. We both rushed into the room as quietly as we could, and I gently pushed the door closed behind us. But it was too late. I could see the monster climbing up one of the sets of stairs like a monkey if that monkey were made out of death. I looked immediately to the wall where the elevator had been in iron-shod firearms. No such luck. I took in the room quickly. Desk, terminal, wall, weapons cabinet, a weapons cabinet in a power plant, filing cabinet, office, fridge, miscellaneous badly decayed furniture, no other exit at all. I figured it would take the hellhound all of seconds to claw through the door. It would take longer, with its bad leg, to get across the catwalk. Velvet Remedy galloped to the far corner, horn beginning to glow. Damn it, if these things could claw through an alicorn shield, what good would Velvet's do? I floated out little Macintosh and my sniper rifle. Although I would only have the slimmest chance to get a shot off with the latter before the monster closed the distance and killed me. We waited. As the seconds dragged on, I started counting the missed opportunities to swap out ammunition for something with more punch. But as much as I yearned to do so, I was certain that the moment I emptied little Macintosh would be the moment the hellhound came through the door. Velvet Remedy was trembling, tensely holding her spell. She was shooting me furtive looks that I couldn't interpret, but didn't dare even whisper. We waited several more seconds. By my estimation, the hellhound should have already reached the door. Was it just sitting outside? Or had it gone away? I forced myself to think through the clouding effect of fear. Steelhooves said these things were smart. It could be planning. But what would it be planning? What would I plan if I was an incarnation of death? A wounded one. What I wouldn't do is charge in through a door where the ponies on the other side were waiting to shoot me. No, I'd set a trap. It was setting a trap! My mind had snatched that idea when Velvet whispered one of her own. It tracks by scent. She hissed. What if it went the wrong way? I didn't think that was likely. It must have heard me shut the door behind us. But if Velvet Remedy was right, then that meant it was heading up toward Steelhooves and Calamity. And we were wasting precious seconds that we didn't have. Of course, if I was right, rushing out to save them would be exactly the trap-springing mistake it was looking for. Cautiously, I inched towards the door. I was nearly to it when I heard a sound from somewhere on the other side, faint and brief and unfathomable. I jumped, backpedaling until my tail hit the far wall. I crouched, cowering, and readied my weapons to shoot. All of them. With a sense of utter dread, I grew tired of waiting. My nerves were frazzled from adrenaline. The room's musty, dilapidated odor was giving me a headache. I thought I had heard the strange sound a few more times, but it was so faint through the door that it could have just as easily been the whispers of my mind playing tricks on me. By now, if the monster had gone after Steelhooves and Calamity, they were already dead. If it was stalking us, it was clearly willing to wait forever. Fine, I hissed. I'm going to find out what we're going to die for, and then I'm leaving. Slow and careful. I'm expecting a trap. Velvet Remedy nodded. Just keep out of the hellhound's way. I've got a plan. Velvet Remedy had a plan? Velvet. I quickly chided myself for being so surprised. She was smart and capable, if not exactly what I considered wasteland-wise. And besides,
It was bound to happen sooner or later. I started with the weapons locker, only to find that, like the ammo box upstairs, the lock had been mangled by an amateurish lockpicking attempt. I felt a flare of hatred. Steelhooves and Calamity might be dead, we might be about to die, and this idiot had fucked up the lock. I moved on to the desk, only to find it had been unlocked and emptied. The filing cabinet had been unlocked as well, but inside I found mostly ashes, with the burnt remains of documents and folders, as well as a partially melted audio recorder with no recording remaining. My rival lockpicker had opened this filing cabinet with the intent to destroy the contents, not loot them. I turned to the terminal. Hacking it was hard, but not as hard as Pinkie Pie's terminal. But either my rival had gotten into it before me, or the terminal spell matrix had been programmed to wipe out all the contents. The terminal was blank. That left the wall safe, which I had purposely left for last. Looking it over, I had to bite back a whistle at the craftsmanship. The lock was by far the most complicated and demanding I had ever attempted, not to mention the sturdiest. My rival had clearly tried and failed here too, but the lock resisted even jamming. The bitch had responded by breaking off a bobby pin in a mean attempt to prevent me from getting the prize it had denied her. I pulled it out with simple telekinesis. My first attempt failed, as did my second. I thought I had it the third time, but was only rewarded with the broken bobby pin. Damn it! I wasn't sure if, without the benefits of party time mentals, I could manage it. No, I wasn't going down that path, not again. Instead, I pulled out every lockpicking tool I had at my disposal and tried again. And again. And again. Until I finally got it right. The safe clicked open. Inside was a fair amount of pre-war gold coins, 2 clips of those very scary bullets, a stealth buck and a memory orb, and a golden iron pony saddle buckle. If it's an iron pony buckle, why is it colored gold? That last I left behind. Motioning Velvet Remedy behind the desk, I crouched down and focused on the door. A telekinetic field enveloped the door, depressing the handle with a click and pulling it open. The first thing I saw was the hellhound crouched at the far end of the walkway, holding its rifle as it tracked a target I couldn't see. The first thing I heard was the symphony of beeps as the magical energy mines that the hellhound had attached to the door prepared to detonate. Beep, 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 beep. My instinct was to slam the door shut, but even if the backlash didn't kill us, the explosion would destroy the bridge. Instead, I grasped them each with my telekinesis and shot a prayer to the goddesses that the actual strength of my spell was enough to pry them off the door. The hellhound turned and fired a beam of orange light at me. It struck inside the open wall safe, scorching the back. The energy splash turned the iron pony buckle brightly hot. The damn mines wouldn't budge. The hellhound might as well have attached them with wonder glue, and in retrospect, probably did. Beep, beep, beep. There was no more time. I slammed the door shut and ducked. The explosion melted the wall. It also turned enough of the door to goo that the desk fell into the room below us. Without thinking about it, Velvet and I leapt down after it. The last thing I thought I saw before I plunged into the darkness below is pyre light soaring across the wide-open space above the generators, the hellhound trying to track her with its rifle. The last thing I heard was the rending sound of metal. Pain lanced up my left foreleg with every step. Considering what we had momentarily escaped, I was happy for it. I had merely twisted my hoof. I still had all my limbs attached. The hallway led past bathrooms on one side, and what I suspected was the supervisor's break room, complete with vending machines. The opposite side of the hallway bore a set of 3 framed and backlit posters, each with a different illustration, but the same proclamation in big, bold letters. Progress. The highly stylized images were, in order, a train engine bellowing smoke and hauling multiple passenger cars all by itself, Pony staring up in marvel at a monorail train passing overhead, and a mare marveling in near orgasmic glee as her spider-like hover robot dusted her furniture. The last poster's backlighting was flickering maddeningly. We found 2 more slashed-apart steel rangers before we made it to the stairwell. To my dismay, the only way out was back into the generator room. Velvet Remedy whispered to me,
When I say the word, gallop for all you're worth.
A shot of fear went through my breast.
I don't know how much run I can manage right now,
I said, but my real fear was that her plan was self-endangering.
Try self-levitating just enough that you aren't putting any real weight on your hurt hoof,
She recommended.
and don't worry. I know that look. I'll be right behind you. Promise.
Honesty, a pony in my head reminded me, was not Velvet Remedy's virtue.
You better be, or I'm coming back.
She nodded. I had little Macintosh in front of me, now loaded with magically enhanced bullets. I took a breath. We stepped cautiously out onto the main floor of Hippocampus Energy Plant number 12. We were able to spot the injured hellhound almost immediately. It was perched on top of a generator, shooting at Pyrelight, who in turn was twirling and dancing in the air, occasionally sending puffs of green flame in the monster's direction. Pyrelight was distracting it for us. Belatedly, I realized those odd sounds I had been hearing were shots from the magical energy rifle, muffled by the door. Notes to self. First, Pyrelight is willing to risk herself for Velvet Remedy, and possibly me as well. Second, Pyrelight is an amazingly agile flyer. Third, hellhounds may be 50 different flavors of murder, but they aren't necessarily good shots. The hellhound took less than a second to notice our presence, leaping savagely at us, bloodthirsty claws outstretched. It gave a slight yelp as its ruined leg hit the floor, but its good leg pushed it towards us with a speed that caught me off guard. I froze, forgetting to fire. The light around Velvet Remedy's horn pulled away, becoming a ball of light that soared towards the hellhound, striking it in the shoulder. The monster seemed to instantly lose all coordination, collapsing in a jumble of limbs, skidding towards us on the floor out of sheer momentum. "Go!" Velvet Remedy yelled as she started galloping, giving the monster a wide berth as she made for the far end, leaping over bits of the catwalk which had collapsed into the room. I followed, taking her suggestion. The pain still slowed me, but it was manageable. The hellhound slashed out at me with those huge, terrible claws. I darted deftly out of the way. It tried to crawl after me, managing only a wicked slither. The hellhound had fallen and couldn't seem to get up. Ahead of me, Velvet Remedy stopped and motioned me to continue ahead. I worried, but didn't argue. As I reached the opposite stairwell, I heard her calling out to Pyrelight behind me.
Did you kill it?
I asked, panting hard as Pyrelight swooped into the Sky Bandit through a shattered window, Velvet Remedy galloping up just a pace behind. The charcoal-coated unicorn tossed herself into the passenger wagon. I'd arrived just enough ahead of them to yell warning to Steelhooves and Calamity while gulping for breath. I think what I said amounted to... Ah! Hellhound! Generators! Rifle! Velvet! Spell! Go! 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 Calamity had barely gotten the harness attached when Velvet had dashed out onto the roof. Calamity spread his wings and with a firm beat, pulled us off the roof and into the air. Velvet Remedy cocked her head to me, even as she caught her own breath.
Killed it? Why ever would I do that? I'm not in the habit of killing my patients.
Blink. It was what now?
An aesthetic spell. She smiled. The poor thing was clearly in pain.
I stared at Velvet like she had completely spit her bit.
Plus, it does have the very helpful side effect of preventing the patient from running around. Very hard to do when you can't feel your legs.
She smiled cleverly, her eyes twinkling. I fell to my haunches. Damn! That plan! Damn! Recovering a little, you didn't actually heal it, did you? Velvet rolled her eyes. I took that as a no. Personally, I would have killed it if I had realized it was virtually helpless. But in a way, I was happy that Velvet had not. I had been worried that the wasteland was robbing her of that compassion, which made her so special. It had eroded her spirit, there was no getting away from that. But it was good to see that my Velvet Remedy, in a my Pinkie Pie sense, was still there. Even if, contemplating those 3 Steel Rangers, I really disagreed with this particular decision. When did you learn to do that? I asked, amazed. Velvet tossed her mane and smiled.
Back in Timpani Tower while you were... out. Dr. Helpinghoof had quite a nice selection of old Ministry of Peace medical spells for sale.
Velvet Remedy smiled wistfully.
Apparently, Fluttershy's ministry had a whole department of unicorn ponies dedicated to magical research.
The pony in my head perked with alarm, but was ignored.
You can buy spells?
Velvet Remedy nickered.
If by that you mean barter for tutelage, then yes.
But Dr. Helpinghoof was an earth pony.
Yes,
Velvet patronized.
but his assistant was a nice unicorn buck. Anyway, don't feel too bad. I doubt you've missed out on anything. All the teaching in the world won't help if you don't have the natural talent for the type of spell you are trying to learn. I'll never be able to cast lightning from my horn, or turn a rock into a top hat, or conjure a door out of thin air. No matter how many bottle caps I try to spend or hours I try to learn. Entertainment and medical spells are my gift.
I tried not to visibly droop.
Yeah, and mine is to do the same spell every single other unicorn can do. The first one we learn. And that's it.
It was like having a pip-buck as a cutie mark, the epitome of non-special.
No,
Velvet's voice chided.
your gift is to do that spell better than any pony else in at least 200 years.
I gave her a weak but thankful smile. That did make it sound better.
Sorry about this.
Calamity said as he hung from the harness, wings drooping. The entire sky bandit was wrapped in the soft light of my levitation spell, glowing against the darkened sky. As I drifted us slowly towards a freestanding section of overpass 3 piers long, it looked plenty sturdy and should be safe from hellhounds. A place to spend the night.
No need to apologize,
I insisted. Calamity had been flying for hours on end, with only the stop at the hippocampus energy plant for a break. I envied the Pegasus's endurance.
My get up and go,
Calamity bemoaned.
just kinda got up and went.
He looked out towards the standing chunk of overpass.
You gonna make it that far?
no sweat.
Actually, much sweat. I was already beginning to feel the strain, and the overpass was at least half an hour away. I would have said there was no way I could hold us that long, but after all Calamity did, I'd be damned if I couldn't find the fortitude to take us this tiny bit farther. We moved across the sky with aching slowness.
I still can't believe.
I fretted.
I mean, the idea that you could barter for spells never even crossed my mind.
I let out a sigh. I guess it explains why Velvet Remedy is our diplomat and master trader, and I'm...
A toaster repair pony?
Calamity supplied when I was at a loss for words. I laughed and nodded. Pyrelight fluttered out and perched on the rust-coated Pegasus's battle saddle, clamping onto it with her claws. She spread her wings and flapped, as if with my magic in play she could hope to pull the Sky Bandit herself.
Drat,
Calamity chuckled.
pretty soon y'all won't need me for anything.
My eyes widened in alarm.
What? Don't say that.
Well, it ain't past my attention that I've not been with you on your adventures far more lately than I've been with you.
I opened my mouth to tell him how not true that was, and stopped as the reality of the statement sank into me. Instead,
Calamity, you're my closest and dearest friend.
not including homage, I mentally added.
You keep me strong. You keep me from losing it. I will always need you.
Sure, you say that now.
And next adventure, we'll go together. You and me, I promise.
The setting sun dipped below the cloud line, setting the clouds ablaze with brilliant oranges and dark crimsons. The effect was magnified against the black clouds that hung over Philadelphia, turning the whole post-apocalyptic city into a fiery hell.
Damn!
There were dark spots floating around over the city. We were close enough to make them out, but just barely. Calamity had spotted them too, as he asked me to float him the binoculars. He scanned the air between the silhouetted ruins of Philadelphia and the conflagrant sky.
Oh, hell.
He said, motioning for me to take a look myself. I floated the binoculars to my own eyes and stared towards Philadelphia, seeing hundreds of molten fires in the black below. Chimneys poured out constant smoke. The draconic skeleton of a massive roller coaster added an alien touch to the city's skyline. The dark silhouette of the Philadelphia town shot upwards into the sky. Following it with my gaze, I saw them. Dozens of pink dirigibles,
shaped like creepy pink smiley faces, complete with ears and mane, floated around the sky above the city ruins. Pinkie Pie balloons.
There's a name for 'em?
Calamity gave a shudder.
Anyway, I was more looking at what the ponies in those Pinkie Pie balloons were packing. We sure as hell ain't flying into there.
I looked again, turning up the magnification as high as it would go. I saw earth ponies attending mounted rifles easily 2 ponies long, scoped and terrifying. They were what my sniper rifle would like to be when it was all grown up.
Anti-machine rifles,
Calamity informed me. I now had a very good idea what my scary new bullets were supposed to be for. He was right. Taking the Pegasus-pulled bomb anywhere near that skyline was a death sentence. From here on in, we walked. We'd be sneaking into Philadelphia on hoof. I sincerely hoped we were out of Hellhound territory.
How did the much deified Princess Celestia and Princess Luna allow our good land to become like this? How did the mayors of the ministry allow the greatest and most glorious nation in the world to die in balefire and agony? The answer is quite simple. Incompetence. For generations, the hard-working ponies of Equestria toiled to build this great land, and the leaders sat back and reaped the benefits. And not only them, but a great majority of ponies throughout the land. They enjoyed the fruits of hard labor without lifting a hoof themselves. They lay back, slept on clouds, idled their days away like parasites, feeding on the sweat of the workers. Workers like you, workers like me. They became selfish and lazy. And laziness, my little ponies, breeds stupidity. The destruction they brought down on us was, in a word, inevitable. They couldn't do any better because they weren't any better. But today, we all work. And tomorrow, when our toil is done, we will step forward and be accepted into the loving embrace of the goddess and be transformed. And in the coming unity, we will reap the rewards of our own brows, together, as equals.
I shut off Red Eye's broadcast. Somehow, they always left me feeling twisted inside. He was unpleasantly convincing sometimes. A steady diet of this fodder, and I might find myself biting his poisoned apple. Calamity had collapsed from exhaustion the moment we touched down on the overpass and was snoring softly nearby. There were other vehicles up here, including a large Sunrise sarsaparilla delivery wagon that had been heading towards Philadelphia. A faded painting of smiling Celestia watching over happy sarsaparilla drinkers adorning its side. A couple of camouflage-painted chariots were abandoned on the far edge, part of a military convoy, the rest of which was crushed and buried under the collapsed section of overpass beyond. I wanted to poke around, explore, but I promised Calamity. And while looking in the backs of a few wagons wasn't really an adventure, I'm sure he'd be sore with me if I didn't wait for him. With good reason. Velvet Remedy was asleep as well, Firelight perched on her shoulder, plumage seeming to glow in the dying light. The Balefire Phoenix looked proud and, if it wasn't my imagination, possessive. Steel Hooves was on guard again. I didn't think I'd ever see him sleep. Did ghouls even need sleep? So much I didn't know. I like you, I said, smiling to the mythical bird. You're... The word that came to my mind was simple, but after my mistake with Velvet Remedy earlier, I was watching my choice of vocabulary. Straightforward. I don't have to worry about any hidden agendas or dark secrets with you. You watched us. Dare I say out of curiosity? If so, it is something we have in common. The Balefire Phoenix let out a pleasant whistle. Velvet Remedy helped you, and you decided to stay with her. Friendship, pure and uncomplicated. The Phoenix preened. You chose well, I added, looking to Velvet Remedy. She really is a very good, very special pony. I reached over and put a hoof on her flank, touching her cutie mark, a singing bird. Firelight scowled, giving a hoot backed by a little burst of green flame. My pit buck briefly clicked, then was quiet again. I drew back my hoof with a laugh, Don't worry, I'm not a rival. She's all yours.
A touch chagrined, I added,
Maybe once I would have been, but things have changed.
The green and gold phoenix cocked her head. I found a way to explain.
Velvet put me in a cage. It was for my own good. I was sick and hurting myself. But after that,
I paused.
we're just good friends.
Firelight seemed satisfied with that, but I wasn't going to pet Velvet Remedy's flank to find out. I was having trouble sleeping. The fright earlier and the worries of what lay ahead merged into a constant buzz in my head. I couldn't afford to go into this new situation half stupid from lack of rest, but that worry only made it worse. I couldn't force myself to sleep. I tried. A distraction might help derail the worried thoughts swarming my head. I pulled out the memory orb from the power plant. I stared at it for a moment, running through a mental checklist. I wasn't in a battle or imminent danger, so it should be safe. On the other hoof, these orbs were always a gamble. I remembered the sickening experience of the damaged memory orb all too vividly. Part of me also wondered if I was just using lack of sleep as an excuse to indulge my curiosity. I probably was. Well, that was okay. Who didn't have their vices? The memory held within it something amazing, wondrous, inspiring. Sunlight. Pure, radiant sunlight. Unfiltered and unmolested by a cover of clouds. The ball of fire in the sky was at once terrifying and majestic. The living symbol of the goddess Celestia herself. Its light was powerful, capable of slashing through darkness and shadows, revealing and cleansing. It was warm and compassionate, and it brought with it a sense of peace and hope. Sunlight was as miraculous to me as a pitbuck was to the ponies of the equestrian wasteland. And, likewise, it was as pedestrian to the pony I was riding as my pitbuck was to me. I was standing on a balcony with several smartly dressed gentle stallions staring down into a huge sunlit foyer, lined with clear windows of glass that rose at least 3 stories high. The scene outside was idyllic. Colorful ponies, finely dressed, went about their business along cobblestone sidewalks, bordering a boulevard of grass. A geometrically perfect field of green divided into precision shapes by cobblestone paths and a huge reflective pool. The buildings on the other side were largely obscured by trees, but I could tell they were as regal and impressive as the one I was in. Balconies and mezzanines arced around the airy open atrium. Large gardening boxes held full-grown apple trees. And everywhere, ponies moved about busily. After looking about briefly, my host focused on the light-colored marble floor below, where a throng of ponies were causing a disturbance. It was a small mob, pressing in towards the single figure in the center, a zebra. "Go back from where you came from!"
Did you think you could just trot into a ministry?
Better wiped than striped.
What are you doing here? Are you a spy?
A voice rang out over the crowd as a familiar orange pony with blonde mane and tail came trotting down the arching stairway. "Simmer down, Sally. Zecora ain't no spy." Applejack reached the throng and quickly dispersed the ponies, who grumbled as they went back to work. In just over a minute, it was just her standing alone with the extremely out-of-place zebra. Other ponies were giving them a wide berth, shooting stares. Applejack shot even better stares back, causing several to shy away, picking up their pace. Finally, she turned to the zebra, looking deeply apologetic. "Zecora, you really ought not to be walking round like that. 'Tain't safe these days."
I thought I could visit a friend.
The zebra replied in an exotic and strangely poetic voice.
I should have known how it would end.
"Well, there is a war on," Applejack said reasonably. She lifted a hoof to scratch beneath her ear, looking embarrassed.
Ponies hate and fear me still, no better than in Ponyville.
The zebra's voice was deep with disappointment.
To you folk, zebras may seem strange, but ponies never change.
"Gee, thanks." Applejack frowned, bristling a little. Then she let out a sigh. "Let's just get you out of sight, okay? Come with me." Applejack paused, looking around the huge atrium. "I should have an office in here somewhere." This is her ministry, and she doesn't even know where her office is?
Lady Applejack, how good to...
A gentle stallion called out, approaching from a different stairwell. He stopped as he spotted the zebra.
Oh my!
Ugh, Applejack grimaced, face-hoofing. Not you too, Starshine. Ain't nothing wrong with Zecora. She's my friend.
Oh, of course,
The gentle stallion said gracefully.
I have nothing against zebras. In fact, my company is the only one in Canterlot to make a practice of hiring zebras.
Well, wasn't he a smarmy buck?
Let the Ministry of Propaganda say what it will.
Ministry of Image, Applejack corrected.
I believe that's what I said.
Starshine stated dismissively, turning his attention fully to the zebra.
Anyway, Zecora, is it? Should you ever find yourself looking for work, look me up. Anyone who has Lady Applejack's hoofprint of approval.
Was there something you wanted, Starshine? Applejack interrupted impatiently.
Oh, yes. I wanted to pass on a little thank you for MWT's support for our Stalliongrad and Manhattan expansions. Everything's working smoothly, and I expect nothing short of a stellar success.
I told you before, Starshine. We don't take buckbacks. Ain't how we operate here.
Of course. Banish the thought.
The gentle stallion said in a genial apology.
No, this is just a friendly gift. But never you mind then.
He didn't want to offend, of course, greasy git. Absolutely everything about this pony was striking a negative note with me. From the look on her face, Applejack didn't seem to like him much either.
Now, Zecora,
he said, turning back to the zebra woman.
How do you feel about public transportation?
The stallion standing on the balcony next to me spoke in a quiet voice, drawing my attention away from the scene below.
Now she's trotting around publicly announcing friendships with zebras. The publicity alone could sink us.
I felt my host nodding along with the others.
Gentle colts, I think it's time we discussed Applejack's retirement.
I came out of the memory feeling cold. It was appalling, the sort of memory you only kept for blackmail. I pushed the memory orb far away from me. Steelhooves. I approached the Steel Ranger cautiously. I want to talk to you about Applejack and her ministry. The helmet of the armor-clad ranger turned towards me. He said nothing. You knew her. Probably better than anyone other than family and her lifelong friends. What happened?
Megaspells fell.
Steelhooves deadpanned.
Every pony died.
I sighed. He was going to be that way about it. I tried again. What happened between her and the Ministry of Technology?
Are you ordering me to tell you?
He asked strangely. No, I said, the question making me feel awkward. I'm asking you. I wanted to know.
Because you know it will be tactfully advantageous to have that information.
I hung my head in exasperation. No, because... I stopped, unsure. Because, as dumb as this probably sounds, I care. My words surprised me, as did the truth behind them. Somehow, I'd come to actually care for this group of 6 ponies from 200 years ago, the Ministry mares. I didn't understand why. It made no sense. But at some point, my glimpses into the past had evolved from mere academic curiosity to a genuine feeling of attachment. Maybe it was meeting Spike. Hearing his stories of a bright and joyous past and the adventures of these close friends certainly sealed the transformation. Part of me wanted a happy ending for at least one of them. Reality painted the chance of that as heart-wrenchingly bleak. I knew that, but I wasn't willing to stop hoping anyway. Looking past Steelhooves, I took in the night-shrouded equestrian wasteland. The clouds over Philadelphia glowed a dark red, reflecting the lights from below. Hell, we were literally going into hell. The low rumble of Steelhooves' voice startled me.
Applejack had no taste for being an administrator,
He began. I turned toward the ghoul pony who had, I was certain, once been Applejack's lover.
It wasn't like running a farm or organizing the winter wrap-up.
I heard a snort of laughter from inside his helmet.
Which, come to think of it, she needed Twilight Sparkle's help for anyway, so she just hired a whole bunch of business ponies to do it for her.
I wondered how many of those I had just shared a balcony with.
Applejack's intention
Steelhooves continued with a touch of uncharacteristic nostalgia.
was for the Ministry of Technology to help encourage and subsidize enterprises that were pushing greater technological and industrial advancement. The ministry promoted the principles of the Earth Pony Way and sought to help make Equestria better for all ponies through that ethic.
Steelhooves was looking out at the horizon, at Philadelphia. His voice held firm, but I could tell this was an emotional thing for the ghoul pony to talk about. I listened reverently, knowing that this was a gift.
Applejack didn't want to stick her hooves into other ponies' businesses any more than she wanted any pony messing around with her farm. She believed in the inherently good nature of ponies and felt they should be left to the guidance of their own virtues.
He turned to me suddenly, a note of bitterness creeping into his voice.
The problem is, industries and corporations aren't ponies. They don't have a good nature. They're like mainframes, calculating risk and profit. And if the numbers are strong enough, they throw baby fillies into the gears of their own machinery to grease the flow of capital.
I suddenly found myself thinking of the Crusader mainframe in Stable 29.
When Applejack returned to the Ministry of Technology after the death of her brother, her only intention was to focus the efforts of the ministry for as long as it took to create a new, better suit of armor. One that would not fail to protect a pony like Big Macintosh's armor had failed to save him. But the longer she stayed, the deeper the pit of horrors she began to uncover. What wasn't corrupt was out of control. And so she tried to fix things. Tried to put bit and reins on development, regulate corporate misconduct.
Steelhooves fell silent, staring at me for a long time. I felt he was assessing my understanding, and perhaps with it my worthiness of this gift. Finally, he finished by adding,
And that's not something any pony was going to be happy about, and that some ponies wouldn't stand for.
Do you know what word I hate more than any other? Slave. Yes, we are all bound in the chains of industry, but even more, there is a greater chain that holds us together. It is the chain of mutual responsibility. And to break free of that chain is to become nothing better than a raider, the most loathsome and repugnant sort of leech on our great Equestria. If I am a slave because I am not independent of virtue and accountability to my fellow pony, then I do not want freedom. The freedom to be worthless, destructive, unproductive. License to abandon the future that only together we may achieve. This is not liberty. It is anarchy at its most vile. And the good, hard-working, and honorable ponies of Equestria will not stand for it. Will you? Raiders are the epitome of the sins of the past. Selfish, lazy, greedy. They take what they cannot build for themselves, and they destroy what they cannot take. They infest the equestrian wasteland like termites, chewing away at the already frail bones of our once great nation. They even skitter about in the ruins of Philadelphia, chittering just outside the wall. Rest assured, my little ponies, that when the rebirth comes, there will be no room for such harmful and parasitical insects in our new world. Those who do not join the unity will be crushed under our hooves, stamped out, once and for all. We may not even have to wait that short time. Even today, the glorious army of the children of unity grows stronger, mightier, and the goddess sends out her children, created in her image, to scour the wasteland. Yes, to those of you out there who are termites, to the raiders, the steel rangers, and the cannibals, I have this to say. The purge is coming.
Footnote, level up. Skills note, lockpicking has reached 100%. New perk, Clever Prancer. Through agility and reflexes, you have become deft at striking where it hurts while preventing your enemies from doing the same. You gain an additional 5% chance to score a critical hit. Your enemies suffer a 25% penalty to their chance to critically hit you.
This perk is only effective when wearing light or no armor.
Chapter 23. Patterns of Behavior.
Well, my child, it's quite dangerous to explore places where you do not belong. Where were you headed that you ended up in my private chambers?
Curiosity.
I halted, bobby pin and screwdriver hovering between me and the wall safe at Steelhoof's muttered comment. This safe was the only container within the Helping Hoof clinic which hadn't been successfully scavenged by ponies before us. Anything that could hold valuables had been already looted. Brighter spots on faded walls showed where medical boxes, probably locked, had simply been torn away from their mountings. Huh? Eloquent as always, little Pip.
Steelhoofs whinnied.
Your friend Homage asked me what I thought your defining characteristic was.
What? When?
Oh, goddesses, what did Steelhoofs tell her? Please don't let it be bad or embarrassing.
While you were hospitalized.
Steelhoofs responded bluntly.
Do you really find it surprising that she would ask your companions about you?
No, not really. She was probably trying to get to know the real me more, especially before taking our relationship to a new level. It was wise.
I just wasn't sure Steelhoofs was the pony I would have wanted her getting a reference from.
What did you say?
I asked nervously, then felt immediately stupid. He just answered that, didn't he?
I mean, okay. Curiosity, that isn't so bad. Yeah, I'm curious.
I don't think you could call it my defining characteristic.
We're walking into hell,
Velvet Remedy interjected,
and little Pip is sightseeing.
No, I argued.
I'm not.
I stopped talking at her knowing smile.
Hey, the clinic was right here, right on our way, and you know we could use the medical supplies if we find any.
Yep. Y'all should have seen little Pip in Stable 24.
Calamity agreed, mimicking my voice.
Poorly, I might add.
He called out,
Dangerous critters! Let's explore! Hey, you're the one who wanted to go on the next adventure with me.
I figure she's been like this ever since stepping Hoof out of her own stable,
Calamity concluded.
Reckon I can't blame her living in a box.
Oh no,
Velvet Remedy chimed in.
She was like this inside the stable too.
I sighed. Apparently, this was going to be Tease Little Pip Day.
I turned away, choosing to focus on the wall safe. Let them have their fun. Velvet continued.
When other colts and fillies decided to try new things in an effort to provoke their cutie marks into showing, they'd try soccer or ballet. Little Pip, she tries to invent the art of breaking into other ponies' private things.
I broke the bobby pin, which was really frustrating since this lock was well beneath my skills. I took a deep breath, looking in a random direction that was neither the safe nor my friend's. Firelight had perched on an IV stand in the corner near a medical bed. Behind her was a Ministry of Peace poster of a smiling Fluttershy with a white rabbit sitting on her head, and colorful birds and butterflies flocking around her. The top of the poster read simply, Remember.
But the bottom half was so badly damaged that I couldn't tell what it was trying to say.
There must have been some gentle but insidious power in Fluttershy's image, for I found myself feeling ashamed, though he had forgotten what she told us not to.
Well,
I grunted, hovering at a replacement bobby pin.
Maybe curiosity is my virtue then.
My three companions looked at each other quietly, skeptically. Firelight let out a soft whoop as smiles broke across their faces, or at least across the muzzles of Calamity and Velvet Remedy. Simultaneously, they turned to me and told me that no, it was definitely a vice.
Well, that was unexpected,
Calamity noted, staring through the open safe into the building adjacent to the Helping Hoof Clinic. The entire back of the safe was gone, as was a significant amount of the other building's wall. Judging by the damage, it looked as if a large magical energy weapon on the scale of the Junction R7 cannon had been used to melt through the wall.
Somebody had a hard-on for this safe.
They were stupid then,
I commented.
That blast probably destroyed anything that was in here.
Steelhoof spoke.
I don't think this was the safe they were intending to use that weapon for.
How do you figure?
First, this safe was hidden. It's likely they didn't even know it was here.
Steelhooves was right. The safe had been hidden behind a large framed sign. Most scavengers wouldn't have thought to pull it down and look behind it. But ever since Homage revealed her safe behind the splendid valley painting, I'd fallen into the habit of peeking behind frames, something which undoubtedly added fodder to my companion's discussion of my so-called vice. I glanced over to where the sign was propped against a medical rack. It was very much unlike the posters I had grown used to. A more forthright and clinical warning from the past. Wartime stress disorder. For over 1,000 years, ponies have known only peace. It should be no surprise, then, that so many are not able to cope with the harsh realities of war. Wartime stress disorder is a very real illness that affects thousands of ponies each year. Know what to look for. Depression, anxiety, lack of sleep, loss of appetite, unpatriotic thoughts, suicidal impulses. If you or any of your loved ones are experiencing 2 or more of these symptoms, it may be WSD. If so, ask for help. No pony needs to suffer alone. Knowledgeable and caring ponies trained by the Ministry of Peace are waiting to help. I spared it only a glance before turning my attention back to Steelhooves. Having read the sign before floating it down, I didn't need to read it again.
Second,
Steelhooves continued, having apparently paid more attention to our surroundings than I had.
the building next to the clinic was a bank.
I had admittedly dismissed the building next door, after discovering the doors were blocked by interior rubble. I could see now, through the safe, that a fair amount of the interior was intact, and the bank promised to be interesting. Okay, I said, floating out the zebra rifle. I'm going through. I started to climb up into the safe, only to feel teeth bite down on my tail and pull me back.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Calamity said, letting go.
Ain't no way any of the rest of us can wiggle through that thing,
he said, pointing a hoof at the wall safe. I opened my mouth to protest, but he cut me off.
I ain't letting you brave the place alone. Whatever destroyed that wall might still be lurking in there.
Calamity smirked.
Besides, you said your next adventure would be with me. You promised, and I'm holding you to it.
I slumped. He had a point. Then I brightened. Once I'm inside, I'll be able to see the rebel blocking the front door and levitate it out of the way. I can let you all in through the front. It will only take a moment. They looked at each other again, and I could read on their faces a begrudging acceptance that this was going to happen. I'd set my hooves to it. There was no stopping me. Short of tranquilizer dart to the breast. I floated the zebra rifle ahead of me, my current weapon of choice. Calamity and I spent time in the early morning looting the locked ammo boxes from the surviving convoy chariots on the overpass. As a result, I was no longer worried about ammo for the zebra rifle. I had been surprised to find that, even up here, everything that wasn't locked up had been looted. But Calamity reminded me that he wasn't the only flyer in the equestrian wasteland. I counted us lucky when we had moved beyond Hellhound territory and into the jagged hellscape of the Philadelphia suburbs without any encounters. During our trek, Calamity and I had scattered ahead, being by far the stealthiest members of our group. I kept my pitbuck radio off. Only the tiniest amount of noise leaked out of my ear bloom for others to possibly hear, but I suspected the keen-eared hellhounds might notice even that. I was yearning to turn it on again and hear what else Red-Eye might have to say. With a second look at the safe, I decided to shuck my saddlebags. It was going to be tight, and I didn't want to get stuck. I could float them through behind me once I was inside. Or worst case, go back into the clinic and get them after I cleared the bank's front door. No encounters also meant I still owed Calamity an adventure, and I wanted to pay off that debt before we got into the heart of Philadelphia. We were looking at trotting into slaver territory, and I feared for my companion's safety. It's not that I doubted their ability or courage, but the anxiety I felt didn't lend itself easily to words. I suppose I feared that my friends were not only dear to me, but would be dear to them in an entirely different and unpleasant way. In the eyes of the slavers, what kind of prize would a Pegasus be? Or Velvet Remedy? The goddesses only know how they would react to a Steel Ranger, and the last thing I could afford to do was launch an assault on the entire damn slaver army. Honestly, I was almost to Philadelphia, and I had no idea what I was going to do when I got there. My entire plan was to get there, take a look, and pray that what I saw would tell me where to go next. With dismay, I accepted the very real possibility that I might get there only to turn around and slink back home. My friends were counting on me to be better than that.
All those slaves were counting on some pony to stand up for them. I suddenly pictured myself trotting up to a gate, knocking and telling the guard on the other side, "Hello, I'm here to stand up for the slaves." The daydream ended with the image of me getting shot in the head. So, yeah, maybe I was sightseeing. Distractions to give myself time. I pulled myself up into the narrow black rectangle of the safe and slithered through.
A mayor approached me just the other day. "Thank you, Red Eye," she said. "You have given my life meaning. I was wretched before, but now I'm a part of something great. And I know that something even greater waits for me. The opportunity of a lifetime." Of course, she was only saying this in an attempt to get close to me, so she could use the crude knife she had crafted out of stolen metal. But still, her words moved me, so I did not have her killed on the spot. Instead, I sent her to the pit, where she would have the chance to exercise those murderous impulses for a more worthy goal.
Velvet Remedy had darted into the mayor's room off the bank lobby, and we were all politely pretending not to hear her. The lobby radio helped, Red Eye's words adding to the buzzing of the flies. Looking around, it pained me that my stomach wasn't rebelling nearly as hard. The stench made my eyes water. But I had seen too much too often. I could tell I was becoming numb, and it scared the horse apples out of me. I heard water start to run in one of the restroom sinks, and I felt the sudden urge to dash in. We hadn't checked the local water, but I was sure it was radioactive. Velvet must know that, but I doubted she was thinking clearly.
"Splayed pony bodies and profane graffiti,"
Velvet said with a weak smile as she rejoined us.
"Raider chic."
She turned to me.
"Let me thank you again for taking me to such lovely places."
I honestly felt bad about this one. Once, the lobby had been a place for ponies to mill around while waiting for their turn with one of the tellers whose counters lined one side of the room, or who had business in the back meeting rooms, like the one I had crawled into through the safe, whose backside had been obliterated. But the raiders had taken a perverse glee in defiling this place, the extent of which I hadn't seen since the Ponyville Library. The crucified dog hanging from the ceiling lamp was a particularly revolting touch.
I agree with Little Pip.
Calamity noted, having taken a look at the rear meeting room, which had abutted the clinic.
Raiders living here tussled with some invaders who were a heap more dangerous. Lots of raider bodies, none of their attackers.
Well, one,
I corrected him.
sorta.
The pile of ash that had been the center of the magical destruction had still been glowing slightly pink, suggesting the battle wasn't that long ago. Calamity nodded.
My guess, lucky shot.
He said.
From the way that whole wall was disintegrated back far enough to touch the safe door, my guess is that one of the invaders was carrying a saddlebag full of magical energy grenades or some such, and one of the raiders put a bullet through it.
Well, they obviously didn't get in through the front door, or the safe, so that means there's another way in here.
I looked to Steelhooves.
Do you remember what the building on the other side of the bank was?
Noise from somewhere above us killed the conversation. Dust rained down from the ceiling as pony hooves clocked over the floor above. The hanging lamp swayed as they passed over it, a rotting piece of the crucified dog falling to the floor with a meaty sound. I floated my rifle close. Calamity gave his battle saddle a reload kick.
"Honestly,"
Velvet Remedy whispered.
"has it ever occurred to either of you that they might be friendly?"
Nope. Stand back.
Steelhooves growled. Gleaning his intention, I dashed for the bathroom, wrapping a surprised Velvet in a levitation field and pulling her in after me. Firelight dove through the doorway over our heads. Calamity swooped back towards the meeting room. Boom! The shot from Steelhooves' grenade machine gun detonated against the ceiling in a flash of fire and stucco. With a rending crash, the ceiling came down, bringing 5 raider ponies crashing into the lobby. One buck with mangy coat and a flaming skull for a cutie mark landed hard on a teller counter and bounced out of sight. A mare with a spiked pink mane got herself tangled in a gruesome exhibit fashioned out of at least 3 cult entrails, a zebra sword falling from her muzzle and clattering across the floor. It slid to a stop at Calamity's hooves. One last raider pony stood above us at the edge of the collapsed floor. A hunting rifle floated at his flank. His gaze fell on me,
sliding down my body. And now I did want to vomit. His eyes suddenly widened and he darted out of sight. The other raider ponies tried to scramble to their feet. Steelhooves rapid-fired 6 more grenades in their midst. I saw Velvet Remedy's shield flicker around the 2 of us just in time to save us from the blast of shrapnel and bloody body parts. The eyeball of a raider pony splattered against the magical field inches from my face and began to slide down it. I ended up violently emptying the contents of my stomach after all. Canned corn does not taste as well coming up as it does going down.
The one that fell over here got away,
Calamity called out, hovering in the air on the other side of the teller aisle. A doorway into the bank's back offices marked the raiders' most likely avenue of escape. Spitting out another mouthful of water from my canteen, I replied,
Had another one upstairs. He bolted too.
I felt weak and embarrassed, but tried to focus on the danger at our hooves. The surviving raider ponies could be getting reinforcements, assuming there were any to get. I was more worried they were setting traps. Calamity snorted.
Raiders run from us now.
He flew up into the room above.
Course, they could be fixing an ambush.
Velvet Remedy looked up at Calamity's underside.
Oh, come now. Are you really that surprised?
She poked a hoof at me.
The smallest of us is a walking arsenal. You are Pegasus with a custom-built battle saddle and steel hooves. Steel hooves. By Luna, we look like Grim Reaper ponies.
Velvet Remedy trotted towards the carnage.
Any raider this well armed,
she said, floating a blood-stained baseball bat with gruesome nails driven through it out of the rubble,
is going to take one look at us and gallop for the hills if she has any brain left at all.
I grimaced. Not that I minded looking like a Reaper pony to raiders. I damn well ought to. But because Velvet's comments brought back memories of the twisted view of us that Steelhooves once professed to Calamity. Steelhooves was looking at the zebra sword. The gemstone in its hilt was cracked and blackened. Whatever enchantment the weapon had once held had died with that stone.
Okay,
I said, collecting my thoughts.
the main vault is in the basement. The other way into the bank is probably upstairs, coming across from the next building.
I looked to my companions, giving them an opportunity to disagree.
Velvet, Steelhooves, you 2 head up. Between the 2 of you, I'm sure you can greet any pony you find up there with the appropriate levels of loving kindness or overwhelming force.
Velvet Remedy shot me a wry look but nodded. How in Luna's name did I end up the de facto leader again? After seeing how my fellow stable dweller handled a hellhound, I wasn't so worried about her safety.
I'm the safe cracker, so I have to head down. Calamity, you're with me.
Pow! A well-placed twin shot from Calamity's battle saddle caused the magical energy turret to explode, flinging shrapnel across the hall. Slipping into the zen of sats, I targeted the 2 remaining turrets and unloaded 2 rounds into each of them. They barely got a shot off, scorching an armor plate on my utility barding and giving me a painful but bearable burn beneath. We crept up past the guard desk and peered down the hallway beyond. It had a few doors that opened to side rooms, and at the end was the massive metal door of the vault, a terminal glowing on the wall beside it. As Calamity started into the hall, I paused at the desk. I spotted a book which had slid down behind it. Increasing your sales figures. The picture on the front was a satisfied customer eating an apple. I floated the book into my saddlebags, having exhausted my current book collection and left it at Junction R7. I trotted into the hallway, catching up with Calamity. A scorching bolt of green energy shot past me, hitting the wall behind us and melting a hole, turning the faux wood paneling and bricks beneath into glowing green goo. There's nothing better than the smell of melting zebras in the morning. Crap, one of these! Back! I shouted to Calamity. The 2 of us barely made it into the corner when the multi-limbed hoverbot floated around the corner. I felt Flame lick at my tail as the robot hosed down the hallway we had just been in with its flamethrower. Ow, 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 ow! I pranced, Flames licking at my tail, until Calamity stomped the fire out. Ow!
Pardon?
I whimpered, tears in my eyes.
Thanks.
On our way down, Calamity had prodded me to unlock every ammo box, coin till, and desk. His saddlebags were now virtually overflowing with golden pre-war coins, as well as packages of cigarettes and bubble gum and other things he considered worth the wait. I wasn't really expecting to find a merchant we could trade with in Philadelphia, but I said nothing. I'd taken most of the ammo, including a prince's prize of 4 magical energy grenades.
Well, grenades did the trick last time,
I whispered, floating 2 of them out.
and unlike alicorns, I'm pretty sure I can trick these things the same way twice.
I sat on my haunches before the wall-mounted terminal next to the vault door, the smoldering wreckage of the hoverbot in the hall behind us. The door to this vault was almost identical to the one under Shattered Hoof, except that this one had no exterior lock, rendering all my skills at lockpicking useless. However, by hacking into the terminal, I was sure I could tweak the spell matrix and get the door to slide open. Calamity stood guard over me as I worked. We both looked up when the muffled sound of an explosion echoed from somewhere several floors above.
Not loving kindness, then.
Nope.
If I survive all of this, one day I'm going to sit down and write a sequel to the Wasteland Survival Guide, covering all of the things Ditzy Doo managed to leave out.
I loved the Ghoul Pony, but seriously? A whole section on radhogs and barely a mention of hellhounds? And the chapter about making robots work for you is completely hoof-fucked. I concentrated on the puzzle before me, working my way through possibilities of code until I settled on the right one. This was almost as hard as Pinkie Pie's terminal. Almost. With a series of loud clanks, the vault door slid down into the floor. I raised an eyebrow at that, then stepped into the vault. Some pony had already been in here. Only a scattering of pre-war coins remained, and most of the smaller safes that lined the wall were open and empty.
Well, now I'm depressed.
I took note of 3 smaller safes and 1 large one, which still seemed intact. The locks on these suggested a level of skill required that was beyond... Was this the work of the same rival lockpicker who made such a mess of the hippocampus energy plant number 12? No, that would be absurd. But the little pony in my head wouldn't give up the notion. I started on the largest safe first, confident in my ability to beat it, and eager to show up my imaginary rival. It took effort to open the safe, but the tumblers finally fell into place. The large door nudged open. I pulled it back with my telekinesis enthusiastically, driven to see what was inside. Inside were 2 objects, one of which I had seen before, recently through binoculars, an anti-machine rifle. Only this one was pristine, with golden flame-styled filigree, a custom bit, deep citrines embedded in the barrel, and an embossed nameplate that read, Spitfire's Thunder. It was also broken down to fit in the safe, some assembly required. Calamity whistled at the sight of the massive gun. My own attention was drawn to the small box next to it. The box had a familiar Apple insignia on it, although just 1 rather than the 3 on Little Macintosh. I floated it out. The box had its own lock, but it looked significantly easier to pick.
The gems on that there barrel?
I've seen gemstones like that before, Calamity was saying behind me, still fascinated by the gun.
They hold an enchantment that sucks up the buck of the gun. Makes it so a Pegasus can fire it without getting knocked off course.
I chuckled. He probably thought he was being subtle.
You want it? It's yours.
I grinned.
I've even got some bullets for it.
The box with the apple clicked open. I realized I'd seen a box like this before as well, in Vinyl Scratch's safe. Like that one, this held 4 memory orbs. I set the open box down. Behind me, Calamity was doing his best not to squee.
Thank you, little Pip. That's mighty gracious of you.
Calamity.
I shushed him with a smile.
Stand guard. I might be gone for a bit.
The orange-maned Pegasus spotted the box of memory orbs and nodded, turning to face the vault entrance in a battle-ready stance. I tilted my horn down towards the box, picking a memory orb at random, and focused. The bank, Calamity, and the entire equestrian wasteland washed away. Applejack was looking at me like I had lost my mind.
And just what the hey'd you think you were wearing that for?
I'd already hoped to learn more about the past, and, with any luck, the mayors of the ministries. But to find one of them addressing me up close and personal, this seemed beyond the stroke of fortune. The room around us looked very much like the suites in Timpani Tower must have in their prime. This was a ministry hub, perhaps? There was a song playing in the background that I had heard before.
I want to calm the storm, but the war is in your eyes. How can I shield you from the horror and the lies?
when all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding. And the whispers in the darkness tell me we won't survive.
It took me a moment to place it, but I had once seen Steelhooves virtually entranced by the song.
To remember tonight,
I felt my mouth say. The words came out in a smooth, low rumble. Oh, Luna! It was Steelhooves' voice. More urbane and not nearly as gravelly as the ghouls we knew, but it was definitely him. How the hell had this memory ended up here, in this bank? It only now occurred to me that maybe Steelhooves had known what the building next door had been, not because he had noticed it today, but because he remembered it. Oh, hell no! I ain't doing nothing with you while you're wearing that ridiculous recollector, Apple Snack. Applejack put her hoof down. Now take it off. Wait, what? Oh no. I really shouldn't be here. This was private. And
I'll tie you up with your own lasso.
Applejack's eyes went wide, a blush forming on her freckled cheeks. Oh, sweet Celestia, have mercy. Not only was I invading Steelhooves' private memories, but the buck was aroused. I could feel a hot hardness that I fought to escape from. I prayed to the goddesses to pull me out of this memory. Spare me this. And my ghoul companion, too. He didn't deserve to have me here. And I very much didn't want to be here. Eyes narrowing dangerously. And just what makes you think you've got what it takes to best me with my own lasso, soldier buck? Part of my brain paused to marvel that the country filly turned major political figure had fallen for a city buck turned soldier. Steelhooves, no, Apple Snack, leaned forward, that hot pressure in his groin becoming unbearable to me, and whispered huskily,
Because I know it turns you on.
Way too much information. Please, Celestia, Luna, any pony. Stop the memory. Need to get off now. Leave. Need to leave now. I almost felt my prayers were answered when a loud chiming sound rang out from a nearby glowing terminal. Applejack shook off her dear cotton sleigh lights expression. Still no, she decided, turning away towards the terminal. Now I got to take this, and you best not be wearing that thing when I'm done. You look ridiculous. I felt my host sigh, then trot slowly towards what I recognized as the bathroom door. A sudden shot of horror went through me. Apple Snack was still sporting his hardness. Goddess, please don't let them have a full-length mirror in there. A cry of dismay from the orange-coated older mare solved my concerns with startling quickness.
What's wrong?
I felt myself say in Apple Snack's voice. The mayor of the Ministry of Technology was scrolling through information on the terminal's screen as fast as her hoof would let her. No, she moaned. No, they wouldn't. Her voice was becoming louder and more strained. No, they, how could they? Again, more firmly.
AJ Love, what's wrong?
Applejack turned towards her soldier buck with the start of tears in her eyes and a frightening edge in her voice. Ironshod's what's wrong! She spit as the other emotion struggling behind her face lost out to fury. 1 year! The Steel Rangers have been around for 1 year! And Ironshod Firearms has gone and built a gun designed to punch through their armor! They've built a gun to kill our own! I felt Apple Snack go rigid at the news. The blonde-maned mare was strutting back and forth and barely contained outrage. They're calling it the anti-machine rifle. But what it really is the anti-magical power armor rifle. She spun, tears in her eyes. How long before the zebras get hold of this? They've just killed our own! I felt my host swallow. He was doing amazingly well at keeping his heart rate down. But while I couldn't sense Apple Snack's emotions, I could feel the physical toll. I put everything I had into finding a better way to keep our soldier ponies safe. Applejack raged. I sold my farm. I fought the ponies of my own ministry to get this done. She turned, her white eyes filled with tears. I sold my farm. A lump formed in my throat. My heart hurt for the mare, and my hooves wanted to lash out at the evil ponies who could be so thoughtless. The orange pony spun and bucked her bureau so hard it shattered into splinters and piles of clothing.
This is a betrayal! They can't do this!
My host watched as his mare looked around for something else to buck. Then she seemed to have a better idea.
I'm going down there,
Applejack decided abruptly.
I got family down in Ironshod. Brayburn will listen.
I felt a sinking sensation in my heart.
Steel hooves,
Applejack barked, addressing my host not by her lover's name, but by his military designation.
Call Wingrat. Tell him to be on the roof in 2 minutes and to have my personal chariot ready. If I leave now, I can make it to Ironshod before morning. Maybe I can head this whole thing off before...
AJ, love,
Applesnack offered slowly, trying to be reasonable.
if they've already invented it, then you can't put that apple back on the tree.
I knew he was right. The other item in the safe had been proof enough of that. Applejack shot us both a look. Or at least, it sure felt that way.
Well, some pony ain't getting any for a good bit.
If I could speak, I would have told her that such expectations had long passed.
Now make that call!
The orange pony turned back to gaze at the scattered fragments of wood and dresses.
Great! Now I've got to find something official looking to wear.
Less than 3 minutes later, Steelhooves was saying goodbye to Applejack as she stepped into the elevator outside their suite. The call to Wingright had been made, and the Ministry Mayor's chariot was waiting on the Pegasus landing platform.
I'll be back before you know it,
Applejack insisted, dressed in a stiff formal suit dress. That did not appear to get much use, and looking slightly less murderous, but no less determined.
I'm sorry this night ain't gone like you was hoping for. I'll make it up to you, promise.
She turned and raised a hoof, touching the button for the landing platform. As the ornate doors slid closed, she cocked her head.
And take that recollector off. You look...
The doors closed. A soft whir could be heard as the elevator began to ascend. My host looked up, watching the arrow above the elevator door slowly glide across the numbers. Floor 4, 5, 6. Applesnack turned back towards the door of his and Applejack's suite. The recollector was actually starting to itch. A loud twang sounded from the inside of the elevator shaft behind him. He spun back towards those ornate doors as he heard Applejack's elevator carriage rumble downward past his floor, gaining speed. Then there was a loud, horrendous, metal-twisting thud. I burst back to the real world, shaking from the memory, still feeling Applesnack's scream as if it had come from my lips. Looking up, I found Steelhooves' visor staring down at me. I cringed back, wanting to crawl into the safe. His low, gravelly voice simply stated,
Definitely a vice. What is unity?
The voice of Red Eye sounded in my earbloom. Calamity and Velvet Remedy had naturally taken the lead as we worked our way back through the bank. My hoofs felt heavy, like mine were the ones wrapped in steel. I couldn't look at Steelhooves. I could feel him staring into me, not saying anything. It was so much worse than being yelled at.
Unity is you. Unity is your family, your mother and father, your brothers and sisters, or at least it will be. I've seen it, and yes, unity will be me as well. But for now, I'm merely its, and thus your, humble servant. The goddess has gifted me with the vision of unity, and it is she who will bring peace to this troubled land. Think of me as nothing but a courier delivering the message of evolution. We follow the goddess in her great quest to heal this land and all the good ponies within it. No pony dies in Philadelphia unless they choose to. And in the new Equestria, no pony will need ever die again. When the time has come for your toil to be over, you have but to submit yourself. Already, the goddess is taking those who come to her, pulling them to her bosom and transforming them. Their old, weak, sick bodies are peeled away, replaced by a new, transcendent form.
As we were passing the open doorframe of an office, Steelhooves lifted a metal-clad hoof and shoved me inside. He followed. Clearly, he wanted to be alone with me. Looking anywhere but him, I stammered an apology. He ignored it.
Which one did you see?
He asked coldly. I looked up at him, startled.
Which memory did you see?
I flushed with icy embarrassment.
The one where
I fought to find the least intrusive description.
Applejack learned about Ironshod making anti-machine rifles?
Oh,
Steelhooves said. The other 3 memories were locked safely away in his pack.
the accident.
I recalled Applebloom's strained voice. Some folks are saying that maybe 'twasn't so much of an accident. They say that maybe 'twas some pony within her own ministry.
The biggest row Applejack had was over the anti-machine rifle.
Steelhooves informed me. I sensed that, having seen the memory, he wanted me to have a touch of context. It was abnormally forthcoming of him. Even more odd considering how deeply in the wrong I was.
On the one hoof, I couldn't really blame them.
Steelhooves admitted.
You wouldn't either if you saw some of the robots the zebras had begun to deploy on the battlefield.
I found myself nodding, despite the ache in my heart for Applejack. I remembered that tank-like Sentinel robot in 4 stars. I'd fired on it with armor-piercing bullets from a sniper rifle at a distance of yards, and only a precision shot to a volatile area had managed to stop it.
But I knew how bad that hurt her, and how deeply personal she took it. Only made it worse that she had family in Ironshod. Whole thing just about tore her apart.
He nickered behind his helmet.
Damn thing was, the zebras came out with armor-piercing ammo a few months later anyways. Not as effective as the anti-machine rifle at taking down my fellow rangers, but a well-placed round from a rifle could punch through a ranger's helmet.
Steelhooves looked me over until his visored gaze stopped on little Macintosh in its holster.
Truth is, with AP ammunition, that gun could do it. Little Macintosh is possibly the most powerful firearm of its size.
A touch of nostalgia crept into his voice.
Designed with the kind of buck to the teeth that only a mare like Applejack could handle easily.
Despite how low I was feeling, a snort of laughter escaped me. According to Spike's story, Applejack was strong enough in the tooth to haul not only her own weight, but that of all 5 of her friends, with nothing more than a bite on a dragon's tail. I had just begun to notice that all the context I was getting was about the firearms and not about the accident itself, when a thunderous gunshot rang out. Was that Spitfire's thunder? How far ahead had Calamity and Velvet Remedy gotten, and what did they run into? I darted around Steelhooves' bulk, dashing out of the room and towards the sound. I could hear the heavy hooves of the Steel Ranger fall in behind me.
That was a warning shot.
I heard Calamity state ahead, his voice muffled and slightly mumbling.
I don't give 2.
Warning shots are supposed to miss, Velvet Remedy barked sternly.
I didn't hit anything vital,
Was his response. He was speaking low, his words sounding like they came through clenched teeth.
That weapon,
A gruff mare's voice insisted.
is the property of the Ministry of Wartime Technology. Surrender it, Tribal, and we'll let you live. Horse apples.
Now I could tell why Calamity's voice sounded so warped. He was talking while holding Spitfire's thunder in his muzzle. He was better at it than the slaver with the shovel spear, whom I'd encountered my first night out, but not by much.
The only reason you ain't blown us tribals to bits is that you don't want to hurt the pretty gun.
I heard Firelight let out an alarmed squawk.
Damn!
Steelhooves muttered from behind me as he broke into full gallop, leaving me swiftly behind. I lowered my head, charging forward, trying to keep up. Little Macintosh floated beside me, ready for action. I came barreling into a lobby full of ponies and stumbled over the severed hind leg of a raider, losing my balance and face-planting into the rubble of the collapsed ceiling. Little Macintosh clattered into the rubble.
Oh, she tripped me,
I offered weakly, getting up. My eyes widened as I took in the 5 Steel Rangers in the room, only one of which was Steelhooves. One of the 4 new arrivals had taken a shot through the leg, and Velvet Remedy was fussing over it to the pony's chagrin. Calamity seemed intent on staring down the other 3. Without the massive Spitfire's thunder, my companions and I would have been helplessly outmatched, even assuming Steelhooves remained on our side. Steelhooves was standing rigid, staring from Calamity, the unique anti-machine rifle held in his teeth, to the Steel Ranger he had shot through the leg. It was as if Applejack's fears were playing out right in front of him. Calamity's habit of shooting first couldn't have reared at a worse time.
The lead mare of the Steel Rangers quartet was splitting focus between Calamity and Steelhooves, addressing the latter.
What are you doing with these primitives?
Steelhooves ignored her, staring at Calamity.
You shot a Steel Ranger.
Them friends of yours came at us with intent to murder.
Velvet Remedy spoke up again.
Calamity's right. The moment they saw us, that one's missile launcher opened up.
She said, pointing a hoof at one of the other Steel Rangers.
And this one charged at us with a magical energy lance.
I ask you again,
said the lead mare, stepping forward.
What are you doing here? Soldier, report!
The two uninjured Steel Rangers behind her changed their battle stances to better cover the room, one of them targeting me. I cast my eyes to the floor, searching for where little Macintosh had fallen. Steelhooves growled at Calamity.
We will have words.
Then, bothering to spare the mayor his attention, he answered,
You are not cleared for that information. You need only know that I am on an assignment and that you are interfering. Now order your knights to back down.
The tension in the air was nearly suffocating.
I am a senior paladin in the Ministry of Wartime Technology. You will address me with proper respect befitting my rank.
As will you.
Steelhooves replied, with gravelly calm.
When addressing a superior officer.
A younger buck's voice sounded behind the helmet of the missile launcher ranger.
Elder Steelhooves?
The question was met by a still room. I spotted little Macintosh, but didn't dare float it up from the floor, certain that some pony would start shooting. Calamity broke the silence.
Elder? Well, guess who's been holding out on us? My apologies, Star Paladin Steelhooves,
the senior paladin said carefully.
I did not recognize you. Your armor is that of a much lower station.
Steelhooves nickered.
Apology accepted.
He turned to the younger buck.
And I would thank you not to call me above my station. If you know of me, then you know I refused that position.
The leading mare was not done, however.
You are far from your stomping ground, Star Paladin Steelhooves. By protocol, I shall lead you to meet with Elder Blueberry Saber.
The light on her helmet swiveled to illuminate each of us in turn.
As for the disposition of your friends,
she began.
They are with me,
Steelhooves said firmly.
Lead, I shall follow.
The steel-encased mare turned and trotted out of the bank. Velvet Remedy stayed close to the wounded one as he rose to his hooves, favoring his injured leg. As the rest of us began to follow, I floated little Macintosh to me. The gears in my mind were beginning to turn again. And while I knew better than to start asking questions in the middle of a tense diplomatic situation, it was clear that Steelhooves and I needed to have a big talk.
Star Paladin Steelhooves, sir!
The young knight called out, trotting closer to Steelhooves, while the other uninjured knight covered Calamity and me with the light machine gun of her battle saddle.
Again, my apologies for before.
The matter is past,
Steelhooves said flatly. I sensed this was not a conversation our ghoul companion wanted to have. I found myself mentally cheering the young knight on.
Permission to ask a question, sir?
No.
Oh.
The knight stopped in his tracks, letting us pass him, then trotted to catch back up.
In that case, permission to speak freely, sir?
Steelhooves' head drooped just a little.
No.
The knight slowed, but did not stop this time.
Permission granted, Nightboom,
proclaimed the senior paladin. To Steelhooves, she whinnied.
My troops, my territory, my rules. Sir, I just wanted to say, there are a lot of Steel Rangers who felt the same way you do, about following in the path of the Ministry's mare. I mean, if you had taken your rightful place as Elder, a lot of us would have gladly followed you.
Steelhooves remained impassive. The silence stretched out as we trotted through the suburban wreckage that surrounded Philadelphia. Slowly, the young knight dropped back into position behind us. I heard his last words muttered to himself before he fell quiet for the rest of the trip.
We still would. When I was a young buck, I was taught that somehow some ponies were inferior to others. That those not born as earth ponies were weak, frail, unsuited to labor, incapable of pulling their own weight without relying on magic. You, my children, prove every day that the only ponies who are inferior are those who choose to be.
Unity is more than just the blessing of the goddesses. It is our search to transcend the laziness and weakness of our ancestors, to reach a higher level of existence. Unity with our fellow ponies, not tearing each other apart, but building each other up, and Equestria with us. And you, my children, are already halfway there. In you, I see that unity already lies within us, should we just choose to embrace it. The glorious evolution that awaits us is just icing on the cupcake.
Explosions ripped through the street. Steelhoof stood alongside the other Steel Rangers as they tore into the slavers, taking cover behind the ruined chariots and carriages and even behind the wagon full of slaves that they were transporting into the heart of Philadelphia. Red Eye's voice died when the grenade barrage from our ghoul's battle saddle obliterated the slaver's radio. Through the din, nobody heard the shot from above that tore through Nightbuck's helmet, ripping it off his torso. His head turned into jellied mush inside. A Pinkie Pie balloon floated overhead, turned a raging fuchsia by the dipping sun. "Take cover!" the senior paladin yelled, and the rangers scattered. At the turn of events, the surviving slavers began to press forward, filling the street with suppressive fire. I hid behind a trash barrel as bullets riddled it. If the bin hadn't been full of another age's refuse, the bullets would likely have tore through it and perforated my body. As it was, the few which punched through were stopped by my saddlebags and barding.
I got this one,
Calamity called out, soaring into the air. Spitfire's thunder strapped across his back, intent on going one-on-one with the Pinkie Pie balloon. From behind a mailbox, Velvet Remedy focused on invoking her shield spell, bringing it to brief life between our Pegasus and the slaver ponies who turned their guns to fire at him. The moment their guns were trained away from me, I dove around the trash barrel, slipping into sats and putting shots into the heads of 3 of them, courtesy of the zebra rifle. Their heads erupted in flame as they fell. 2 more were doused in flickering green balefire that sent my pip-buck clicking. They stumbled, screaming, as pyrelight flew over the slavers. I could hear shots exchanged above. The slaver pony who had been hiding behind the slave wagon, a lavender and green unicorn mare, wrapped the remains of Nightbloom in a levitation field and fluttered it towards herself. Sats died only to activate again, partially refreshed. I looked down the scope of the zebra rifle, but couldn't get a clear shot with the wagon of slaves in my way. They were cringing, trapped in the open. I saw one tan-coated mare mouth, "Don't shoot me." Wait, what was I thinking? I focused, wrapping the entire wagon in a field of my own, and gently hauled the slaver's cover out of my way. One of the other slaver ponies opened fire at me, forcing me to dive back behind cover. I felt the levitation field slip, but caught it before I dropped the wagon full of helpless ponies. A hoot and a flash of green flame announced the death of the slaver pinning me. I turned to look back into the street, just in time to see the lavender and green unicorn floating Nightbloom's rocket launcher and firing a rocket through the display window of the store, where the wounded Steel Ranger had taken cover. The storefront blew out in smoke and rubble. A moment later, the Steel Ranger mare, with the light machine gun, tore at least a dozen holes in the unicorn slaver. The unique sound of Calamity's battle saddle rang through the air, coupled with an explosion.
Hoorah!
The Pegasus swooped down to hover over me.
You see that? Shot the grenade right out of her mouth while doing a triple somersault dodge.
He pumped a hoof in the air.
Who's the best shot in the equestrian wasteland?
I waved a hoof at him, urging him to take cover. A crackling whoosh sound filled the air. My shadow leaped across the ground as the sky above us suddenly lit up. Pointing at his breast, Calamity indulged in a bit of gloating.
Winner of the best young sharpshooter competition 4 years running. That's who.
"Oh dear," Velvet said, staring up into the air from behind her mailbox. Her face was painted with flickering light. I felt a splash of dread. Calamity, still hovering in the air above me, turned his face upward, his voice trailing off. He was watching, astonished, as the Pinkie Pie balloon was consumed in flame. His mouth hung open.
"Flammable gas?" he finally mouthed. "The fucking slavers fill their dirigibles with flammable gas?"
Apparently.
Little Pip, Calamity.
Velvet whispered, waving for our attention.
It's falling our way.
I knew I should move, but the Holocaust above transfixed me. Bits of burning material started to rain down around us. My trance was broken when a blazing swath of thick cloth landed on the trash barrel next to me, draping it in flame. Celestia clopped my clit with a hoof full of sunfire. Run! I dove around the bullet-filled trash barrel, running down the street as fast as my short legs could take me. The light above was getting brighter, and I could feel waves of heat pushing down at us. I didn't know. How could I have known? Calamity shot past me. What fucking psycho pony would do that? The imprisoned ponies turned towards the inferno in the sky and screamed. The air burned in my throat. Mercifully, I still had my levitation field around the wagon. I floated it off the ground, towing it with me as I galloped down the shattered street, trying to put distance between all of us and the massive ball of fire, shaped like Pinkie Pie's head, that was slowly crashing to the earth. I gave a prayer of thanks to Celestia and Luna. All of my companions had survived. 2 of the Steel Rangers, however, had not. Why? The Paladin Mare asked as I unlocked the wagon to set the captive ponies free. I looked to her in surprise. I started to ask what she meant, only to recall Homage's words of warning about the Steel Rangers. Honestly, most of them would be more interested in saving your pit-buck than saving you. I realized the Steel Rangers probably engaged the slavers for a motivation completely different than my own. The revelation tasted sour. Because it's the right thing to do. And because, if I was in their place, I said, remembering that at one time I had been, I would want some pony to do the same for me. Velvet Remedy's ears perked. She listened in on our conversation as she moved to give aid and comfort to the ponies who had been trapped in that wagon cage for what looked and smelt like weeks. They were malnourished, scarred, and had slept in their own filth. One of the ponies was dead, had been long enough to begin to smell, but the slavers hadn't bothered removing the corpse. I felt a simmering rage. Turning from the sight, I stared into the impassive mask of the Steel Ranger. Why did you? The more Red Eye's forces advance, the more ground we lose, the senior paladin explained. He covets the technology of the past that is rightfully ours to protect. We cannot engage his army directly, so we attack his supply lines. Part of me wanted to scream at the metal-clad pony about her priorities. Instead, I scowled at the news. I had not expected the outskirts of Philadelphia to be a war zone. Philadelphia was home to major hubs for both the Ministry of Wartime Technology and the Ministry of Morale. But we lost our hub to Red Eye's forces 3 years ago, and have been forced to fortify in a secondary position. My scowl increased. Any imminent plans to take it back? I felt the Steel Ranger mare glare at me behind her mask. Presumably, she was taking me to their fortification, so there was no cause not to tell me about it. But that freedom of information did not extend to anything tactical. Steelhooves, however, stepped up and answered,
No.
I heard the mare nicker, bristling inside her armor, but Steelhooves didn't care.
Why should we? By now the building has been stripped of anything worth reclaiming.
Stepping closer to me, Steelhooves demanded,
Come with me. I wish to talk with you alone.
Perfect, because I wanted to talk to him. Why are you with us? We were in the burned-out husk of a small diner. Steelhooves remained, as always, hidden and expressionless behind his armor. And not that hogwash about having nothing better to do this time, I demanded. Once we were alone, Leader Steelhooves had vanished. Once again, I was inexplicably in charge. Only this time, I really wanted to be. You said you were on assignment. What assignment? Steelhooves' tail swayed.
Remember when you eavesdropped on my conversation with Calamity? The picture I painted of you and your friends?
I nodded tightly. He surprised me with his next words.
I don't believe any of that,
he told me.
You're not a spy or a secret agent of some Ministry of Awesome Black Ops stable. You're a good pony who is a victim of her own good nature and incessant curiosity.
Sitting on his haunches, Steelhooves continued.
In my assessment, you have survived through luck, growing skill, and the unusual fortune of having capable friends who are willing to stick by you, even when you are amazingly stupid.
Well, gee, thanks.
I follow you because you are a better pony than I am. and you remind me of some pony else. You honestly strive to help and protect other ponies. I believe
He paused. There was a hitch in his voice.
she would have approved of you.
Steelhooves dug a hoof at the red and black tiles, charred and shattered, that covered the floor.
I told you before, not every Steel Ranger has the same view of our oath. I have always believed that we should follow in the example of our ministry's mayor, Applejack. That we should be pledged to her goals and priorities. That we should protect other ponies, both with our technology and fortitude. We weren't meant to steal and hoard. We're meant to defend.
I nodded slowly.
I haven't been faithful to my oath for a long time, but at your side, I can be again.
I looked away, the ghoul's words sinking in. When I turned back, I fixed him with a stare.
That was the most heartwarming cart of horse apples I have ever heard.
He stopped digging.
It's the truth.
Of course it is,
I said.
That's how you lie. If you recall, I've seen you do it before.
I started walking around the Steel Ranger as he continued to sit.
You tell enough truth that any pony would buy your story. But here's where the saddle rubs. All of that assessment had to have happened after you insinuated yourself into our group. If anything, you just explained why you are still with us.
I stopped in front of him and pointed.
So I ask again, why are you here?
All right.
Steelhooves nickered, standing up, repeating his words almost verbatim.
Do you remember when you eavesdropped on my conversation with Calamity? The picture I painted of you and your friends?
Again, I nodded.
That's what my elder believes you are. And my assignment is to assess the potential threat that you and the other residents of the stable you come from represent.
No more secrets. That was my condition for not abandoning Steelhooves. He responded by giving me the box of memory orbs as a token of submission. I had not expected that, but he insisted. After all, we both knew I really couldn't just take his word. I focused on one of them, showing him trust in return by allowing myself to become helpless in his company. The world melted away. It was wet. Rain was coming down in sheets from the blackness of the night sky. I was wearing a rain slicker, but the wind buffeted at it, pulling it away. Only the top of my mane was remotely dry under the hood. Lightning flashed, illuminating the Pegasus landing platform, over 24 floors above the bustling lights of the city below. I recognized the form of a giant scooter hovering over a well-lit building in the distance. This was Manhattan.
Sure you want to be flying on a night like this, Apple Snack, sir?
A dapperly dressed gray Pegasus buck asked as he shimmied himself into the harness of a sky chariot. It was a particularly beautiful chariot, adorned with a very familiar three apples design.
Very important business.
I heard myself say in Apple Snack's voice.
Has to be tonight. Well, that's what you pay me for, right?
The Pegasus smiled.
Although it's likely to be a beastly ride. I'll survive,
Apple Snack said as lightning flashed across the sky. The Pegasus gripped the harness strap in his teeth and pulled, drawing it tight.
And how's Miss Applejack? I was really sorry to hear about her accident. The ponies who were supposed to be keeping those elevators in top shape ought to be sent to jail.
I felt my jaw tighten, but Apple Snack kept his voice pleasantly even.
Strapped in tight, Wing, right?
I both felt and heard him ask.
Don't want you slipping free in the rain now. Yeah,
the Pegasus laughed.
That would be one unpleasant fall.
Apple Snack stepped into the chariot, pressing as far forward as he could, as if afraid he might slip out of the back the moment the Pegasus launched forward. The gray Pegasus spread his wings, rain dripping off of the feathers. Apple Snack moved with alarming speed. I felt myself lurch forward, biting down, grasping the Pegasus's wing in my teeth. My host drew back, pulling, drawing the wing back over the metal front edge of the chariot as he raised up a hoof.
Apple Snack, what you...
The Pegasus squeaked in surprise before I felt my hoof come down on that pulled wing with a bone-crunching blow. The Pegasus screamed. Spitting out the feathers of Wingright's now crippled wing, Steelhooves growled, his low voice like thunder.
Only 3 ponies knew exactly when Applejack was going to be riding up that elevator. Ah, my wing! My wing! What the hell? I checked your finances. Your account got a sudden influx of coins 3 weeks ago. And an even bigger one less than 8 hours after Applejack's accident.
I was staring into the widening eyes of the blubbering Pegasus. My voice was dangerously low. My heartbeat wasn't raised at all.
Really? You should choose something other than your filly's middle name as a password.
I can't explain. The Pegasus wailed, cradling his shattered wing. My sister died in the war. That was an inheritance.
I don't think so.
Applesnack turned and stepped down off the chariot. Then I felt as my host lifted his back hooves and planted them against the rear of the chariot. Slowly, he began to shove, pushing it across the rain-slicked rooftop and the hapless Pegasus along with it.
What? No! What are you doing? Don't!
The Pegasus cried out, trying feebly to push back as he was shoved closer and closer to the edge.
Please, I have a family!
Steelhooves grunted, stopping.
Maybe you should have thought of them before you made your choice.
He gave a final, hard buck to the back end of the chariot, sending it toppling over the lip of the roof, Pegasus and all. I could hear the winged pony scream, right up until the chariot bounced off of the first outcropping on its way down to the streets below. I felt utterly stunned, numb, as my host's legs carried me towards the nearest door at a casual, splashing trot. I felt him rehearsing under his breath.
There's been a terrible accident. No, I have no idea where he was flying in from. I could tell he was coming in too low, but I expected him to pull up before he hit the building. It was horrible. I feel it was my fault. I shouldn't have asked Wingright to fly in this weather. I should have known that the wind shear would be too much for him.
The memory ended. I stared at Steelhooves in horror. He stared back calmly.
No secrets.
We are not primitive tribals, striking our hooves against stone, hoping to create fire. We are building a better tomorrow for our children, and our children's children. We build it through the sweat and blood we spill to restore the foundations of industry to our great nation. Because without industry, there is no progress. And we are not content to allow another 200 years go by with pony kind reduced to scavengers.
Red Eye's speech ended, his voice replaced by what sounded like carnival music. Twilight was descending over Philadelphia when we crested a small hill, and I could glean where we were heading. Nearly 2/3 of Philadelphia had been cut off, sealed up from the ruins beyond a great metal wall. The bulk of the industrial center, the amusement park whose roller coaster towered in the fading light, and Philadelphia Crater itself all hid inside. Not only did towers just inside the wall harbor guard ponies, but griffins patrolled the skies around. The glaring dirigibles above provided additional sniper cover. The secondary position of the Steel Rangers was obvious. The largest and most defendable building still intact outside of the wall. The massive, gear-shaped emblem on the front of the building proclaimed what it had been even better than the crumbling 2-story letters that cut through it. The Steel Rangers had taken over the headquarters of Stabletech and converted it into a citadel. Calamity flew casually past me to hover near Steelhooves.
So, you ain't an elder 'cause you chose not to be?
He asked curiously.
Maybe we ain't so different after all.
I felt ice water run down my spine. Steelhooves turned to Calamity, studying the rust-colored Pegasus for a moment.
No, you flew towards your responsibilities in defiance of your own kind, heedless and ignorant of the consequences.
Calamity flapped backwards a bit, a frown forming across his face. Steelhooves continued.
I ran away from my responsibilities because I understood exactly what the consequences would be if I did not. I knew there were ponies who would follow my example, and I was not willing to risk a civil war amongst the Steel Rangers.
Turning away from Calamity, Steelhooves said firmly,
We are nothing alike.
Footnote, level up. New perk, Tough Hide, level 2. The brutal experiences of the Equestrian wasteland have hardened you. You gain +3 to damage threshold for each level of this perk you take.
That's all, Zipsters! Like and subscribe.